Round 4 of the Sinquefield Cup here in St. Louis. 4 players came into the day tied for first place and looking to break away from the pack. 5-time world champion Viswanathan Anand could only neutralize Ding Liren's slight opening advantage, while Levon Aronian, who was feeling under the weather, got nothing out of his opening against Fabiano Caruana in a game that ended peacefully. Grand Chess Tour co-leader Wesley So immediately got into trouble against Anish Giri, but alert defense and imprecise play by the tournament's youngest player allowed the American to save the game. Vasilij Topalov sacrificed his queen to get a wonderful position against Hikaru Nakamura, but the Bulgarian star failed to land the blow and had to fight to make a draw. The important midpoint of the tournament has arrived, with the same leaderboard looking to shake things up. The story of who will try to grab the torch and finally take the lead starts right now.
Welcome to round 5 here, the 2016 Sinquefield Cup. Behind me, the arbiter's desk, as they make sure that everything goes smoothly here for the players. The playing hall right here, we've seen 2 consecutive rounds with 5 draws. We expect this round 5, right before the rest day, to be much more exciting, as the players usually try to spend some more energy trying to get those wins. For more information and analysis on today's games, we go to the studio with Jen, Yas, and Maurice.
Thank you, Alejandro. I'm Jennifer Shahade, and I am here with Yasser Seirawan with another day of a Sinquefield Cup action.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure, Jennifer. And of course, this is the day before the free day, and this is the day I've always tried to put as much energy into my games as possible, knowing that I've got a free day. But let's take a look at the current standings.
That's right. We have a standstill at the top of the cross table. Levon Aronian, our defending Sinquefield Cup champion, along with Wesley So and 2 legends of the game, Vishy Anand and Vasilij Topalov. They all have +1, 2.5 points. Nakamura, Caruana, Ding Liren, they're all an even Steven. Anyone in this tournament can still emerge as Sinquefield Cup champion, but somebody's got to win a game.
Absolutely. That's what we're hoping for today.
And Maurice is with us with our key matchups of the day, and he'll tell us who's going to do it.
Well, chess can often be like fireworks. The game burns bright in the sky, and then it fizzles out. And it seems as though these players are really trying. The fact is they are trying to knock each other out. It's just not happening. The games are ending in draws. Well, today somebody will try to win for sure. And will it be this matchup? First of all, the matchup between Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Fabi used to be the number 2 player in the world. Right now, standing at number 4. He's had 4 draws. Doesn't look like he's gotten any games going that say that he's supposed to win. But he's going to have to try to do that against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the new number 2, who's not looking like number 2, having lost the game. He's still looking for his first win of the competition. We'll see what these 2 young players can do. Well, 2 players who actually have won a game. Viswanathan Anand, the 5-time world champion. He had 1 shaky game, but otherwise he's been pretty solid. He'll have to face off against Wesley So, who actually has looked very good so far, except the one little hiccup against Ding Liren that he quickly fixed. These 2 players know how to win. Will they be able to do it in this round? The other matchups, of course, everybody's going to be trying in round 5. Anish Giri facing off against Levon Aronian. You see Vasilij Topalov, who's a co-leader here. Ding Liren will be playing him, looking for his first win. And Peter Spindler has stabilized the ship, but he'll have to face a very determined Hikaru Nakamura in this round 5 of the Sinquefield Cup. We're hoping for it. 10 draws, that's enough. Let's see if we can get 5 wins today. How about that as a prediction?
That would be very nice. Very nice, Maurice. One of the matchups I think is very curious. Ding Liren and Vasilij Topalov have never competed against one another in an over-the-board tournament game. So I'm really looking forward to see how that match shapes up, because Vasilij Topalov is one of the players, in my opinion, who've been pushing his opponents around. Yes, he could have lost yesterday. against Hikaru Nakamura, but at the same time he had an opportunity, and Veselin Topalov, all things considered, could be our torchbearer, but nobody has emerged at the moment.
A game that intrigues me is also Svidler versus Nakamura. You know, Nakamura was my pick to win this tournament,
right.
And I noticed that Svidler has done very well against Nakamura. Famously, he was Nakamura was his client, and actually, sometimes when Hikaru was asked and interviewed about his dismal score against Magnus, he tried to change the subject, spin, if you will, and say, "Why do you always ask me about Magnus and never ask me about Peter?"
Svidler, because Peter, of course, had a 6-0 score at one time, and in 2013, 2 victories by Nakamura brought him a little bit closer, but clearly in the past, the history between those two players has significantly favored Peter.
And interestingly, Peter is one of the guys in the elite chess world who Nakamura really likes hanging out with, conversing with. And not that he doesn't like all of them, but kind of considers Peter closer to a friend.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I wonder if that has anything to do with the bad score. Or
Respect.
It's just a total coincidence.
Well, that and just a great respect for the players that he has for Peter. Because we've been mentioning the free day, just let's take a look at our schedule as it's upcoming. We've played 4. This is, of course, our 5th round. Our rest day tomorrow.
That's right. We've got a rest day tomorrow, and then we've got another 4 games. If the tournament is tied on Monday, we are going to have a playoff. So we have a full day for that playoff. Players will get to prepare for it. It's going to be awesome. And then if there's a playoff, I'd say 50-50 at this point.
Well, it's maybe even more than 50-50 because the players have been so tightly bunched.
Exactly.
And I was just going to say, and the really, really fun part is that Ultimate Moves contest.
Oh, yeah, Ultimate Moves. If we get a playoff and Ultimate Moves, we're going to have back-to-back Rapid and Blitz Insanity. So definitely going to want to point those games on your calendar. Now, we've got Wesley So, who's actually leading the American contingent. A lot of people picked Caruana or Nakamura to win this event. Not as many people picked So, but hey, he's doing great so far.
I did.
Where's your candy apple?
Yeah, exactly.
I got it somewhere in the back, but Anand and So actually haven't played that many times. Not that surprising
4
since
games?
So since So just recently climbed up into the top 10,
Clear.
And Anand won
victory.
against him in a Roy Lopez.
And no losses for Vichy. So Vichy has been +1 against Wesley, and that is such a big game.
Do you predict another Roy?
Well, yes. I think that is most likely. Wesley does have in his repertoire a number of Sicilian defenses, but as we know, risky, double-edged Sicilians, maybe considering his tournament position, that would be too risky a decision.
I think it's a perfect day to play the Sicilian.
Yeah, you always
Sunny.
feel it's a perfect day to
That
play
is
Sicilian.
true. But it's beautiful out here in St. Louis. The guy's got a rest day tomorrow. And another co-leader, Vichy Anand, stepping into the hall. And it is funny how Anand, just such a practical player, managing to do so well in this tournament despite not having any real memorable.
Well, the game he turned around against MVO, that's still a stunning game because Vichy was in real trouble, and he made it all look like there was never an issue.
Cobra defense there.
Yeah.
That was pretty awesome.
By the way, just Robin had come over the other day to the crib and telling me that he and Anish had been working out at the hotel's gymnasium, and Vichy blundered in. And they invited Vichy to join them. Now, keeping in mind that Robin and Anish are in their 20s, Vichy in his late 40s, joined them in their workout and kept pace and literally brutalized them and then left. And both of them were kind of stunned and said, that guy's in great shape.
I believe it. I mean, who do you think can back squat more, Vichy Anand or Anish Giri?
Oh, my money's on Vichy, of course.
I mean, look at the guy.
Five-time world champion, it's got to bleed over into an activity like weightlifting. And there's Anish.
Yeah, of
Always
course.
dapper.
Yeah.
Gotta love the shirt.
Indeed, he does. He does have a fantastic style, that hot pink shirt. And I heard that Robin van Kempen is also helping Fabiano with his style. Or maybe it's Eric Hansen who's helping him. They're all working together to make Fabiano look super dapper as well.
The model, yeah. Well,
Eric was at the gym as well. Eric was at the gym. You wonder what players do when they have some time off after a quick game. And I walked past Anand as I was leaving my room to go to the gym, and he was sweating, after he had finished, and he told me, you'll see 3 of them down there when you get there, and it was Eric, Robin, and Anish. So that's what, people say, well, GMs don't exercise? Well, you had a pretty strong ELO average downstairs.
What were you doing in the gym, Maurice? Taking photos?
Yeah, I was just getting a sip of water.
Very good. And Levon Aronian looks fully recovered, having been a bit under the weather, as he explained in his post-game interview yesterday against Fabi. He didn't feel well, but he toughed it out. He looks a lot better today.
Purple versus pink. You gotta love that. Purple versus pink. This is like a 5-year-old girl.
I always like that
dream matchup here.
That lavender off purple, and the games appear to be underway.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of these openings. So the game that Nakamura finally broke through Svidler, that was really cool, King's Indian defense. So I wonder if he's going to try to go for the same opening again. Note that we've been talking a lot about transpositions in Queen Pawn openings and how you have to be prepared, especially if you play a Grunwald or a Nimzo. And this is what Peter is doing. He's playing c4 and knight c3.
In English, yeah.
And that avoids, for instance, a Grunfeld, because you have to play a Grunfeld with a slightly more inferior version.
Right. And with the move g7, g6, Hikaru is inviting a King's Indian. Now, after the move e2, e4, I think that's the best way of getting into a King's Indian from this particular move order. So c4, knight f6, knight c3 has been played by Peter Svidler, g6, and now after the move e4, d4 does allow the option, pardon me, let me just take that move back. d4 does allow the option of d5 going into a Grunfeld.
Why allow your opponent 2 options when you can just allow them 1?
Exactly. Limit their options, e2, e4, d7, d6, d4, and we have not quite yet the starting position of the King's Indian, but a King's Indian on tap.
And what do you think about the move? Yeah, so this is a little move order trick then to stop the Grunfeld.
Right.
And Peter plays the Grunfeld himself, so perhaps he has a lot of respect for it. And he's actually already thinking in this position. So after
g6.
Yeah. So I would have thought that this would have been one of his top choices for Nakamura. That he would have suspected it would be a good day for a King's Indian.
Right. Because Hikaru has been playing a lot of Nimzo Indian Queen's Gambit decline complexes, perhaps he expected e6 and maybe was willing to essay the lines after e2, e4. So g7, g6, just taking a refresher, thinking about what line of the King's Indian defense he would like to play.
That's interesting, because I never thought about that. But whether you want to play the Nimzo or the Grunfeld, you have that same move e4, which stops it.
Yes,
right.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's why I've always liked the English move order to wrong foot my opponent.
So to just show what I mean, if Naka wanted to play a Nimzo and he played e6 in this position, Yasser would play e4.
Exactly.
And now it's...
Bishop b4 is a terrible move because it doesn't have any effect, and after e5, you drive the knight backwards and you have queen g4, and this is just considered a massive advantage for white in the opening. Maurice, your thoughts on round 5?
We'll talk about trying to wrong foot an opponent in the game with Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We already see a little bit of a cheeky move, f3. Instead of the very automatic knight to c3 in this position, f3, you know that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave loves to play the move a6, but he might have to face a formation beginning with the move c4. Maraxi Bine taking that into account is Maxime right now, because otherwise knight c3 could have landed on the board at a6 and they would have gone into traditional country. So clearly this move is at least a feint by Fabiano Caruana to say, are you ready to play this kind of position? Obviously, after a6, he could still play knight c3, so he's giving himself the alternative, and already Maxime is thinking about the position this early in the Sicilian. You know, Maxime usually whips out 20 moves out of book, but he did consider the situation, and instead he played the move knight to c6, which is now a 4 knights. Now, it seems as though now he's been chased out of his traditional knight off by Fabi, who now has played knight to c3. They're in a 4 knights, except that move f3 is on the board. Not the most traditional test of the 4 knights. Usually it's bishop to g5, and there goes the Sicilian maestro, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He said, no problem, I'm going to just play this now. I've decided on which line I'm going for, and I'm quite comfortable even in these kind of variation. It looks like, anyway, we'll see how this game proceeds.
Thank you, Maurice. I recall from Bobby Fischer's My Six Memorable Games, Bobby considered the move f2, f3, the move played by Fabiano Caruana, to be dubious because Bobby felt that after e7, e5, bishop f5, bishop b5 check, bishop d7, bishop takes d7, queen takes d7, knight f5, d5, and he gave a long variation which continued bishop g5 and so on. But he thought that the move e5 gave black an advantage.
That's what I always thought. F3 was not considered right because of e5, and it's funny that variation that you give is a variation that is the reason why after knight c3, e5 is not a good move, because then we get to play bishop b5. And you know, I always tell that to students when they're starting out and totally baffled by why somebody would play a6 in the 5th move in a semi-open position. But bishop b5, knight c3 ends up being a much better tempo than f3 in that variation that you showed, because we have the control of the d5 square.
Precisely so. So yeah, so if you want to put it in those terms, you can say that the knight-off variation with a7, a6 threatens, in air quotes, threatens the move e7, e5.
Right, even though sometimes black plays e6 or g6, depending on white's response anyway. Right. The main purpose of it is to try to play e5 in certain variations.
As well as protect the b5 square and prepare b5 counter.
But there are some advantages of playing f3 right away, right? Like there's some things that you avoid by getting...
Oh, for sure. And if the opponent does play the move knight c6, as Maurice was mentioning, the advantage, so to speak, not having your knight on c3 does allow for the move c2, c4, trying to set up a Maruxi bind.
Or g6, if they try to play g6, same thing.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's continue around the horn. First of all, I want to go to a game between players who've never competed before. Veselin Topalov-White versus Ding Liren. Interesting that in this event especially, we're seeing a number of Zaitsev defenses.
I love it.
A defense made very popular by Anatoly Karpov. Sorry, Jen, you were saying you love it?
Because we've gotten some comments about whether or not there's something in the contract banning the Berlin opening, which of course results in a very early trade of queens, but an imbalanced endgame nonetheless.
Right.
But we've seen so many of those in recent years that people are relieved to start seeing these very rich Roy Lopez's.
Myself most especially. I mean, enough Berlins, please, please. You hit me with too many Berlins. And trying to recall, not very easily, mind you, the game between MBL and Peter Svidler from the previous round. You'll recall that MBL played d5, knight back, and then it was like knight d7, knight h2, and a c6 got tossed in here at some point. Takes, and bishop g5. So that was just from the previous round, and yes, the players do pay attention to what their opponents are doing.
And that led to a draw. In that game.
And it did indeed. And in the move a2, a3 tries to just keep the position alive. At the moment, nobody's made any committal decisions. The idea behind this move a2, a3 is very often you want to preserve this bishop on the a2 diagonal so that you can constantly harass with ideas like knight g5. So
That's
a2,
right.
a3, very well known. Move h7, h6, queen d7, and even you can try for kind of a Chigorin-like game with knight a5, bishop back to c2, and c7 c5.
Now, it's kind of interesting to me because a3 is not a move you see that often in the Roy Lopez, unless you're trying to put your knight on c3. You usually see that pawn going to a4.
Right.
But in this
the
line,
way, a2, a4 is the main line in this particular position of the Zaitsev. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, yeah, usually the reason you see that is just that one of the weaknesses of playing this line as black is the b5 pawn, and you really hammer on that by playing the move a4.
Right, trying to create this sore thumb sticking out. And when white doesn't do what you've just said, create a b5 weakness and plays the move a2, a3, it kind of takes the pressure a little bit off the second player.
Yeah, and the thing about the bishop on that long diagonal, the a2, g8 diagonal, is that unlike a lot of Roy Lopez's, you have moved your rook to e8 so quickly that f7 does really stick out there. It's something that you want to hammer on, which is why some people might be confused about why after knight a5 you're playing bishop c2.
It was just because the e4 pawn is hanging, yes.
Exactly. There's too many pieces on that, which, by the way, is one of the reasons why we want our rook on e8. So there's all sorts of balances and counters in chess, although sometimes you have to check those tactics because occasionally you have some kind of cute knight g5 idea, or even rook takes e4 and knight g5. All of these tactics always need to be checked in these lines.
I think I did it in the wrong move order. In this position, I would first play bishop f7, but exactly. You've got this knight g5 to win a pawn back. And let's go to Maurice Ashley for his insights.
Well, some astonishing preparation. It just shows you just how the modern age has fared with these players who are so well prepared in stuff that could be sub-variations to sub-variations to sub-variations. And I'm looking at this game right now between Viswanathan Anand and Wesley So, and maybe there's a note somewhere in a New in Chess or an informant or something, but it's absolutely stunning that these players played the moves they did. Take a look at how sharp this game got immediately out of a quiet Italian game. This Gioco Piano is supposed to be pianissimo. Not so fast, guys. What's going on? The move d5 was played by Wesley, and after e takes d5, knight takes on d5. And now, if you look in the database in this position, almost everyone plays something like rook to e1 in this position, or b4. You can maybe even try a move like knight bd2, just playing regular chess. You'd have to go way down the line to get to the seventh choice, the move a4 that's only been seen 9 times, at least in our database. a4, there's some tricky threat, of course, of playing b4 and a5 and potentially trapping that bishop. And now only one game, only one with the move knight to b6 has been played out of all the options there. The typical option is the move a5, stopping that pawn from steaming down the board. And now look how quickly they played, as though this was all theory. Anand played bishop to b5, of course, threatening this pawn on e5 with the capture of bishop takes e6, knight takes e5. Now in the stem game, bishop to d6 was played by Yakovenko. But instantly, Wesley played knight to e7. And I'm going to go back to the live game where the position is here. Back to here when he played knight to e7. He played knight e7 like it's theory. Like, you know, I sack these pawns all the time. Knight back. And instead of taking first, Anand started with the move a5, trying to get this knight to go back and maybe take under better circumstances. And now the move a6, ignoring the attack on his knight. And the line continues. A takes b6, c takes b5, rook takes a7. Not every day you see a pawn on a7 after only 13 moves, a white pawn that is. Bishop takes a7. And now snack 'em time. Knight takes, and Wesley still continuing like no big deal. This is still in my preparation. After bishop to f5, they've whipped out 14 moves. Completely new theory, at least as far as the database is concerned. In what was supposed to be a quiet opening, fireworks already have erupted, and it looks as though down a pawn is Wesley, but the engine saying, despite his double pawns, despite being down a pawn, this bishop, the one piece that white does not have, is going to turn into a monster along this diagonal. He's threatening knight c6, and it's hard for white to get real development as black is already ahead. It's almost like a Marshall Gambit, it looks like suddenly. Incredible how these players prepare, and Wesley acting as though, nothing special.
Seen it all before. It's all a preparation. Remarkable preparation at that. Well, we'll see if things do turn out well for Wesley or not. And while we're waiting for that, let's just take a look at the game between Anish Giri and Levon Aronian. Remarkably, Levon, against a very solid Anish Giri that we know today, has a very good record, and he is facing an English and a reverse dragon variation. Levon is noted for playing this line as black. Bishop e7, rook b1. The idea behind rook b1 is you want to support a very early b2, b4, so you can play b5, kick this knight out of the way from c6 and capture this pawn on e5, very much like what Vichy has done against Wesley So.
Many times people would wonder, why not just play a3 first, because you need to do that. But the thing is, sometimes when you play rook b1, you can just play b4 in one move because of the weakness of the e5 pawn. And if you had to choose only one move, you would choose b4 because you might play a4 later.
Exactly. Exactly so. And there are variations where after a3 and b4, there is the response a6, and you like your rook on b1. And let's just see how we got to the position at hand. All of these are mainline moves, and maybe I'm a little bit off on my theory, but f2, f4 by Anish, that looks a bit out of place. I don't know if that's a novelty or not. f2, f4. Okay, well, clearly the idea of Anish is he wants to use his kingside pawn majority, and he wanted to delay, for whatever reasons, the move e2, e4. He prefaced it with f2, f4. Let me just continue to the game of Hikaru Nakamura and Peter Svidler. We were wondering what type of King's Indian Peter might play, and he has played the fianchetto system himself. So white fianchettos, as does black, and white with his center d4 and c4 pawns. The Pano variation, and rook e1. I'm supposing this is the latest and greatest in Pano theory. Rook b8, black is simply saying, okay, unlike in traditional King's Indian defenses where you're trying to play e5 and f5, here black is trying to make action on the queen side.
And also get our rook away from that diagonal, which is obviously a favorite of yours. Get that bishop on the beautiful diagonal.
Exactly, exactly.
We are encouraging audience interaction. We've got our hashtag Sinquefield Cup, and you can also call in. And we have our first caller of the day, so welcome to the show. Let us know your question and where you're calling from.
Hi, I'm calling from California, and I had a question, as exciting as these games are, about one of yesterday's games between Nakamura and Topalov. I am a Class A player, and even I'm really confused in the game. I was shocked, really, when black sacrificed his queen for two pieces and a pawn. We're normally taught that two pieces are just not enough material for a queen. And so my question is, in what circumstances is it appropriate to sacrifice two pieces for a queen? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first of all, it was a rook and a bishop for a queen, not just two minor pieces, or not just two pieces, but a rook and a minor. So it was a minimal material difference, sacrifice, if you will. But what Topalov was really counting on was that Hikaru's king was vulnerably placed in the middle of the board and hadn't castled yet. So from Topalov's point of view, he was making a small material investment to try to take advantage also of Hikaru's centralized king. So there's not really a good rule of thumb. It really is position specific, but there are a lot of openings where the queen is sacrificed for simply two minor pieces, but there has to be other pluses in the position. Otherwise, the two pieces will not be able to resist against the queen.
That's right, Yasser. And if you go back and you look at that game, by the way, all of these broadcasts are archived on YouTube, and the games as well are archived, and you can find those on grandchesstour.org and on our St. Louis Chess Club YouTube channel. But if you go back and you look at that game, you also see that Black had a lot of extra development at the time that he got the rook and the bishop.
Yes.
So that's key to it. And I love what you said about how there's no rule of thumb, because if you think about it, the actual point values that we teach beginners about the pieces are the ultimate rule of thumb because they're not related to checkmate, which is the only hardcore rule in chess, right?
Sacrifice all your pieces, get a checkmate, you're doing well.
I mean, those numbers that we give to the queen being 9 and the rook 5 and the knight being 3 is a rule of thumb,
Right.
and it's really the best rule of thumb we have.
Right.
That's why we use it so religiously. But of course, the best players, such as Vesely, know when to break it.
Right. Here's a quick one for you. Have you ever had a student ask you, well, how much is the king worth?
Yeah, I have.
And you say, well, of course it's priceless. But then they can continue and say, well, is it as good as a bishop or as good as a knight or as valuable as them? How do you answer such a question?
In terms of power,
Yeah,
in the end game, it's usually
well, the
it's
material
usually
value.
in between a rook and a minor piece.
So is it like a 4?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that what you say too?
Yeah.
Yeah, because usually if you look at endgame and the king has free reign, it's usually dominating a knight or a bishop.
Right.
Whereas a rook usually has ways to cut it off, etc.
So if you consider a space element point of view, the knight at its zenith can control 6 squares, the bishop at its zenith can control 7, but a king can control 8 in terms of the space count. Interesting thoughts. Anyway, let's just continue and look at the other games going on. The game that was highlighted at the top of the show by Maurice between Fabiano Caruana and MVL. That was that F2, F3 Sicilian. Let's see how things developed after F3. Knight C6, Knight C3. So we can argue that Fabi has gotten Maxine out of his beloved Najdorf, having made him commit his knights to C6 and F6 already. E5, bishop back, and the players seem to have transposed into an English attack. Again, I'm going to have to defer to Maurice to tell us if any of this is novel, any novelty has been made. To my eyes, this is all still deep into theory. Maurice.
Yes, in fact, they are still in theory in this position, whipping it out. These moves have been the players. In fact, let's just go back one move. Something intriguing happened here that you have to know if you're a white going into the position. Right in this position, after knight takes b4, actually, let's just take a look at the moves. Like you said, bishop e7, bishop e3, bishop e6, knight d5. An important moment here, clamping down on the d5 square and looking to get that c4 move in right away so he can capture with the c-pawn. No way. Not letting that happen was MVL, now knight to b4. And yet another nuance, the move bishop to b5 check looks quite good, kind of forcing this knight to go back and taking the pressure off your pawn. No, not so fast. King f8 would be the refutation to that move, because now the bishop is hanging out in space. It would be forced if you play c4. Now suddenly the move a6, and your bishop is in a bit of trouble as it backs up to this square. He could even try the move b5 to break the bind completely. And after this capture, suddenly knight takes d5, and you see the knights are stomping all over white's position. So white has to go safe with the move c4 in this position. And now black clamps down as well with the move a5, giving his knight the opportunity to get a blockade square here. He's got to slow down the white pawns as they're trying to expand down the board. This move is important. He'll bring his knight back, he'll castle, and he'll look to get f5 at some point. So they're still well within this theoretical framework here. Another position of interest from a theoretical standpoint is this one. Yaz, back here you had mentioned after knight takes d4, they're still within theory. Actually, they've diverged from the big main lines for sure. And the only two games in this line, and the main move was queen takes d4 as an option. Unless something's wrong with our database, and I don't doubt that maybe there might be. Somebody might look up a game and find it somewhere else. Bishop takes d4 is the first time this move has been played ever. So at least in database, again, it could be in casual tournaments or stuff that doesn't make it to the database. But at least in the databases, we have bishop takes d4 as a first timer. And after c6, he's gone for this plan, like you said, somewhat unusual looking with the move f4. And after f5, he said, no, I was joking. I want to play e4. e4 now on the board, and quickly responding is Levon with the move rook to f7. Somewhat unusual looking move. But at the moment, everything seems to be okay for black here as well. So we're getting dynamic openings this round for sure. It's very exciting. Hopefully it's not like yesterday where they all fizzled out. but at least again, we're seeing the players are playing enterprising chess, definitely trying to win these games.
Thank you, Maurice. And we have another caller.
That's right. Welcome to the show.
Hi, yes. My name is Ernesto. I'm calling from Oklahoma. And I'm a Class A player right now, and I feel like one of the ways I can improve is by studying tactics. And I was wondering what your opinion would be the best way of doing that, whether it would be working on a tactics trainer like the one on chess.com, or studying a book full of tactics, or perhaps studying games of grandmasters and trying to find the tactics as they come along.
Thank you for your question, caller. Go for it, Jennifer.
Option D.
Yeah, all of the above?
All of the above. No, but seriously, whatever makes you do it the most number of hours. I mean, if you're not a professional chess player, you probably have other things clamoring for your attention, like fitness and family, like all that other stuff.
Making dinner.
Yeah, whatever really like you feel is going to kind of keep you up late at night and like is going to interest you more than like watching TV or something, because that's what you're going to get the most out of. More time equals more skill.
Yeah, well, for me, of course, I was raised on these Fred Reinfeldt books of, 1001 checkmates, 1001 in tactics, and I would set up the positions until I got better, and I would just do them visually in my head. Today, there's some fabulous, it scares me how good they are, software programs that are interactive. They immediately give you a kind of a rating and a pat on the head for well done or, wrong. And I just think that the software is the way to go in terms of the tactics today. It's just really gone beyond books.
It's true, but sometimes people want a book to kind of switch it up if they're in front of a screen all day.
Sure.
So that's why I think if whatever works for you, especially if you're falling asleep or something.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
But great question, and just keep it up. Those tactics are going to make you better. We have also got a bunch of questions coming into our hashtag Sinquefield Cup, including Peter Hein-Nielsen, who is tweeting in.
Peter.
Yeah, he's referencing yesterday's baseball game. I think he heard a rumor that we're all going to the Cards game tonight.
Tonight, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And I was very impressed with Peter Svidler. We were at dinner last night, and of course, Peter is a very, very, very big cricket fan, and I didn't expect him to know anything about baseball. And my wife Yvette had asked at the dinner table, where does the 7th inning stretch come from? And Peter delivered an answer, and we all Googled the answer. So I'm going to throw that to Maurice, to a baseball fan, if there ever was one, and ask him, Maurice, do you know where the 7th inning stretch comes from?
Quiz question.
Baseball trivia.
Well, first of all, my sport's basketball.
You're always arguing with Rex.
Yeah, I argue only for my Yankees, definitely. So, no, I do not know the answer to that question, I must admit.
Exactly. Well, Peter reckoned in the early 1900s, an American president had visited a baseball game, and during the 7th inning, he had stood up to stretch. He had been tired. He's been sitting a long time, and all of the audience thought that he was leaving. So they stood up with him the president is leaving the stadium, and the myth was that it was started due to, it was either Taft or...
Oh, interesting. Wow, Peter just knows stuff. Huh?
Yeah, you said I read our article. Yeah, very
He
impressive.
just remembers things, obviously. Because you know what? I think I heard that too, and I just totally forgot
About it.
It went into
it
that.
wasn't in the files that easily accessed.
It went into those old files
there you
of
go.
ex-boyfriends and classic books that I read.
Ex-boyfriends?
Classic books that I read in
No going
in
to
high
the
school.
discos for you, young lady.
We also got a question from Made in China, mate in China, as in checkmate in China, not made in China. That's a great Twitter handle. He said, talk about the venue for the World Championship match in November.
Absolutely.
And that's right. We got huge news this morning that the World Chess Championship will be held in New York, which was already announced, but they didn't give us a venue.
Right.
And so people were kind of like tentative to make actual plans to visit until they got that. And it's going to be at the South Street Seaport. So very exciting news for chess in the U.S.
For me, this is one of those situations where I was very, very happy to be wrong. I'll eat crow and say that I didn't expect the event to be held in New York. Of course, it had been announced 6 months ago that it would be held in the United States. But as we get closer and closer to the November dates, I really thought that, no, I was going to go to Russia. So it's great that the World Championship is coming to the United States. And Maurice, your home city.
Absolutely. We're thrilled to have it in New York. You know, people always have these weird ideas about whether or not something's going to happen or not. Of course, there has been a history somewhat with FIDE of announcing an event and then deciding that they wouldn't hold it either at that date or that place. Fortunately, it all came true now, and I'm totally looking forward to it. I actually have a little bone to pick because some people have even claimed that my Millionaire Chess Open may not happen in Atlantic City. And I was like, who said that? What's that about? What's that about? Definitely going to happen in Atlantic City. No matter if 3 people show up to the tournament, that's going to happen. But very happy to see that event taking place. And I'll be in New York, and you can bet there's going to be some trash talking somewhere. I don't know where. If I'm near the event or in Brooklyn somewhere, I will be talking about that event for sure.
Thank you, Maurice.
I'm going to be actually in New York for part of that time, too. I'm actually
doing...
I was actually invited to something at NYU, my alma mater. I like to give a talk about games and poker and chess. And
Very
coincidentally,
good.
It's exactly the same time as a World Championship match. So it's
Lucky
always good
you.
to spend some quality time in New York City. I mean, my
Yeah.
first love, really.
Right.
Or
And-
not even quality time.
Just
Anytime.
Anytime in
Anytime
New
is
York.
good.
Come on.
And how wonderfully coincidental to have the World Championship match, because I've always felt that those events, the World Championship match, really are, you know, something special in the world of chess. That's our crown jewel.
Catalyst to get people interested in the game. So hopefully we'll get a lot more Americans interested in the game. And you wanted to mention Ding Laurent's game against Vasselin?
That game just exploded by a very shocking move that occurred. Both players very cagily, slow playing a Zaitsev, closed Rui Lopez. We talk about closed games when there are 8 pawns, or semi-closed games when there are 7 pawns on each side. So in this case, both players haven't made a single capture, and it's sort of like a trench warfare maneuvering game. I thought this move, Rook C8, was very cagey. I didn't know if it was a good move. I just thought it was a cagey move by Ding Liren. A2, A4, you mentioned it earlier, Jennifer, that in a Rui Lopez, it's usually the B5 pawn that white tries to target. He tries to isolate this pawn on B5, and then with moves like Bishop D3 and, on a good day, even Queen E2, put pressure on the pawn.
Which is ironic to people who don't really know the Roy, because if you look at it aesthetically, they were like, oh, this is good that black has like expanded and gotten some space for the bishop to come to B7, but actually it often ends up being a weakness.
Liability, absolutely. But check this move out, B5, B4. That really is a move out of the blue. And we've got to just ask the obvious question, well, why don't I just take the pawn?
Everybody was ready to take a shot. I'm an old pawn grover.
Yeah, you bet, baby. Let's just see this. And what does Ding have in mind? Well, my guess is that he's hoping that after this capture and after, for example, knight takes, that this bishop that's been sitting on F8, minding its business, not doing anything to anybody, he's going to play the move D6, D5, and in turn get his own shot against the B pawn with a bishop takes B4. This move, this whole idea, as intriguing as it looks, I mean, my spidey sense is tingling and saying, no, this really shouldn't work. I mean, white hasn't done anything wrong, and suddenly black is taking liberties. Perhaps I'm wrong. I'm going to have to turn that over to Maurice, because that is quite an unusual pawn sacrifice. And, you know, there's only been a million games of the Rui Lopez. That one seems a bit unusual to me. To my eyes, Maurice, what's your thought?
Yeah, it's unusual to you, and it's unusual to our database because it's never been seen either. So novelties abounding today. In this position, the move for black has been G6 or C5 or C6, even rook to B8, all those logical moves in this position. we go to the game, we see that Ding in this position after bishop to b2, essay this novelty, rook to c8, with a specific point in mind. After a4, logical move, making a little aggression on his b pawn, typical of the Ruy Lopez. b4, shocking to be sure, takes. And after e takes d4, we're now awaiting a response, and actually it has now been done. Bishop takes d4, and the point of this move, apparent point of this move, is to play the move c5, aggressing this pawn, and now when you capture back to play knight takes, and saying that he's got a lot of activity in this position for the pawn, although it kind of looks like typical activity in some Ruy Lopez's, that you kind of get this position anyway, but you're hitting this pawn here. The engine's giving a move like queen b1 or e5 even, saying still an edge for white, although maybe black has some compensation. A very dramatic idea. He's down a pawn, but saying he has some chances. Incredible. We're seeing great ideas getting played in these games. Certainly, again, lots of fireworks. And interestingly enough, having played the sacrifice and gotten to a position it looks like he had prepared, Ding is now rethinking the situation and not just throwing out c5. That seems a bit bizarre to me that he hasn't banged down the move already. After all, you just gave the guy a pawn. Must be a reason why he's stopping to think right now, maybe trying to remember his preparation, or maybe bishop d4 didn't feature as the first move in his prep. But what else is there to do? You just lost the pawn.
Absolutely. And Maurice, you were mentioning that after the engine's number one choice, c5, I'm looking at the position after b takes c5, knight takes c5. And like you say, oftentimes black gets such activity without being a pawn down after the move queen b1, which I like. It looks very logical. And I'm just kind of left scratching my head because looks like a pawn to me.
You and me. You and me.
Okay,
It does look like somehow, someday, the compensation will fizzle. It's not even clear where exactly the comp is. The reality is, as you look at these pieces, however, black has fantastic pieces. I mean, every one of black's pieces looks pretty good, except that bishop on f8, to be sure. And white, in the meantime, with a queen on b1 and a rook on a1, and also a knight stuck on the d2 square, that does leave a small impression. Small. But it does seem as though black can't make any more improving moves, per se, in this position. And sooner or later, white should be able to unravel. b4 is threatened right away in this position, so maybe you have to play a5 to shut that down. Maybe that's even forced, I would think, because if you play b4 and then I just start to move my pieces, then you're going to die. So I would think a5 would be natural in this position. And the question would be, maybe white has trouble unraveling now. Like, what are white's next few moves? And there's c5 having finally been played. So we're going to see a position like this appear on the board. Fascinating sacrifice right out the opening. Totally original. You don't see this every day or every year or every decade or ever in the Ruy Lopez.
Well, maybe he wanted to be like Wesley So, because Wesley
Yes.
just played a b4 sacrifice of his own.
A second pawn sacrifice. After this move, knight takes e5. White put one pawn in his pocket, that is to say, Vichy did. And then after the move bishop f5, there is an issue, of course, because the pawn on d3 is pinned to this knight on b1. So ideas like f6 as well as bishop b8 are in the position. Rook e1, very nice move. From Vichy's point of view, if this pawn were to be captured in the near future, it would not come with a tempo. And after rook e1, asking black what he wants to do, Wesley said, well, my idea is to play bishop b8, take this knight, and recapture this pawn. Okay, now that you've told me what you want to do, knight a3, developing a piece, attacking yet another pawn on b5. We talk about those pawns on b5 being a potential target, and Wesley just...
Well, note that he couldn't actually take on, he can't take on e5 and d3 at the moment, because there is a rook e7 possibility here.
Okay, there is a background. I thought you
Well,
were just going to
I
say
have-
knight takes b5, but rook e7.
But I have-
oh, you have queen f1.
Yeah.
I apologize, queen f1. blocks the mate, and you're very happy. White simply winning in this case.
Right, and if you take with the queen, of course, your knight is just hanging on e7.
Then I'm just hanging on e7.
So that is another purpose of Rookie 1, that you have all these tactical ideas that help defend your position.
Exactly.
So 2 b4 sacrifices
I think the same,
in the same round. That's kind of insane, right?
Right. And I think the same tactic that you mentioned exists in case of f6. You're thinking, well, now I'm winning my pawn back and protecting b5. Not so fast. Rook takes e7 and this bishop on d3. Black's queen is overworked, as we would say. So b5, b4, so that's pawn number 2, and now queen d5, pardon me, just posting up against this knight on e5. 2 pawns, they're not the best pawns, but
let me guess. You like the pawns.
I like the pawns.
All right, well, let's see. What move for white here, just to deal with the concrete threat of bishop b5?
Yes.
You've got so many possibilities here. Obviously, if in an ideal world, I'd like to just develop my bishop.
Yeah, but the problem is, you're right, I'd like to develop the bishop as well. You just have to calculate the consequences of f7, f6.
And whether I'm going to have enough counterplay after on that e7.
Yeah, you move your knight, I take your bishop, you take my knight. Maybe not so good. I'm thinking of d3, d4 myself. You know, at the moment I'm in no hurry to develop the bishop on c1. With the rook on a1 already traded, it's not like I'm forced to develop.
Maybe I could just play like bishop d6 here, try to get the pawn on b4 with the tempo against the rook, and if I can get b4 and d4, then I'm better. So.
Okay, I guess I like to keep my pawn for a brief
So now,
moment.
of course, I could take 1, but 1's really not enough.
You mean bishop a3?
Yeah, bishop a3, that looks a little lame. I was thinking bishop b4 more. At least trying to capture the d pawn.
Well, getting 1 pawn back is pretty okay.
Well, what about bishop b4, though?
Pardon me, bishop b4.
Is that another way to try to get a pawn back? Because I'm wondering where you're going to put your rook.
Right, if I play bishop d2, that's not scaring anybody terribly, or is it? Queen takes d4, I could... No, I think you're just doing okay. Let's put the queen on a decent square.
What was wrong with queen b2?
Oh, queen b2. Now that's greedy.
Knight c4 is tricky, yeah.
That was a... Usually I get my hand caught in the cookie jar.
You're rubbing off. You're pawn grubbing.
By the way, yesterday, it was very funny. At dinner with Peter's fiddler, Peter says, by the way, wasn't Wesley So just winning against Anish Giri by capturing on d5 and going queen c6?
Wow.
Boy, was I happy to say, well,
what was
Bishop b7. I mean,
computer analysis.
Yeah, Bishop b7, and he just stunned. Oh my gosh, my queen's getting trapped. The moment I mentioned Bishop b7, then he saw the whole variations.
That's crazy. You guys got to check the show yesterday for that moment. That was at the early part of the show, maybe an hour and a half in or something.
Yeah.
Amazing moment. And we do have a phone call. Let us know where you're calling from and your question.
Hi, my name is Daniel, and I'm calling from Philadelphia, PA. My question is, I'm like an 1800 rated player, and I've been playing chess for like 5 years now. And those 5 years, I've been using the Benko Gambit. But as I'm playing higher rated opponents, it's starting to like not work as much. Should I continue it since I like know it well, or should I find a new system?
Wow.
And thanks for putting together really nice shows.
Thank you, Daniel, for your lovely question. The Benko Gambit. I mean, Alejandro is listening to your answer very carefully here, Jen. You're on eggshells.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to say. Where's Alejandro Ramirez?
Right, exactly. AWOL, as usual. But what do you think about Daniel's very pertinent question? Not just because of the Benko Gambit, but everybody has a favorite defense that starts nagging after a period of time.
Yeah, it's such a tough question because it's really, you don't want to give something up as soon as you have bad experiences with it, especially since meeting D4 against higher rated or equal players is one of the most challenging things in chess.
Of course.
So you switch from the Benko to the Grunfeld to the King's Indian, hey, your problems aren't going to be solved. There are going to be new problems.
Of course.
But if you really feel it in your bones that you don't like it, then it's time to change. And one way to figure that out is start playing Blitz in another opening that you kind of like. And if you start feeling Blitz or Rapid, and if you start feeling like you're having a lot more fun and you're more comfortable in the positions, then I think it's time to make a permanent change.
Interesting. And Maurice, your thoughts?
Well, Daniel, if you were an old guy like Yasser, I would have a different response. But, you know, considering that you're still very young, you sound like someone who has some ambition in chess. You want to be a great player. You don't have to give up your favorite opening, but you do have to learn other things. If you want to be a really good player, you ought to be flexible. The Benko falls in the family of fianchetto dark square positions that clearly you like. That's a stylistic thing. So King's Indian and Grunfelds are the kind of things you might like to play as well. But I would advise you very early on to go after that light square control as well. That is the Queen's Gambit declines. I know, boring as ever, but there are some sharp things to play there. Slavs or semi-Slavs more pertinently so. You want to have a broader repertoire, and when you're young, that's the time to do it. Don't worry about your results. Your rating will fluctuate up and down as a result of trying new openings, but it's important. Look at all the great players. They're never stuck in one thing, and you don't want to just be a Benko Gambit player. Yes, that's in your repertoire. Keep it. You'll nurture it. You'll get stronger. Those guys who are starting to beat you, when you become 2,200, you're going to spank them when you roll out a Benko Gambit in a few years in tournament play. But definitely expand the opening. We're not saying give it up. Keep it. You'll always refine it. But expand your repertoire. It's important, especially now that you're young. It's like learning a couple of languages. It's always going to be useful to have a little French or Spanish or Russian even in your repertoire. Expand your game. You'll see that your Benko will stay with you for life.
And just for my, I'll just toss in everything you guys said is great. Playing 5 years and to get to 1,800, to my mind, is fantastic. That's really, really a good player. I think the average bell curve in the USCF rating system is about 1,600, so you're already way ahead of, like, say, 95% of the people of the world who play chess, Daniel. Just continue doing what you're doing. It's been working, and a lot of success.
And continue calling from Philadelphia, because we're still we're getting, I think Philly and Brooklyn are like #1 and '2. But
in what?
in calls to the show.
That is
not
true.
in basketball.
In what?
Wait.
Please.
Did the Sixers win?
Very good.
That's a
very
good question.
Yes,
Did they win?
Really,
well,
you Broad Street bullies, you.
Before we get on to basketball, let's discuss the square B4. Da-dum-dum. This sacrifice on B4 by Wesley, very enterprising sacrifice. You guys are talking about being up a pawn. I know, Yasser, you love those pawns. Me, I don't care about pawns pretty much. And these scattered pawns, to me, leave a sour impression. I think that black has great compensation here. Ding Liren played with this line, as we said, the exact position, Queen B1, it's on the board, and there is Vasilin Topalov saying, I'm up a pawn. I don't know about your pawn sacrifice on B4. This kind of sacrifice, I might be more inclined to not like. This is a pawn I care about. I believe he has to play the move A5, although the engine's giving the move Knight E6 as the best test right now, which taking an attacker off E4 doesn't seem to make any sense, and I'm afraid that he might be down a pawn in the long run here. Again, the issue of the B4 square. Let's continue that theme, as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave had a knight on B4 a second ago. Fabiano played bishop to E2. Not a single player over 2550 has played this move. Everybody, the players in the 2700 category, including Ivanchuk, when he had this position, played the move queen to D2. So bishop E2, a little bit of a wrinkle. White didn't do very well with this move, bishop E2, but it looks like it's a good developing move, getting the king to castle. Knight A6, the response, as we mentioned, the blockade is what this position is all about on this C5 square. Another game where B4 featured quite a bit, this position with Svidler against Nakamura. Svidler played rook to b1, and after b5 and 8 takes b5, b4 himself, preventing any b4 shenanigans. e6. Now, in this moment, the main move is e5. And knowing Nakamura, if I told you e6 or e5, you'd probably go e5 for sure. Nakamura surprised him with e6, and after the typical e4, dropped his knight back to the e7 square, playing some cagey chess, giving space to white in this position is Nakamura. So interesting game here as Peter Svidler slowing down a bit to check out what's going on. And the final point of the b4 theme, b4 story, here we had to this position with rook f7. Geary played bishop h3 against Levon, and the Indian's first move, and the move played by Levon, was in fact bishop to b4, adding some pressure to this pawn, putting some pressure on the knight as well, and also the a pawn could hang. So b4 seems to be the theme, at least, of the first 15 moves or so of every game. We'll see whether or not that proves to be good for which side as the games continue.
Thank you, Maurice. And also to mention the move bishop e7, b4 by Levon does set up for a cagey little rook f7, d7 swing, pinning the bishop on d4 to the queen on d1. Again, that was in the Anish Giri-Levon Aronian game. I'm just finding myself fascinated by Hikaru's approach, as well as Peter Svidler's approach to their game. I've played a lot of perk defenses in my life where I've fianchettoed the king side bishop and also played for a6 and b5. It has a lot of features for me of a perk defense, but it's rare to see this bishop sitting here on g2 in a perk defense. More likely to be sitting on f1 and even sometimes on b3. My first take, my first take is that with these pawns on d4 and e4, I've really got to favor white. And the question that comes into my mind is, I really want to prepare e5, right? Or just to start blasting my opponent. But I've got to figure out where I want to put my bishop on c1. Since an early e5, my pawn could actually become a liability. I'll start with the move bishop c1 to f4, intending to play queen d2, and I'm really aspiring to plunk down e5 on the board at just the right moment. How is Hikaru intending to get counterplay against this very straightforward idea?
Interesting. Maybe we can try to stick a knight on d5. Get ready to stick a knight on d5.
When e5 gets played.
That's right. Why, in an ideal world, if you gave me two moves, I would like to play bishop g5 and queen d2.
Right.
So that that actually is a great setup, because then we have pressure on the diagonal, and you can't play h6. But of course, before I play queen d2, you can play h6 here, and now, because of our fianchetto, dropping back to h4 is inadvisable, because the bishop will simply be trapped after g5. So we'll have to saunter back, and then you can choose a moment perhaps to play g5, even though it's weakening at the right moment. It could be worth it. So that would be a benefit for black, not a curse. So bishop f4 immediately, and you're just trying to play e5.
Well, I'm trying to play queen d2, what you described as an ideal setup, and then I'm going to play e5.
And you're saying I have no counterplay.
Well, I'm just wondering where it's going to come from. I mean, you could sit tight, so to speak. You could play a move like bishop d7, and maybe after queen d2, okay, at least you have the potential of using the a-file. I'm thinking Hikaru is not the player who likes to, quote, sit tight, and maybe he would go for something very ambitious with knight h5 and f5. But that's a very double-edged decision.
Very, very risky.
But so long as white is keeping a central control, he'll do his best to simply sit on Hikaru and limit his opportunity for counterplay.
Because I feel like theoretically, I understand if he really wants to win and create dynamic play, this idea of knight h5 and f5 is, a good one. But my issue with it is that does opening up the file and the diagonal for the rook on e1 and the g2, like inherently that feels like it should help white more than black.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Alexandria.
I feel like sitting tight.
Well, okay. Well, what would you do? Would you sit tight then, for example, with H6, Queen D2, King H7?
Yeah, I like that slight improvement.
Ask White how he intends to continue. You prefer this than opening up the position, which you feel might be helpful.
I feel like, Hikaru could have played the Grunfeld against this. Go back.
Me too. What are you talking about?
No. Because Peter chose the G3 variation,
Right.
he could still play the Grunfeld later on. But we have a very special guest. There is a special event tonight at the Kingside Diner. Grandmaster Alexandra Kosteniuk, former Women's World Champion, will be giving a chess simul, and it's really wonderful to have her here on the chess campus. She is with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, the 12th Women's World Champion, Alexandra Kosteniuk, the author of Diary of a Chess Queen, member of the Russian team, the women's team that won the Olympiad in 2010, 2012, 2014, a bunch of European championships as well, one of the most decorated women players of all time. Thank you and welcome to the show.
Thank you.
We know you're doing a lot of promotional activities with chess. Tell us about the work you're doing.
Well, yes, I was always trying to be active because I think it's as important as playing chess, actually, to promote chess in the world, especially among kids, among girls. And that's what I've been always doing and enjoying very much.
You've been very successful as a member of the Russian, the women's team. Are you looking forward to Baku? And tell us what the preparations have been like. Any secret preparations so our American players can know what to be ready for?
Well, nothing special, nothing secret. Yes, we just had actually one of our training camps in Moscow, and just in a few weeks I'm going to another one, and then we'll fly to Baku. Well, it will be a very tough competition because, as you said, we won 3 times in a row, which is amazing. But the Chinese team, for example, is very strong, and there are many other teams that I'm sure will fight for the medals. So we'll see how it goes. You never know. Of course, we will try to do our best. And, well, then we'll see.
Fantastic female players. We have great examples and great role models these days, including yourself. What do you see on the front for women's chess and girls' chess recently?
I must say that the situation, well, as I see it, has definitely changed into better mode, because we now have a lot of many tournaments for women, and actually I must choose between one or the other because it's very heavy, and but that's a good sign. So we have more tournaments, which is good for professional chess players, women chess players, and I always believe that chess is a great game for girls because girls can play among themselves or among boys, and actually I believe that chess gives more benefit to a girl because she can perform well not only in girls tournaments but in boys tournaments as well. And when I realized that I'm going to have a baby girl some years ago, I thought, oh, how wonderful, that means that she can play chess, because I believe that chess is a great game for girls. You can go ahead, play in boys tournaments and win them all.
Absolutely. I've seen enough of that happen with all these great players. And of course, Jennifer Shahade, our very own, who's used to that. Tell us about your podcast. Chess is Cool, I believe it's called.
Oh, it's been quite a while since I updated it. Actually, I'm not that. I mean, I'm trying to be active on social networks, internet, but I don't really have a lot of time right now to do this podcast. Well, who knows? Probably I will focus on it a little bit later on. But for the moment, yeah, it's been quite popular, and actually, I'm still getting emails from people who listen to all the podcasts, and they're wondering when the next one is going to be aired. But I think it will take some time.
You're playing a simul tonight, which should be quite a bit of fun. Is this your first time in St. Louis?
No, actually not. And I played here in a very interesting tournament, Kings versus Queens.
Oh yes, of
in
course.
2011 it was. And well, it
been
seems
a while, 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years ago, and it seems like a very long distance for some reason to me. But I liked St. Louis very much. This place, I found it at that time to be amazing, and so I was always looking forward to come back. And well, it just happened that I happened to be in Indianapolis. I had a meeting there, and at the same time as this tournament, and I decided why not to just pass by and see the players live, and it's always a great feeling.
Of course, ridiculous that you haven't been here, Maurice. You got to come back more often.
So hopefully more women's tournaments will be held here, because the place is amazing, and I fell in love with this place 5 years ago, and so I'm happy to be back.
Well, you're a grandmaster, a very busy grandmaster at that. What are your thoughts about this tournament, and who's your pick to win the tournament? No politics, no political answer. Right. We got to get you on the spot.
Well, the field is very strong, and in such strong field, when you have so many, great grandmasters, of course, it's a question sometimes of being lucky a little bit at some concrete, precise moment when you're turning tables to your side. So I don't know. The games are excited. I watch them every day, and well, we'll see. We'll see.
I didn't hear an answer yet. There's a lot of waffling going on. Just pick somebody. All of us have made a pick. We could be wrong. We want to hear just one answer that just jumps out, even if it's just your favorite player.
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't like to make guesses.
Guys, come on, help me here. Somebody get her to say something.
Who's going to win today?
Who's going to win today? Well, I don't know. The positions are... Swidler has good chances, I think.
Swidler, wow. Surprise, she picked a Russian.
Well,
no
for today,
politics,
but I don't know, not in the tournament, though. I don't think... of course, I'm always rooting for players from Russia, not only in chess, but in sports in general. But, well, here, I think today he got a pretty good position out of the opening, so... He's in a very pleasant situation. For the rest, it seems very unclear, but many interesting games so far.
All right, well, you're still giving us those political answers, but at least we squeeze Swidler out of you. Alexander Kostenyuk has been a star for many years, and please come by more often. We always appreciate your company.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Yeah, 5 years is too long, and I remember the Kings and Queens tournament very, very well, because that was the tournament that Judith Polgar was going to be on the ladies' team.
Of course, she would have
and
been
then
first
she
four,
went deep into the knockout event, and she ended up, I think, in the semifinals against Peter Swidler before getting knocked out, and finally the Kings and Queens tournament was over, and she couldn't compete.
I know.
That was going to be a great event.
It was such a mixed emotions for a feminist organizer like myself, because, of course, I was happy to see Judith have a chance to win the World Championship, but we wanted her here
Exactly.
for our event.
Exactly.
So I'm like, if you win this, at least win the whole thing.
Right. Exactly. If you're not going to make it to St. Louis, Judith, just win the competition itself outright.
But what we want doesn't always happen, and we saw that in the candidates, right?
Right.
That's what makes rooting for people interesting.
Yeah, and also painful. Always seems in sports, my beloved Dallas Cowboys, every time I watch them in the playoff, it's like terrible. I think I curse my own teams by watching them and rooting for them.
Please keep doing that. New York Giants fan, I really appreciate that. Just root for all the teams in the NFC East other than the Giants then, please.
Dallas. I'm trying to raise you into higher consciousness here, Maurice. I'm channeling Dallas Cowboys.
What about that?
Are you kidding? The Giants have won 2 Super Bowls.
They're
I don't remember the last time.
Baby.
I don't remember the last time Dallas won. I'm trying to scroll back into, let's see, Troy Aikman, somebody, Emmitt Smith, those guys. That was ancient, man. Come on.
I don't follow sports that closely, but I know that from Philadelphia, we're supposed to really hate Dallas. That's all I know.
There's no love lost between Philly and New York either, by the way. But at least, again, who was the last team of the NFC East to win a Super Bowl? Let's see. Let's see. I think they're from New York City, I think. I think so.
Oh, boy.
And
All
we're
right.
gonna take a quick break, but I would encourage you to check out our hashtag Sinquefield Cup and get your questions in. There's a great Photoshop again by our favorite Photoshopper of the crew out back, the producers watching Beyonce as they're preparing our show as well.
I know what I'm doing on the break.
Get some lemonade. We'll be right back. are back at the 2016 Sinquefield Cup. Welcome to our coverage. I note Francis Nauman in the audience. He's an art gallery owner in New York City, and he's here for a special event tomorrow night at the World Chess Hall of Fame. So it's always great to see that confluence of art and chess that happens across the street at the Hall of Fame, speaking unbiasedly as a board member there.
Exactly.
But we've got a lot of action on the board, some games heating up, some games perhaps fizzling out. Where do you want to go, Yaz?
Well, let's just start with the game between two of our tournament co-leaders. We've had a number of exchanges between Vichy Anand and Wesley So. Vichy an extra half pawn or a double pawn ahead. However, two very strong bishops by Wesley. I see this game as petering out to a draw. Fantastic preparation by Wesley So with black today against Vichy, neutralizing the five-time world champion.
That's right, Traderama over here. And for those of you who've been asking about the neon green things in Wesley's ears, just earplugs.
Earplugs.
Not that
for
it's
the
very
noise.
noisy up there, but some people like it quieter than others.
Indeed. I've seen that a lot at poker, too, the poker tables. I always thought it was wrong to wear earplugs at the poker table because you want to hear the banter and to see if somebody gives something away.
I hate knowing it.
Whereas at the chess tournament, you want the still quietness.
I mean,
at an event.
usually at the poker table, people wear earphones and they actually like get into a zone by listening to music or something. But I basically never do that. I like to hear it when people talk to me.
Yeah.
And I also find that if I do that too much, I get so excited by the latest Beyonce song that I turn the volume up so high that at some point I can't hear. Like, you know,
It's too loud.
I'm like listening like to music for like at top volume for like a week, and like at some point that's like really bad for your hearing apparently.
I think so. Turning to the game of Vesel and Topalov with this move b3, b4, seems to me like this is a game, however, where the exit pawn is quite meaningful, and I do like Veselin's position. Maurice, your views on round 5?
I'm stunned by that game, by the way, because they're right out of the preparation, and Ding Liren finally has made a move. Why would he be thinking after playing b4 and c5? b4, e4, c5, get this position. Queen b1 and b4, the most natural moves on the board. Very strange that he would be thinking all this time in this position and finally take on b5. Is he out of his preparation? That's befuddling. He's going to be down a pawn. It's not an easy pawn to push, but hey, that a pawn is huge. That's a fat pawn to have on the board, and he's not winning his pawn back anytime soon.
Absolutely.
Very strange.
Any compensation at all? What do you guys think?
No.
Zero.
No.
So you just think it's a totally freebie?
It's a freebie. But you had a very interesting game on your board, Maurice, which was between Anish and Levon. What's going on?
Fascinating game as well, yes. And this game is really heating up. This move we saw earlier, which was we call the anti-Giri move. Anish normally doesn't play this kind of rambunctious chess, throwing his f-pawn down the board. Now the move f5 in reply, e4, and Levon said, no problem. Let's bring my rook up to this rank. I might show up on d7 in some variation. Bishop to h3, okay. Now, you look at the white pieces, you say, these are the active pieces. This bishop, this knight, more active than it seems more so than the black pieces. But that would just be an illusion because bishop to b4 gets played. Suddenly, this rook is like a coil spring just going to unleash. The rook now thinking of coming to the d7 square. So Anish said, okay, let's make sure your rook can't go anywhere. Rook d7 now doesn't do anything because of the move queen to b3 check, occasionally avoiding any problems. But check out this move, knight to c4. And a second ago we said it was white's pieces that looked a bit more active. Now you look at the board and you say it's black's pieces that are a lot more active. And that just took a couple of moves and one exchange. Well, it is a pawn sacrifice for the moment, but this knight is going to start to stomp all over white's position. Why? Because there's this threat, c5 in the position, and then this nice little fork with knight to d2. If you just move the position forward, one move, queen to d3, looking to maybe chase the knight out of there. Nope, we're going to solidify our knight with b5. Rook d7 is coming back as a threat once again. The Indians give a move here, knight to c4, the move f6 to try to crack open this structure and give back the pawn so you can get your queen out the way. no such luck, son. We don't care about that pawn with the move c5 and now knight d2. And if you take on g7 saying, I got 2 pawns for the rook, what if my queen just shows up in your position? Threats potentially knight f3, queen f1 check, a rook showing up on the d line. Black for choice for sure, and the Indians are loving Aronian's position right now. Full compensation, the pawn he could get back at any point anyway, and Giri's face and posture shows it. He's been like this now, frozen for 5 minutes plus. He realizes that he's the one who could lose this game. They're playing for 2 results. That is Aronian winning, Giri begging for a draw right now as Black is on top in this game.
Thank you, Maurice. And you're seeing fireworks on the boards in certain games, but a very intriguing, slow maneuvering game, which will drive coaches nuts, is the game between Fabiano and MVL. I'll just bring it up on move after a dozen moves. We get this position on the board, and Fabi said, look, my knight on b3 isn't well placed. This pawn on d6, as well as this pawn on e5 are corralling nice squares for the knight to maneuver to. I'll play the move knight d2. Looks okay. Black castles. And now, again, what drives coaches nuts? Move like knight d2, b1. That is a very specific point for this knight maneuver. This knight wants to get to better square, knight c3, b5, as well as knight c3, e4. Better squares for the knight. The knight was passive on both b3 and d2. Fabiano says, let me resolve that issue.
Isn't that a big lesson for beginners, though? Why castle when you can spend 5 moves putting your knight on the perfect square?
Yeah, right. That's not the lessons that chess coaches like to teach their charges, that's for sure. Now, on the other hand, Maxine is very straightforward, has played his knight maneuver, knight f6 to d7, also very purposeful one. He wants to keep control over the c5 square, nice outpost for the knight.
And he wants to play f5.
Most definitely. And he wants to play bishop g5. This bishop on e7 behind his central pawns. He'd love to trade off the bishop and take away the 2 bishops advantage that white is currently nursing. No way, says Fabi, I'm not allowing bishop g5. Played the move queen d2, f5, and I suspect we're about to see the knight. Yes, the knight looks like it has indeed gone to the square c3. And this is a very common position that you get out of many English attacks in a Sicilian where you plunk the knight on d5. Queenside majority versus the kingside majority. I think both players know these positions, the strategies very well, but I've been very impressed by Fabiano's history in these types of positions. He does very well in them. I'll be intrigued to see how this game continues.
He might try to play for e4. I would love to be able to just sacrifice, but I don't think it's good. So I want to be able to play that move.
You want to be able to play e4 and f4. Maurice, your thoughts?
Very rich games. This one, an exciting one for sure. There's a line here worth looking at as well. This very specific move, bishop to h4 check. And it looks kind of silly. You're just allowing this move g3, chasing the bishop back, until you see the point of f4 appearing on the board, trying to break open the game. Well, white can say, no problem, I realize I'm pinned here, and I don't want to wreck my pawn structure by taking, so I can just drop back. And now it's black's turn to drop back with the threat of a discovery on the queen. The queen could move away, would be the best choice. And now a move like knight to c5, making sure he gets a hold of the c5 square. Of course, it's a weakened square for the long term. I understand, Jen, why you want to play e4 first, put a pawn on that square, then f4. Couldn't get that line off exactly. But even this position's a bit strange. The 2 knights are superfluous pieces, if you will. You'd rather take one of these pieces off of this bishop, then he'd be happier. But, or even better for the knight. But as it stands, a very weird position. I'm not sure that MVL is going to make this as a choice. Another intriguing game, and you got to love this position. I mean, this is a commentator's delight. Crazy chess happening in the game with Fiddler and Nakamura. After h6, we see a sort of hedgehog formation. This position now, as you see, black is not going anywhere anytime soon as he's trying to get off any kind of break. White said, I'm going to play h3, bishop to b7, and now g4. your favorite move, Jen. I know Rex Sinquefield is telling you he always wants to play G4. He's your student. I don't know if you still claim him as a student, given how badly he has been playing in the last 2 years.
He did great in last year's Ultimate moves.
He did.
So G4, and now, what did Black say? Well, I'm going to play G5 because, you know, that's how chess is in the modern age. G5 now on the board, and after Bishop back to G3, now the knight to G6, and it's not quite a hedgehog. What is the opening I'm thinking of? Tiger's Modern? That's the opening I'm thinking of. Tiger's Modern. He likes to play these kinds of formations in the modern defense, and interesting position. That's all we can say. Fascinating position. If I were to give the nod here, I would have to say Nakamura just because it's a kind of crazy position he likes to see happen. What did he call it? He called it pure chess. We just got a position on the board. Let's see how it goes. And it's just going to be a big fight. Who's going to manage their nerves, but most importantly as well, who will manage the clock properly? Because in these kind of chaotic positions, time often becomes a factor. And we know Fiddler has been playing much better in the last couple of rounds. We'll see if he can keep it up as he's there sporting that nice new Sinquefield Cup shirt that we all got. Pretty good threads.
Yeah.
It's looking good.
Everybody loves the clothes. One player who was a big fan of Peter Fiddler was Alexander Kosteniuk. She predicted he would win today. We've also got a lot of feedback about Alexander Kosteniuk's interview. Somebody pointed out that she is beautiful and has a very expressive face. Well, she's actually been done modeling and appeared in movies. In Russian movies, yeah.
Oh, really?
She actually had like a role in like a mainstream Russian movie.
Wow.
So it's not just you. Other casting directors agree with you.
But I have to say, she reluctantly picked someone.
Right.
We had to drag it out of her
Right.
to pick someone in that one. Boy, she was very political, not wanting to answer who would win the tournament. What's the big deal?
Well, your gut was right. She wanted the Russian player to do well, but yeah.
Okay.
And we also had another question coming in from our Sinquefield Cup hashtag, which I thought was excellent. Josiah Stearman. If Yasser's a Cowboys fan, I'm not sure why they're still letting him commentate. Actually, that wasn't the question.
Love that guy.
That wasn't the question.
No respect.
His question is actually really good. I got to assume he's a chess dad because it's such a specific question of a very strong player, presumably. Because he asks, if you had limited funds, would you pick the time and money and energy for IM norm tournaments or to go to another World Youth competition? So if you have a very talented youngster who's, I suppose, 23, 2400, would you spend that money to go to a World Youth or to play in IM norm tournaments here, or sometimes they have them in LA?
It's a tough one because, but I would go to the youth tournament.
Mm-hmm.
I would go to the youth, and I'll tell you why. I played in 2 World Junior Championship, and even though they were eons ago, I have friendships from those events that last to this day. And I must say that those junior competitions were so thrilling. I really, really enjoyed them. Making norms is always great, don't get me wrong. And of course I remember those events very well where I got my Grandmaster norms. But those World Youth Championships, they're extra special.
Oh, and also just a general education that you get from those kinds of tournaments, not just the chess education, but really learning about the world, learning about geography in another language and another culture.
Absolutely.
So I tend to agree with you, although I guess it's also a matter of extent. If it's one World Youth tournament for 6 IM norm tournaments,
well,
then we might have a different question. Like, it
sure,
depends
just how expensive is it to get to one of those World Youth tournaments?
But generally, I'm in agreement with you, and I know that the U.S. Chess Federation often does, or the host often does provide some of the expenses, like coaching. It depends on what level you are. If you were like the first invitee, or like a former medalist, or second or third. So I think the expenses really depend on what order you are in invitation list.
And by the way, those World Youth Tournaments are really extraordinary events. I mean, you're getting kids from just, well over 100 countries, And our U.S. teams, if you put it like that, have really sent a large number of participants. Our own Aviv Friedman has been the coach for quite a number of those, and we recently,
most recently in
we just
Uruguay.
we got a handful of golds.
Yes.
I mean, he was like super pleased with the outcome of that event.
Straight from Montevideo to St. Louis.
Right.
No rest for Aviv.
Exactly.
And indeed, that was a great showing for our team. And just to give you one positive comment, I'm going to have to choke while reading this, but Chris Wainscott says, Yasser's a Cowboy fan? Just one more reason to love the guy.
Yeah,
What?
Yeah,
Oh,
baby.
please.
I mean,
Chris, make sure you get off of my Twitter feed. Like, don't even go there, okay? My Facebook, we're better not be
America's
Facebook
team.
friends.
America's team.
We're defriending you right away. Come on now, please.
Account deactivated. Just a second here. I need all the support I can get. Look what I'm having to deal with.
Wait, you're deactivating your non-existent Twitter and Facebook accounts?
There we go.
Well, while we're
While we're
getting off
having fun.
the random love fest of the cow, I can't even say it. That team. It looks as though Levon missed a golden opportunity right now and didn't believe in his position enough. But there were some sharp tactics that he would have had to calculate. Right here, the Indians really like the move B5. The statement was, white has nothing to do. Control the knight and wait, because you're winding up the move rook to D7. And if you play a move, for example, and you're threatening C5 again, because now your knight's actually defended. So if you now play the move rook F to D1, and by the way, this game is just ending as you see Anand and So agreeing to a draw. The fireworks, unfortunately, petered out, as we mentioned, often happens. But after the move rook to D1, black can play rook to D7. And now check this line out. Queen to E4, getting off the pin with the queen. But now this shot, knight takes B2 out of nowhere. The point being that there's a pin along this line. If you play rook takes on B2, now bishop takes C3, and all the pieces obviously are falling apart for white. So queen to E4 must, after knight takes B2, this must now be met by the move queen E6 check. And suddenly it's black who has to be careful because a discover check is coming if he moves his king, and then a rook's going to be hanging. So he has to actually put his rook back on F7 and bet that there's nothing that he has to worry about along this diagonal. For example, the move bishop takes G7 doesn't do anything because you can play knight takes on D1. And this is the trick. Maybe he missed this point, that right here there was no danger to himself because now the Indians give rook D2 and knight back to C4. And black's perfectly okay, not just okay, but better in this position. B5 was a very strong move. Instead, he played the move C5, and this line should peter out. And it is going in that direction. Queen takes D4, queen takes, pawn takes. And after a very solid move, knight to E4, if rook takes on F5, then just simply king G2. A king will appear on F3. This pawn will be corralled very fast. And looks like this one is going to peter out into a draw as well. So not much to play for, unfortunately, in this position. There was momentary fireworks dazzling the sky, but as we said, it often happens. Good play tends to lead towards a draw.
Thank you, Maurice. B7, B5. I think Levon will be kicking himself for having missed that opportunity. Let's just take a look at what happened in the game between Vichy and Wesley So. It was a two-pawn sacrifice that Wesley prepared very well right out of the opening. And after this move, Queen D5, we couldn't find anything specific for Vichy with his extra two pawns. I was trying the move D3, D4. Vichy played knight back, and after bishop takes, rook takes, bishop takes, Wesley has won one of his pawns back, and with the two bishops, great compensation for the double pawns. And after another little trade of rooks,
very hard to make anything out of those two double pawns.
Exactly. I mean, essentially, black is ready to just simply play bishop b6 check, bishop to c5, capture this knight, and then trade in right down into bishops of opposite color endgame. So again, brilliant preparation by Wesley So, just making Vichy's white, neutralize Vichy's white pieces as if there was no problem whatsoever. Wesley is looking good in this event, as he has in Paris and Leuven. Very, very consistent. He's impressing me a great deal.
Consistent, and he's a relative newcomer to these elite events. So
Yes.
if he's doing this well in his maiden voyages, can you imagine in a few years?
Exactly. I mean, the world's looking really, really good for him. Turning to Veselin Topalov, Ding Laren, after the move b4 takes, queen takes, bishop a8, we have reached this position on the board. Again, a very nice, easy extra pawn for white. This looks like a terrible backfire, if you will, by Ding Laren, and Veselin Topalov hoping to capitalize with his extra pawn. We've looked at the game of Anish and Levon. That's, again, appears to be petering out. And that move bishop h4 check that Maurice was looking at has been essayed by MVL against Fabiano. We were looking at this variation and followed by the move queen c2, both players having their trumps, but at least a rich strategic position.
And we're headed towards that position because Fabi just played g3, and I think, we haven't seen bishop g5, but we do have a special guest, Vishy Anand, going into the rest day, at least right now, tied for the lead. He's with Maurice Ashley.
Five-time world champion Vishwanathan Anand, after a very rich game, tell me, did you expect this preparation when he played this move, knight to e7? Is this something that you had seen before, prepared before? We had never seen it in any of the databases.
Yeah, no, I had it in my prep, and it's a very good try. I mean, you get something very close to a Marshall Gambit. And it's a pawn, but a fraction of a pawn, let's put it that way, the value. I think he improved on what I had prepared. I mean, he did something a bit more accurate. I had f6 rather early, but in fact he went bishop b8, b4, and queen d5, and this was quite accurate because though he's 2 pawns down, my pawn structure is shattered. And I couldn't find a clear way at the board. I mean, I understood knight e4, bishop d3 was not very exciting, but I couldn't find something
We didn't see
much
anything
better
either. Then maybe you'll find something.
Yeah, if there's something, it's well hidden, and you have to really sort of uncover it.
You came today, obviously, at the white pieces. You wanted to win, or at least be able to play a long game for a win. What happens when this kind of novelty just dissipates your white? What are the emotional letdown, or what do you feel, particularly since you're still tied for first?
A little bit, but it happens often enough these days. I mean, people will come up with good ideas, and if you and a lot of these ideas need a lot of checking before you can, ferret something out from them. So it happens often enough that I guess you get philosophical about it.
You mentioned it happens these days. This is not the kind of thing that used to happen pre-computer days. How have you seen that evolution? How have you handled that evolution? Is it, as you said, philosophically now? It's like, what you're going to do if you have a smart enough computer? That's it?
Yeah, I basically consider it as part of reality, that sooner or later you'll be out prepared as well, because there's so much ground to cover, and your opponent has an advantage that he's pinpointing what he's aiming at, whereas you have to check 100 other things. And so it's just something, it always used to happen. It's the essence of chess, trying to catch your opponent off guard, but I think now it happens just in an accelerated tempo.
You get a rest, basically, though, before the rest day. Is that a good situation for you to be in?
Well, I will go and do some work. I think it's nice to have a rest day as well. But I'll try and get some work done for the remaining games and get ready for that.
I saw you coming back from the gym last night. Will you be hitting it again now that you've had a quick game?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I started this habit many years ago of going to the gym during tournaments, and I find it quite helpful. Most of the time in tournaments, your main problem is you're wound up, so it's nice to be able to let off some steam. I think that's really what it boils down to. It's not even that I'm trying for some performance target, but just to let off some steam.
There was a couple of other guys in the gym yesterday as well. Anish Giri was there.
Robin, Eric,
Robin
and you as well. Yeah.
But I heard you. I came late, but I heard you abused those guys. You stomped them and.
No, they're teasing me that I do the plank, and we have this kind of thing. I mean, yesterday I got to 1.5 minutes of plank, and we'll see. I'm sure Anish looks like he hasn't done this before. Let's put it that way. But Robin and Eric were talking of starting a movement for big-built guys to go to the gym. I don't know, talk to them. So.
Yeah, well, I guess I need to go get some plank in myself, get the belly down. But
yeah, especially with the food on offer in St. Louis, I think the plank can be helpful.
yeah, it's definitely. It's delicious here. Well, thanks so much for joining us, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Maurice. Wow.
So you ready to do some planks, Yaz?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go for it. Let's go for it. You've got to.
1.5 minutes.
Me. That's pretty good.
No rest in the plank. That is good.
Yeah. No, you burn a lot of calories quickly. You've got a tweet for us that you would like to share.
Yes, I do. I've got a tweet from Lev Bagramian, and since Vichy still appears to be mic'd up, I guess I'll throw it to him. No, he's not. Okay. Lev is actually coming to visit the St. Louis Chess Club, and he's asking about things to do near the St. Louis Chess Club. What are your favorites?
Oh my goodness, there's really a lot of activities. I love the zoo, for example. It's just over here in Forest Park, one of the biggest parks in the United States. A lot of outdoor activities.
The price is right.
And it's free. The botanical gardens and the art
That's
museum.
one of my favorites.
Is brilliant. And of course, all the chess activities here.
And the City Museum. It's
Yeah,
fantastic,
yeah.
especially if you have kids.
Yeah, and I love visiting the the old Union Station that's been converted. That was the original train station, the gateway to the west, and of course the arch. Although they're remodeling the museum at the base of the arch these days, so that's a miss. But there are a lot of things to do in St. Louis.
A lot, and also maybe go to the gym and try to do some planks with Vichy.
And by the way, a cards game tonight. This is baseball town. I mean, St. Louis Cardinal is brilliant, and well, we're all going to go watch a baseball game tonight.
That's right, and we've got the smiling Wesley So. Great preparation day against Anand. He's with Maurice Ashley.
One of the co-leaders on the Grand Chess Tour, Grandmaster Wesley So, and your preparation today was just spectacular. Is it just what you had seen when you were analyzing it on your computer in the room?
Oh yeah, well thank you. Well, of course, everyone has to prepare these days. I don't think I prepared anything special. I was just following what I studied, but I actually prepared this line during the Bilbao tournament a couple of weeks ago when I was about to play Anish, so I was able to use it today. So yeah, I think everything went well. I managed to remember the lines, fortunately, this time. And in the end, he was a pawn up, but his pawns were doubled, and he didn't see a way to make progress. I think it was important, though, to trade the rooks, because with the rooks on the board, he might have some chances, but without the rooks, it's simply very difficult for his king to penetrate.
So a solid game with Black, a good draw before the rest day. What do you do when you have a game finished this early? I saw Anand yesterday go to the gym, and he said he's going to go again today. Do you hit the gym?
Yeah. Well, we plan to walk later on. The park is very beautiful outside. Maybe we can go to the zoo. And also tomorrow is a rest day, which is another blessing, be able time to recover and see where things are. But it's a bright sunny day, and this street in St. Louis in particular is very beautiful. So we're going to go outdoors and see a little bit of the city.
Now I have a gift for you.
A gift. Yeah.
Yes, a book on Eugenio Torre, written by Tibor Karoli. I'm sure he's going to appreciate having this be getting a plug. It's brand new. Tell me about Mr. Torre and his inspiration as far as Filipino chess.
Well, as you all know, Eugenio Torre is the guy who has played the most Olympiads, I believe. So he's also going to play in the upcoming Olympiad in Azerbaijan. And he's clearly a legend of Philippine chess. When I first learned playing chess, of course, his name was the one that's popular, him and Paragua, but mostly him. And he's one of the guys who taught me. he was the coach of the Philippine delegation for the World Youth back in 2003. So he was one of the first guys who introduced me to working with computers, and also showed me the importance of studying endgames, which I believe is his favorite part of the game. So yeah, this will be a very interesting read.
I don't know if your name appears in there at all, but certainly all of us who get inspired by chess, one day it's going to be Wesley So who inspires lots of young children out there. So we appreciate the style you bring to the game.
Well, thank you. Well, I'm very blessed to be able to be able to affect other people's lives by playing chess. You all know, we only live once, so we have to give our best. But we'll see. I'm still very young.
Absolutely, I like that quote. We do only live once, and we have to give our best. Wesley So, waxing philosophic today, certainly a great champion for chess, a great role model for young people. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Maurice and Wesley. And we have a confessional in round 5 today. Let's see what Maxime Vichard-Legrave thinks about his position.
While doing the plank, no doubt.
No.
This decision I took is absolutely committal, so it means that if one way or another I don't manage to get e4 in favorable conditions, or to exchange dark square bishop, or whatever, I'm going to suffer a lot, if not just be completely lost from a strategical point of view, I mean. So yeah, the next few moves are decisive, and whether I get e4, the wire 1-2, and I should be completely fine, maybe even get strong initiative. I mean, that's actually the reason why I decided for it, or it doesn't work at all, and so now we look stupid. So yeah, we'll see how it goes, but the next few moves are really of the utmost importance.
Well, I was trying to make heads or tails whether he was extremely pessimistic about his chances, or, you know, the optimism just spiked. Let's see what MVL was discussing. We'll go back more or less to these parts, and like yourself, Jennifer, MVL was talking about the necessity of getting in this e5, e4 break. But the way he did it was by compromising White's kingside, forcing White to play g3, but at the same time giving up the e4 square. And he's suggesting that it could be, you know, massively strategically lost just because of the two bishops, the fact that he has this insipid bishop on g5 versus this very powerful dark square bishop on f2. The necessity he was mentioning for being able to trade it, as well as getting in e5.
Yeah, we could just sacrifice it because, you know, if you take it with the pawn, we have f3.
Right.
If you take it with the knight and then recapture with the queen, we can play rook e8.
Right.
So there are definitely some possibilities to play this move.
Right. This is the type of really big initiative he was talking about, that things could really go his way. However, if, you know, things don't go his way, after knight takes e4, for example, you just a pawn down and strategically lost, or much worse.
So MBL told us, keep our eyes peeled on this game for the next few moves.
As they're going to be decisive.
And Maurice has an update on it.
Yes, this position is very exciting, and it's interesting to watch from a strategic standpoint. Indeed, knight dc5 is a typical move here you would expect by black. And then the move a3, just keeping this knight out and potentially preparing the move b4. Now, what happens often when someone plays a3 too quickly? The move a4 could happen, and now this pawn on a4 is hanging. And you might say, well, why can't I take it? It looks like it's possible. Maybe there's some danger here. Well, check this out. After takes, there are no good discoveries with this knight whatsoever. But this move shows up out of nowhere, that desirable e4 move. e4 now going down the board. You say, well, I got to take this guy because you can't let it push yet another square. And now you capture on g3, and now it's white that has to be careful because the move bishop to g3, queen to f6, and suddenly you're lost. You're losing. problems abound on this square, and knight's going to jump in to c5, and black's activity is suddenly coming up dramatically so. White can't castle. Stuck in the middle of the board is that king, and black has lots of play. So in this position, after f takes g3, h takes g3, but now bishop to d2 check, and more dynamic play by black. And this is what black's looking for, something like this to get that pawn off of e5 at all costs, even if you have to sacrifice yet another pawn. So this pawn after a4 is not one that you want to take. You have to make other moves, but he's got a clamp down on this side. So if that happens and you can't take it, then you got to wonder whether or not a3 is good at all. And now white has to look for other moves. It's not so easy to just castle in this position because your king is a bit unsafe. A rook might show up and start attacking you on this side as well. So this is a very sharp position, and it's going to be razor's edge. A position, though, that is not so razor's edge, unfortunately, is this one between Anish Giri and Levon Aronian. And I would say pretty much we can say this game is going to be a draw. The game proceeded after this position. We saw rook e8, and now Anish played a3, challenging the bishop. Rook e4 takes, rook e1, and they continue to hoover off all the pieces. A rook and pawn ending with not much life left in it has appeared on the board, and I'd expect when the king approaches that we'll be seeing these players give a handshake anytime soon.
Thank you, Maurice. Also a game that I'm keeping an eye on is the game between Peter's fiddler, Hikaru Nakamura. I must say that earlier I liked Peter's position a lot more than I do now. I think it's, again, in that evenish kind of zone. Both players had advanced their king side structure. After this move, bishop f4, h7, h6 appeared on the board. h2, h3 by Peter in g3, g4, and with this knight on g6, now this knight on e7 was a bit passive. I really like this knight on g6, constantly eyeballing this f4 square, wanting to claim it as a beautiful outpost. Knight d2. So from Peter's point of view, he's not satisfied that e4, e5 advance would necessarily lead anywhere. It looks like black is well equipped to deal with that push. And so with this move, knight d2, what Peter's saying is, okay, I'm going to reinforce this pawn on e4 and make you deal with this potential weakness over here on the b5 square. So in my view, Hikaru has moves like queen d7 as well as bishop a8, and I think the position's about even, but the board is full of pieces, let us say, and plenty of play in this game left, Jennifer.
That's right, and we've got an update from the Naka game from Maurice right now.
Yeah, plenty of play, absolutely. But in this position right here, the Indians give a move like c6, very bizarre, or a move like bishop to a8, which makes a lot more sense, guarding the b5 pawn. This pawn has been on priest for quite some time, and black was able to make tactical opportunities work. If you took, of course, there'd be a discovery along this file. But this last move by Naka may have taken it a step too far. The move knight to d7, and now the engine's going, wait a second. Maybe now we could take this pawn and take a look at this position. After knight takes, if you get the pawn back with bishop takes on e4, suddenly bishop takes, rook takes, and with this knight gone, no couple of trades on this side, suddenly the move a4, and this pawn formation looks like an advantage to white. This monstrous-looking bishop here is very important to the position. But not only that, once the rook drops back, let's ask you this question. Give me this one. And what if I just simply nibble on yet another pawn? Now we do have an extra pawn in the position. You're not getting it back anytime soon. This monstrous formation plus this rook, this position looks busted. This position looks completely lost. After knight takes b5, it is not clear what black should do in this position. There's another move here, the move bishop to a7, bishop to a6. The point being that if you drop back to c3, there's this move, bishop takes on d4. All good. However, here's this very subtle and cagey move, knight to a7. Oops, did he see that? Missed that maybe? Now bishop d4 runs into knight to c6, of course, and that is all she wrote. And after knight a7, if the rook decides to try to trap that knight, then we have the simple b5. Maybe he's worked out some variation here with queen to a8 in the position, and if captures here, then queen takes, and he's going to somehow corral this pawn. But there's some tactics to look at. Queen a4 hitting his knight, and also preparing to get rid of one of the attackers on the pawn. Lots of subtleties here, guys. It seems as though Nakamura might have miscalculated, but we'll see whether or not this variation appears on the board. You can bet that Peter would have been studying this, but incredibly, he did not see the line, or he estimated that it is not good for him, because on the very first move, after all this noise I've been making, he ignored taking the pawn and believed Nakamura and played positionally with the move knight to b3.
And that's a surprising move, because one of the great calculators, in my opinion, that I've witnessed in many years of playing chess is Peter Svidler. He calculates extraordinarily well, and that move knight b5, he had to see something that dissuaded it from him, because it sure looked quite compelling, especially from the analysis that Maurice was giving. And knight b5 is just looks really good. But we have a second result.
Indeed, Anish Giri and Levon Aronian have drawn their game. So 2 draws so far today. How many decisive results do you predict today? We actually had that poll in the Grand Chess Twitter feed earlier.
Wow, it seems like some kind of draw virus is infecting the players at the moment. We've had 2 rounds where all the games have been drawn. That's very unusual at a Sinquefield Cup, especially as all of the players are trying really hard. 2 tame games, I want to say, so far. While there's lots of play, I think Topalov is going to win with his extra pawn.
So is it going to be 1 or 2? I feel like
I'm going to go with 1. I feel like the Hikaru game, Peter Svidler game, even though there's a lot of play in the position, they seem to be matching one another very well.
But I think the NBL Caruana game could easily be decisive. So
that's another one, actually.
Of course, it's hedging your bets to pick one, because if Ding Liren manages to save, you're good.
Yes, exactly. But again, you're right.
I'll pick 1.5 decisive games.
Well done. I'll go 1.6.
Man, you got me there. But as we wait for the players, has there been a move in Fabiano's game against MBL?
Let's give that.
That one really intrigues me. I gotta love Maxime's confession, where he seems to be concerned about his position. But one thing I've noticed is that I think a lot of the players slightly underrate their positions in the confessionals, because they don't want to look stupid, you know? Like say, I'm totally winning, and then
just blow it with a single move. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, well, again, I mean, he was really waxing and waning, extreme pessimism. Strategically, I'm lost, it's terrible, I have a bad bishop, I can't get an e4, but if I get an e4, I have a huge initiative and I can win.
Exactly.
Like, what?
Or maybe Anish Giri, a friend of his, can give us some insight. He's with Maurice Ashley.
Well, I don't recall Anish ever going in the confessional booth, and of course, he is a friend of Maxime's, but Anish is a friend of everybody's, basically. I don't think you have any natural enemies that I know of.
Well, I hate a lot of people, but I'm being very discreet about it. Yeah.
I see. So we got a confessional from him right here. He hates a lot of people, but he's being very discreet about it. We'll try to get some more details about that. But let's on to the game. First of all, you play very aggressively in the opening with f4 and e4, looking for something, but he seemed to neutralize it quite quickly, and it seems as though you might have been in some trouble as well.
Yeah, I must say this idea is not overly dangerous, f4. It's just that the variation is so solid for black. I'm playing it myself from time to time, and it's quite hard to get something going there, something exciting. So, yeah, this was one of the most exciting things I could come up with. But I have to say, I tried to play principled, you know, and then I think at some point I was quite worried. That was a tactic that I originally missed and then saw, and he missed all the way. Some knight takes b2 shot. You can see here after b5, I guess.
b5 was the move that the engines were screaming to play.
Is it lost or?
It's not great for you.
The thing is what he missed and what I originally missed when I played bishop f5 is that after rook fd1, only move I think. Rook d7, queen e4, and okay, I thought that this is good for me because of rook d4, bishop c5, rook d1. But then I noticed that he has knight takes b2 here.
Yes, we saw this. We actually analyzed this and said
Yeah,
this was
and I think
quite good for black.
I think queen e6 check, rook f7, rook d2 is still holding, right?
Yeah, little, but certainly an advantage for black after
It
knight
is,
c4.
yeah. And then rook d1 back. I mean, but yeah, I was extremely worried about it. And I mean, he has a draw, but clearly he has more than a draw here. So I was quite concerned. Though I must say I didn't see a way for him here, but it's unpleasant that he has a draw already. And the way he played, he has a comfortable position, but it's just petering out into a draw. So in a way, I got lucky. I have to say that his move rook f7 was very, very pretty in the opening. I mean, the rook first of all covers from ef queen b3 check, but also swings to d7. That's why I took some time to play bishop h3 because it's obviously dangerous because of rook d7. But I missed this intermediate move of knight c4. I thought I always have a check on b3, but after knight c4, yeah. And here after bishop b4, I already didn't. Yeah, I mean, I thought this line was working. I didn't see knight b2. So yeah, it was quite. I think opening basically went very wrong for me, to be honest.
It's interesting to play sharp chess these days. It seems like you almost have to check everything because there's always some kind of nuance that suddenly pops up.
Yeah, and the thing about chess is that even if you play not sharp chess, you should always be alert for tactics. You know, they are always there. So yeah, I mean, no matter whether position is complicated or simple, there are always some nuances, some tactics that you can miss. So it's always good to be in good shape generally.
I know you were getting in good shape yesterday. You were in the gym when I got down there with
I saw you
good
doing
buddies.
the stairs, yeah.
Anand was there as well. Is this something that you do often?
I would say that desperate times call for desperate measures. That's how I would put it.
And what does that mean? You normally don't go to the gym? Or you're looking for a new way to freshen up your game?
Well, I have to... I mean, gym is something I've been doing a while back, but I haven't been doing it regularly. I don't know about you. You seem to be doing that on a regular basis, but for me, it's sometimes hard to really motivate myself. But when you get screwed over and over, it's quite easy to just get back on track and start doing things right again.
You got a pretty much an off day today with a rest day tomorrow. Any plans for the rest of the day?
Yeah, I actually had 3 whites in a row. I had a white, then a rest day, then another white. So I had a nice schedule for the coming days. Yeah, there's time to enjoy the games of the Cardinals and also go to the gym as well. So I'll have plenty of things to do. And I'm looking forward to prepare for Anand because he's always a nice opponent to play against.
Excellent. Well, we look forward to that. And you got great rest ahead, so enjoy.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you, Maurice. And just let Anish know that Vishy was trash talking about Anish's gym abilities.
He said it looked like you hadn't done a plank before.
Pretty good, pretty good.
I feel though you can get him pretty quickly. Doing a plank for a long time when you weigh a lot less is going to be a lot easier.
Yeah, for sure. And let's just take a look as we get set up for our next interview. When we left the game of Veselin Topalov, he was nursing his extra pawn. There was queen takes b4. The bishop stepped back because there was a direct threat in the position of bishop takes c5 and nabbing that bishop on b7. Veselin advanced his pawn, d5, and decided to give up one bishop in order to get some, well, looks kind of nice, some activity against black's king side. Again, with the extra pawn in hand, still looks like he's doing very well in the 5th round.
That's right, and we have Levon Aronian with Maurice now, looking healthy.
One of the co-leaders in the event, Levon Aronian. Levon, I'm sure that you wish you had another chance to play this move b5, as has been mentioned in this game. Did you take a look at it? Or you missed the move.
I did take a look at it, but I didn't believe in it. That was my problem. I kind of felt such things shouldn't work.
Why is that?
Letting white put his queen on e6, I was a bit... yeah, I should have spent more time there. I saw that c5 is a natural move that gives me at least a draw, and I kind of went for it. And then I should have spent more time there. Maybe I should have convinced myself.
Yeah, queen landing on e6 with discovered threats possible. You might lose your queen in some line. That had to be dangerous.
It looks really scary for black, but maybe it's not. So I still need to find out in my analysis.
So you're sitting at +1. Still a solid tournament for you. How's it feeling going into the rest day?
It's okay. So far, I've been playing short games, so I guess I have conserved a lot of energy, which hopefully I'll get to release in next rounds.
What's your plan for today?
I don't know. Just now I'm feeling good, so I'll probably go do some exercise.
Exercise?
Yes.
So this is like the plan everybody has, is to go and exercise. You know, everybody stays fit. That people don't realize how much chess players actually value physical activity. And what's your choice of exercise?
I think chess players more value the fact that people think that they value the chess activity. My plan, I'll probably maybe have a little jog in the park. It's a wonderful park here.
It's 90 degrees outside, man.
I don't care.
Pass out.
I'm from Armenia.
Is there any Armenian representatives in the Olympics right now?
Absolutely, and I'm rooting for them, and I'm hoping we'll get some medals.
Which sport is the big sport for Armenia?
Well, we're mostly in boxing, wrestling, or weightlifting.
Tough guys.
Yes.
That's why you're so tough.
That's true.
All right, well, we'll let you root for your countrymen and also get your jogging on, and look forward to seeing you after the rest day.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Maurice and Levon. And we have Alejandro giving us a breakdown, and he will take us to break.
Thanks, guys. And I want to talk today about how do grandmasters make mistakes? How is it that they commonly fall for traps? And I want to talk something that's quite common when you see grandmasters mistake, and it's that idea that when you capture a piece, it has to be recaptured. It's something that just comes naturally to a human being. You capture something, well, the idea is, of course, your opponent will recapture it. And I want to show a couple of examples where that clearly is not necessarily true. Now, normally I show you guys games from this tournament. I'm going to start with one of my own games that was played a long time ago. I am white in this position. I'm playing against a good friend of mine, John Bartholomew, in a UTD Grandmaster tournament, and I'm here with the white pieces. And I thought I was just chilling. I have the pair of bishops. I'm attacking this pawn on b4. You can see black still a little bit underdeveloped, and it's almost impossible to defend this guy. If you push it forward trying to utilize the pin, then I can always play a4 and then corral this pawn later. You can see it's not going to survive for very long. If you counterattack the bishop here with rook to a5, I have this really nice trick. Rook takes b4, defending the bishop, and if you take bishop takes b4, then bishop takes b4 check forks the rook and the king. That's really not playable. So my opponent played the move knight a6, which is exactly what I was expecting. And after bishop takes a6, rook takes a6, bishop takes b4, I went on to win the endgame quite easily. What both of us missed is that this sequence of moves is not actually forced. When he did play the move knight a6, bishop takes a6, there's a very surprising move because you think, okay, I took a knight, he has to recapture. That's how chess works. Well, actually, the move rook b8 would have been a very, very powerful move, as the rook now defends the pawn and at the same time completely traps the bishop on a6. You can see it has no moves whatsoever where I can at least get a pawn for it. It's actually black that has a slight advantage after the very surprising move, rook h to b8, and I think that it's a move that is very inhuman. This is how grandmasters make mistakes. You think bishop takes a6 and I capture back. The same exact thing happened today to Giri. I think when he started analyzing his position today against Aronian, after he played the move bishop h3, he was consistently calculating the variations that involved pawn or bishop takes f5, and he assumed immediately that the pawn was going to be taken twice in order to recover the material. And then suddenly, when he reached this position after the very clever move bishop b4, he realized that, well, that's not necessarily true. Pawn takes f5 might immediately run into trouble after bishop c4. You don't have to. This pawn, rook d7 might be an idea. The bishop attacks the rook. But okay, Giri decided, I'm going to take on f5, I'm going to take with the bishop, bishop takes f5, pawn takes f5, and normally when you're making all these straights, the first thing you think of is, well, the guy's going to recapture immediately, or maybe he'll hit some other piece. But it's very rare that after you have this series of trades, a quiet move is very powerful, and that's actually what happened in the game. Rook takes f5 would be maybe okay for black, but it's much more interesting and much more powerful to put the knight on c4 as Aronian did. The idea, as Maurice was mentioning a little bit earlier, you have ideas of c5, forks with knight d2 if the bishop disappears. The rooks are in very unfortunate situations. And okay, the pawn on f5 is weak, and it can always take a letter. Knight c4 was a very, very nice move, very quiet. It put some pressure on white's position. Giri clearly not happy with the situation. He was, after all, unpleasant in this position, but he did find a good move, queen d3, after which he has good chances of equalizing, but the tables have really turned. Giri was playing for an advantage, and I think that now he is just making sure that he doesn't get in trouble. Levon Aronian coming with the black pieces with very good ideas. I like this, that he doesn't think that he has to take immediately back after some trades. He analyzes all the possibilities and finds a very sweet move, knight to c4. How do players make mistakes? Never assume things in chess. Just because you trade off a couple of pieces, it doesn't mean that the trades have to happen immediately, or that your opponent has to necessarily recapture the piece that you took. For more information on today's games, we'll go back to Jen, Yas, and Maurice.
back at the 2016 Sinquefield Cup. I'm Jennifer Shahade, and I'm here with Yasser Seirawan. We also have a special guest with Maurice Ashley, Akshat Chandra, who exactly former U.S. Junior champion from last year, and he also has a very popular website called Quest to GM, and he's almost there. So
how close is it?
Very, as close as you can get, really.
All right.
And he has some big news for us as well. He's with Grandmaster Maurice.
Yes, I am Akshat Chandra, who played in last year's U.S. Championship after qualifying by winning the U.S. Junior Close. He's, of course, won many national championships as well. He's one of America's brightest talents. Welcome to the show.
Thanks, Maurice.
This time, it's no pressure on you. Last time you were on the show with us, you were busy getting shot at by all the best players in the U.S.
Yeah, that was a murderer's row.
Murderer's row is right. Well, you have some big news. Tell us.
Well, my family has actually moved to St. Louis. We did so about a week ago, and in the hopes that'll benefit my chess career. So, yeah, that's what I'm doing here.
Wow, absolutely incredible. You're now just down the street, I hear, from the chess club. You must be thrilled to be able to be as close to this establishment as possible.
Yeah, of course. I mean, St. Louis is the place to be if you want to, do well at chess. And, moving here has kind of been tangential to Fabiano's family's decision to move to Europe when he was a youngster. Europe has always been considered the hub of chess, but I think thanks to the efforts of Rex and Jeannie Sinquefield, that distinction is moving towards the city of St. Louis. So, yeah, I'm really excited to be here, and I can only hope that brings the same results as it did for Fabi.
Well, we're hoping that as well of you, that's serious and quite prescient of your family to make such a choice. So now you get a chance to visit events like this one. What do you think about this championship that's going on right now?
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, it was the first time I was watching such a high-level tournament in person, and the aura that was there was incredible. It made me feel really strong and made me feel like, I want to be there, I want to play with these guys. So, yeah, it's extremely inspiring.
When are you going to get back to the U.S. Championship? You got to hurry up. There's some, like you said, murderer's row ahead of you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to have to work on getting my rating up and hoping to get the wild card, I guess. We'll see how that goes.
Who's your prediction for this tournament right here? Who do you think is going to win it?
Well, I haven't really thought about that. I mean, I have a couple of, friends I'm rooting for, Fabiano, Anish, Vichy, so hopefully one of those guys wins.
That's still 3 answers. We only look for 1 answer on this show.
Okay, well, if I have to make a prediction, okay, I'll go with Levon. I'll say he repeats.
You gave 3 different names of your friends, and you switched to win Levon.
Yeah, I mean,
some friend.
I mean, I feel like he's pretty comfortable in this tournament, so I think he's gonna do well again. Maybe I'll make a new friend with this prediction. New
friend now with this, okay. I'm not sure I trust you given that you're a New York Jets fan. That's a bad sign. Tell me, how can you be a Jets fan and you don't live anywhere near New York?
Well, I mean, I was in New Jersey. It's pretty close to New York. I mean, most of the people I knew, they were Giants fans. But, yeah, I mean, I'm a Jets fan.
Smart people, of course.
Well, we did beat you guys last year. If you're a Giants fan, we beat the Giants last year.
Last Super Bowl victory for the Jets. Let me scratch my head on that one.
I don't think we need to know that.
Well, Yasser's a Dallas Cowboys fan, so you know.
Yeah, baby.
Oh, well, we beat you guys last year as well.
Wow, he's one-upping us, as he might be doing very shortly on the chessboard as well. Well, we totally appreciate you coming to St. Louis for sure. That's a really great move on your part and the family's part.
Thank you.
We wish you the best in the near future. We expect to see you. The pressure's on. You just have to match Fabi now.
Yeah.
Well, Akshat Chandra, one of the finest young talents in American chess, certainly on his way to becoming one of the great players.
Quick question for you, Akshat. You have a website, Quest for the Grandmastership. Tell us about that, and what are you posting on your website?
All right, so Quest to GM was a blog I started when I got into chess and received my starting rating. I thought it'd be fun to recount my journey, so one day when I'm a grandmaster, I'll look back on it and, maybe people can also learn from it. So it started out as a small blog. I just was writing for myself, really, but then a lot of people started visiting the site, and I started receiving messages how my blog has helped them so much and how they can relate to my experiences, so it's become something bigger. And I mainly write about my tournaments, my tournament recaps and also some, maybe talking about some of the high-level tournaments that are going on at the time. So yeah, that's what it's about, really.
And he's also got a Twitter feed, which is also Quest to GM, and he recently tweeted, gracious gesture by you, Peter Svidler, to accept the late invitation to the Sinquefield Cup. Looking forward to hearing that famous wry humor of yours.
Yeah. Very good.
This guy, one thing I'm looking at already is he's going to be a commentator at minimum. I know he wants to be a great player, but he's so articulate, so well-spoken, such a great writer. Yaz, I'm hoping he takes your job, of course.
Of course.
Because he's lined up, it looks like, to take mine. It's not a good look, but definitely a very well-spoken young man with bright future ahead of you.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
Thank you indeed.
That's right. That kind of classy remark and behavior is something we always welcome in chess, right?
Well, the remarkable thing for me, especially when I do the classes with the kids here at St. Louis, the lectures for the beginners and the advanced beginners classes, is the great manners that the children exhibit. I mean, they're really respectful, and I think chess helps their maturity, as Akshat is just a case in point. Very articulate young man, proud to have him in the chess world.
Welcome to the Midwest, all those manners, right?
There you go. There you go.
And I would like to draw your attention to this Svidler-Nakamura game. Speaking of the man that Akshat wished such warm wishes to, I gotta like his position here against Nakamura. It feels like Nakamura's pieces are a bit discombobulated, if you will.
Exactly. Well, the culprit was likely this move, knight f6 to d7, taking too many liberties in the position. And as Maurice pointed out, the capture knight takes b5 was probably the most challenging. Knight b3 wasn't a bad move at all by Peter Svidler. Knight b5 looked a little bit more challenging, but knight b3 just basically asking Hikaru, what are you going to do about this b5 pawn? He defended it with bishop a6, but now this huge square is on tap for a knight. You don't want to see a knight landing on c6. Hikaru had to defend the square c6. a2, a4, really a gorgeous move. If you capture, then after knight takes, oops, your rook is going to have to move, and the knight is about to land on c6.
And b5 is no great shakes either, because we've got that pesky little bishop f1.
Also on tap. So Hikaru had to play this move, knight on d7 to b8. So the knight moved from f6, where it was quite active, to the b8 square. And from my point of view, what is happening is Hikaru's is simply trying to hold on here, as things have definitely gone in white's favor. I like your move bishop f1, Jen. That looks really good. If you can force black to capture on a4, then the move b5 followed by knight takes a4 promises white a material advantage.
Do you want to explain why not knight a4 right away? Because I think you have an answer to that. But after knight a4 right away, at first glance that looks really good because we're attacking
the rook
on b6, and it doesn't have a lot of good places to go. But I think you might have that in-between move, bishop takes f1, and then after knight takes b6, pawn takes b6.
Right.
And that somehow, due to your very conveniently placed knight on b8, it seems like everything's working out here, and you're going to end up actually to the plus when you retreat your bishop pawn from an f1.
Well, only because you forced me to look at the line. I didn't look at it any further. Only now that the position's on the board, there is a knight b7.
That's true, yeah.
And there are...
I was thinking you could play like queen d7 here, but...
Which is good.
I kind of stopped looking after that.
Yes, after knight takes d6. It's a potential line. I mean, I hadn't looked at it deep enough. I just, I was doing what I thought was
But
really
you just
good
could play also b5.
With
so,
b5, yeah, and I really like white's position a lot now. So what does it mean? What does it mean? Maurice, what does it all mean?
It means Alexandra might be right.
I was looking at other stuff. I mean, back to the camera. This position, knight to b8, yes, Alexandra is definitely looking like the former women's world champion that she is, judging this position as better for white. This position, the Indians, bishop f1 is a very natural move. The Indians give even more concretely the move pawn takes. I like this position because you just steal this bishop from black, and now you can play a move like bishop to f1 right now, and then this rook has to drop back, and now you play the move b5, and hello clamp city, making this knight look really, really bad. And there's just so much spatial control. This is just one line you could play, but bishop f1 certainly looks quite appetizing. Definite trouble for black in this position. Another position that's trouble for black, and he is actually going down that route. The exchanges have taken place on b5. He has not yet played bishop f1 yet. The Indians actually like a queen move also, queen c2, queen d3, but bishop f1 is the most natural looking move to get the pawn moving. Queen d3 looks good as well. The other game I was saying black's in trouble, this one, Ding Liren, that pawn sacrifice is turning out to be a pawn blunder. Definitely looking bad for him, and the game proceeded in a way that just does not look attractive. Here, you played rook c5, trying to get at this a-pawn. Topalov said, no, that's my pawn, thank you. I'm going to kill this knight, and then play knight b3, chasing your rook, guarding the pawn, rook c4, the other knight now attacking this rook, and now bishop to b7. This piece looks ridiculous. Although black has the two bishops, you can't call them an advantage at all because these knights are perfectly well placed. This knight guarding this pawn and this knight secure in the middle of the board. Topalov broke the pin with the move queen to f5. He could have played f4 as well, but he said no reason to do that. And now this move was played, rook back to e7, stepping in the way of his own bishop. These bishops are just looking awful right now, and the Indians are going crazy with this move, e6, and saying that this move is a good one, definitely causing some trouble on f7, breaking through. Do you remember the game? It was yesterday, wasn't it? When Nakamura was up an a-pawn. Was it against Topalov? It was against Topalov. He was up an a-pawn against Topalov, and we were mentioning, okay, you've got the pawn on that side. It's time to break on the other side with the move e6. And this happened yesterday. It could have happened. Nakamura didn't believe it. He said, no, it wouldn't work. Now Topalov is doing it against Ding Liren. The same idea. I got the extra pawn over here. I don't need to worry about that side of the board. Now I can blast through with the same break e6 that could have happened to me yesterday, and it looks as though he will have an overwhelming position in this game, and Ding Liren in big trouble. The other game, Fabiano Caruana, you guys might want to take a look at this one. This is getting really interesting as it's heating up. Queen to e8 by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and he estimated he might be worse here, but the Indians are saying very good for black. Things are looking good, and e4 as a potential threat is looming over the position that Fabi has to pay attention to. It could be a pawn sack that happens, a typical pawn sack to get the e5 square for the other knight sitting on d7, and black looks perfectly fine.
e4, the key square in that game.
Wow, I'm still reeling a bit. Let's talk about this move Fabiano made. King f1. It's not the move you talk to your students about. In this moment, I think a lot of grandmasters and a lot of players, amateur players, would have simply castled and said, okay, I'm getting my king into safety, and I've got also king g2. I'm looking at king g2 as, reinforcing my pawn shield. But Fabiano castling by hand with the move king f1.
Wanting to keep the option of being able to play h4 open, perhaps.
Keeping the option of live at
later,
h4?
because otherwise you would always have takes on g3 and then takes on h4 if we actually castle.
So if we had castled and then played king g2, our rook on h1 would be on the f1 square. So he's saying, I want my king on g2, but he has judged that the rook on h1 is actually better placed than being on f1.
Which maybe means at some point he feels like he can play a quick h4 and g4 to alleviate some pressure. But the problem with that is,
or he just wants to discourage any trades on g3.
Yeah, right, to make that less powerful, especially after. But again, though, black's big idea is to at some point try to get into this e4 move, and
which is even more compelling with the king on f1, right?
Exactly. So it is a head scratcher, but. Fabiano always trying to be hyper precise, and Maurice, is this a a precise move or just a weird one?
Well, it has a very direct positional point, and it is what you said. The idea of being able to play h4 was his point without having to deal with any checks. If he had castled, obviously if he had castled in this position, and let's follow the same line with queen e8, h4 in this position, well, now takes on g3, you take and check, and nobody's signing up for this position with the white pieces. But his point was he wants to play the move h4. So now in this position, after a move like queen e8, let's use queen e8 as an example. Sorry, it's king f1, queen e8 as an example. Now he could play the move h4, testing black, and now when you take, he takes back, and suddenly there's a rook on h1 threatening the pawn on h7, and the queen's going to crash through, and pawn takes on f2 is without check. So that was his main point to this move, king f1. Now suddenly he's winning. However, queen e8, h4, basically Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is saying, go ahead, you want to do it? Let's see your point. Bishop back to d8, and now g4, and he can say, I succeeded at doing exactly what I wanted to do. Now I'm going to play bishop d3, put something on e4, and lock you out of the game forever. Except you never get the chance because the move e4 appears right this second, and suddenly when you look at it, knight takes e4, knight takes on e4, you go down this line for trades, and black now plays f3, and clamps down on the position with this move. Your bishop goes somewhere, not d3, because tempo is coming. This knight on e5 suddenly hitting this pawn, and that guy's a beast. You're never going to get anything off this dark squares, and black is saying, thank you very much for this position. Things are hanging. Actually, two things are hanging here. He's going to win his pawn right back, and because of that nuance, the idea he had with king f1 doesn't work. He wanted to play like this with h4, g4. It's turning out that it fails, and he's staring at his move now as too ultra nuanced and not sure exactly what to do. His time starting to tick down as well. So he might have outfoxed himself as Fabi in this position because of that e4 move that black keeps wanting to play as a sacrifice. It's proven that his idea doesn't work.
Thank you, Maurice.
Very thrilling here, and we've got a special interview for you guys. The Grandmaster Eric Hansen with Christian Chirilla, and it's coming up right now. Let's see it. Chess A. Chess A? Chess A?
A.
Okay.
We are here outside the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, and I am joined by another very special guest. Who are you and where do you come from?
Hey, my name is Cristian Chirilla. I come from Romania, but I reside in the United States at the moment.
What are your impressions of the Sinquefield Cup so far this year?
It's always a pleasure to be back. It's always a pleasure to see all these super strong grandmasters face each other, battle each other on and off the chessboard. So yeah, very enjoyable so far.
Any player sticking out to you from the field?
Fabiano is my personal favorite, but the way things look at the moment, I think Wesley is going to pull a big surprise and win the tournament.
That's the first time I've heard that. My first question for you is, in a chess boxing match, who would you take between Sergei Karyakin and Magnus Carlsen?
At the moment, I believe Sergei Karyakin has the reach advantage, so he would go strong at the beginning, but Magnus's cardio should prevail. So I will go with Magnus.
Magnus by decision?
By TKO.
TKO. Okay, that's one of our first predictions for the upcoming World Championship. If you were a character in Game of Thrones, who would you be?
Jaime Lannister, I would say.
Jaime Lannister. And, well, there you have it. Christian. Oh, one more question. One more question. Okay. Christian is actually a chess pro, and what I wanted to ask him was, who should be the next chess pro? Vishy, who has submitted his application, or Anish Giri, who still needs to learn to plank, but he's got age on his side?
I think Vishy is the more suitable at the moment. Anish needs to do some bench press before. Yeah.
He's got to work on his chest. There you have it. Back to the studio for some more analysis.
reminds me of guys who are looking at all these like super hot girls, like that they're gonna date, and they're like, oh, I don't know, should I pick that gorgeous one who's super successful or that one? It's like they haven't said yes yet.
No. That was a hilarious interview. I'm telling you, it's a good thing, I guess, it was tape delayed. I guess it wasn't like live like you've been doing in the past, just because Eric is. That was take 4, I've been told, by the way. But okay, that was hilarious. Hilarious.
That's one word.
Thank you.
They get better and better.
They get better and better. Well, Veselin, followed your advice, Maurice, that move E5, E6. Breaking open Ding's kingside position was met by bishop c8. Oops, I thought we've already seen it. I already played it, actually. I'm thinking of pawn takes f7, rook takes f7, queen takes d5. 2 solid pawns up now for Veselin in this position. And he has a time advantage as well. So looking very, very bad for Ding Liren. You're still laughing about the interview.
I'm loving.
I know. I know. I feel it's like a Monty Python skit every time Eric comes on for an interview.
Chess boxing prediction.
Chess boxing.
Of course, we mentioned earlier in the show, we're really excited that the World Championship match is going to be in New York City in the South Street Seaport, and that's coming up in November. So very exciting.
Have you ever visited that location
I have.
in the past?
I think there was some other event I was out there once, but yeah, I definitely did. I went to NYU, and there's actually some dorm in the South Street Seaport, I think. I never stayed there, but like I had friends who were there.
Nice little shopping area that they renovated from an old port, yeah?
Yeah, it's great. And we have a couple of questions coming in to our hashtag Sinquefield Cup. Somebody's quoting you saying, good manners are the key to life.
Yes.
Oh, one of many. And then we've got Tarjei Svensson, one of our favorite tweeters, and he says that he's watching gymnastics from Rio, and he realizes that it has quite a few things in common with chess. And I gotta agree, I mean, those leotards, they're just like spinning images of each other, right?
I think he was talking about the mental preparation, that gymnastics and chess. You know, you're thinking about your routine and what you've got to do.
Okay, I didn't think of it that way. The leotards just sprung at me immediately. But which gymnastics I'm not a big expert on gymnastics, but I love watching it.
Me too.
So,
in fact, just the other day, where I was watching the women's team, all-around team, and the U.S. had a phenomenal result where we literally were 10 points ahead of the next gymnastic team, which was just like huge. I mean, we were just so far ahead. All of our ladies performed brilliantly in their exercises.
Yeah, and I read about this 19-year-old girl who's supposed to be one of the best.
Yes,
in the
ever.
sport.
It's just brilliant.
But
they were really good.
I kind of get what he's saying.
Simone Biles, of course.
Simone
It's astonishing
Biles
what she's doing. Her success is unprecedented. She does
phenomenal
stuff people, other gymnasts look at it and say, you're going to die doing that stuff. And how can she do that? And she's just eating up the sport, winning everything in sight.
Yes.
USA, man. Not just Baku that we're winning.
Right.
But I got what he's saying when I'm looking at some of those balance beams. Chess is so much, unfortunately, for better or worse, chess is very much about not screwing up. Yeah. I mean, you just got, especially when you're like you're at the amateur level and you're trying to become an expert or a master. One of the best things you can do to get there is never hang any pieces, or never hang a rook, right?
Right.
And it seems to me like when I'm watching the balance beam, like the amount of pressure that it's like, don't screw up, and that's so much of it.
That's one of the sports in Rio that I really, really have a hard time watching is the balance beam, because, I'm catching my breath. I'm just like, please don't fall, because
exactly.
It's such a hard discipline. Maurice, your thoughts on chess in Rio?
Well, absolutely. You watch the American men work the pommel horse, and man, it just kept screwing up. Right at the end, another error. It's like, come on, the tension is so hard to maintain that power. The pain must be just ripping through those muscles, and you get to that point when the lactic acid is building up, and they just make that error, and they were pretty devastated yesterday watching that. Now, will this American male be devastated, Hikaru Nakamura? I don't think so. He came up with a very cagey response in this game, and you've got to see it. After this trade on b5, he's lost his bishop, rook b6, b5. That just looks like a clamp down, total control of the position. And Nakamura said, I don't think so. I am going to break out with this move c6. I want to just trade down on this square. And after knight to c4, rook takes b5. And all of a sudden, there is no real advantage for white, that is. Why? Because if bishop takes d6, this looks so good. This looks like perfect timing. Suddenly, this move, rook takes b1, and bishop takes d4 was no doubt his plan to give away this exchange, allowing this position to appear on the board, and a sudden dark square domination, knight to f4, pawn to c5, knight landing on c6. He's up in exchange, but when the king locks itself in on the g7 square, it's just not at all easy to win. So it optically, because of the material advantage, looks good, but it's not really anything special here. Full compensation for Nakamura. So Svidler decided not to go down this route. After that, he played takes, rook takes instead. He played on b5, pawn takes, and now knight takes, a very different position, absolutely. Now he's still saying, I might win this pawn. The Indian's giving the move b4, not giving the pawn back right away. And this knight will land on the f4 square as well. No advantage, any real advantage, that is, for the white forces, even though optically it still looks good for him. If I were Svidler, I would believe that I actually had something here in this position. And Svidler certainly has that look. Nakamura looks like he thinks he has to really work very, very hard right now. We see that he has on that shirt, which is the 2015 U.S. Championship shirt, and that was the one that he actually won the event. So maybe a lucky shirt today, trying to channel the Nakamura of 2015. That certainly is an exciting position, but there's another one that's super exciting, and it's this one. I love this one between MVL and Fabiano Caruana. Fabi played king f1, queen e8, and Fabi realized, okay, hold on a second. The guy wants to play e4. I got you. I got something for you. I'm going to play rook e1 to make sure I control that e4 square. Now what are you going to do? Well, what about I play e4 anyway? So what? Your pawn, your rook is on the file. No big deal. And this move is quite fascinating. He wants to put his pawn on f3 at all costs. If you play knight takes e4, he simply trades it off. And if you now play queen takes, then he just trades down and drops the pawn. Well, in this position, he can actually take on this square. More dynamic chances for him after the move bishop to e3. So suddenly the position has exploded with e4. The world number 2 player, MVL, making sure he doesn't get in a clamp. He knows that if a piece lands on e4, he could be shut down for a long time. If we go back to this position before queen takes e4, he also has another move, bishop to d3, to try to win that knight in a different way. But suddenly the queen shifts side and goes to h5 and shows the dark side of putting the king on f1. So another position where he has dynamic play for giving away this square. By the way, he's gotten the e5 square himself. So MVL with a great move e4. This game certainly heating up. We'll see where it goes, as Fabi has, in fact, Fabi has responded with the move bishop takes on c5 right away. We're going to see some stuff settle. There's a lot of smoke in the way right now as stuff starts to get really crazy in this position.
Heated, indeed. And we have an international caller, Jen.
Yes, welcome to the show. Let us know where you're calling from.
Oh, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Stephen. I'm calling from North Wales, United Kingdom.
Oh, wonderful.
Hello, Stephen.
I lived in Chicago for 15 years. I used to play at the chess depot on North Avenue, right there on the lake. I used to tell people I'm from Wales, and no one used to know where it is. So I say Wales, UK. So I'm from close to Wales. My question is this: I really love your program. It's beautifully done. Maurice Ashley asked Fabiano Caruana yesterday. He didn't ask him. He said, if you would have won the candidates tournament, you guys would be on ESPN. You'd be mainline American TV, and it's such an essential thing for you guys to be mainline. My question is, could you explain for the viewers why if Karyakin and Caruana both got 7 points in the Canada tournament, that there was no playoff, and how FIDE works? I still don't understand why Kasparov broke from FIDE, and I wonder if you guys could give us a breakdown of why Karyakin, why Fabiano is not challenging Carlsen if the FIDE. And my next question is, if I can ask one last question. A lot of people have been posting videos on YouTube about the flat Earth, and people have been posting videos about seeing a ship on the sea from 100 miles away. And how is that possible if the Earth is round? And I look forward to your answers. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Wow,
Jesus,
thank you. I'm going to pass
the
questions. I'm going to pass on the last question, but I will take the Caruana Karyakin question. Karyakin did get more points than Fabiano
Yes,
Caruana.
because in the final round, he won against Fabi
Right.
and won clear first.
Exactly. So he did win fair and square, and he played very well in that game, indeed.
A deserved challenger.
But some huge American fans like me, and I think even bias withstanding, had quibbles that Fabiano Caruana was in a must-win situation because of the hypothetical chance that if the game was just a draw, there would be no playoff. It would go to Karyakin on tiebreak. And that's one of the reasons that you saw Caruana play such a risky opening because
Victor Rouser.
he had to win.
Yes, with the black pieces, a big ask.
And big shout out to UK also, because one of our wild cards here in the Grand Chess Tour last season in the London Chess Classic was Mickey Adams, and he just had an outstanding result in the British Championship.
+9.
Yes, getting a record score, 10 out of 11, and he gained over 10 rating points, is now creeping up in the top 20. So shout out to Mickey.
He actually tied Julian Hodgson for 10 out of 11, but I think Mickey's 10 out of 11 was against even stronger opposition, Dwayne Jones and others. So a really, really huge victory for Mickey. That was just fantastic.
And certainly some evidence to your point that manners is the key to success. Because Mickey's the nicest guy. It's hard to imagine he's the world-class, top 10, 20 player.
Truly. He is just a very, very sweet person. Going to the game of Peter Svidler, again, I'm with Maurice with this one. I'm sitting there saying, if I were in Peter Svidler's shoes, I'd certainly be very pleased about the position. This knight on d6 looks to me to be a monster knight. You're ready to reinforce it with e5. The pawn on b5 is hanging. d4, d5 appears to be coming up next. And it is shocking that the computer's saying, nothing special. Computer's just saying, let me keep the pawn, not allowing the bishop to capture on b5. And after you play a move like e5, he's ready to play either knight c6, as Maurice mentioned, or knight f4. And optically, it looks great for white, but maybe Hikaru has judged this very well indeed. And I'm flummoxed by the fact that this very good-looking position isn't a huge advantage.
Yeah, that is surprising. And what do we have going on in the MBL game?
Yes,
that one
and that
continues to intrigue me.
With everybody, that game really did blow up, and the move King F1, I was double guessing it. I thought that castles looked very, very sensible and straightforward. King F1, setting up those H4 ideas. Queen E8, cross them, and after Rook E1, E4. Actually, in a certain way, we're told, don't force your opponent to make good moves. And if black doesn't make the central break, E5, E4, strategically, as MVL himself confessed, his position's rotten. So he had to go for E4, and Fabi played knight, bishop takes C5, knight takes C5, knight takes E4, knight takes E4, bishop D3, and we've got
so this is what he had in mind, because
on the board.
He was really hoping to take on E4 with a piece rather than a pawn, which would, of course, lead to disaster in this specific case because of taking on G3 with check.
Well, exactly. You don't want to open up that rook on F8 against your own king, sitting there on F1. And
So now
I'm sorry, has a move been played, Jen?
No, I think
tell from
I
my
think I
camera
just see
angle.
bishop d3. So now we have to take a look at what happens after it takes on g3 anyway.
Takes on g3.
And because there's a rook f, if you play rook takes e4, we have rook f3 check. I don't
Yes.
know. I mean, we're down.
That looks very, very good for black.
Yeah.
So you're
I mean, remember we are up a piece right now.
Right.
So,
You're essentially
yeah.
obliged to play bishop takes e4, and now you got to look at how
we still
consequences
that's right.
might go with queen h5.
Do we have g2 check or rook? So if we play rook f3 and g2 check, you have bishop g2, right? That holds everything.
Yeah, I got my queen over here too, so no trickies.
No trickies here. And if we play g2 immediately, you can just take it. So
either with the king or the queen. But okay, what you can do, I like this move, queen h5. I'm just trying to understand what the consequences might be after king g2. Is this too dangerous, putting my bishop on h4 and trying to keep it there, g5? First of all, I've won my pawn back, and that's a good thing. I suppose white should, in this exact position, play bishop takes h7 check. Ooh. And then with advantage for white. So still some issues at the moment.
Maybe some decent defense here by Fabiano, just for concrete reasons. Maybe he's making everything work. What do you think, Maurice?
Well, that line is certainly a decent line for white, but black can play differently as well. After bishop d3, f takes g3, bishop takes e4. In this position, black can throw in the move g2 check, king takes g2, and now just play a pawn down. But it's the kind of pawn that you realize is going to be very hard to do anything with. This bishop is going to land on the f4 square and then plant itself on e5, and it doesn't look like white's going to make any headway in this position. Not losing, of course, pawn up in solid position, but it's going to be virtually impossible to make any headway in this position. I think this one will lead towards a draw for these players. Another game, though, that I don't think is going anywhere near a draw is this one. This position after this position, rook takes, queen takes, and two pawns down is Ding Liren, and now queen to e6, offering a trade of queens. In this position, rook to b4, and now rook e3, just building his position after queen a8. The move rook c1, ignoring the threat to his pawn on g2. Of course, if you dare touch this pawn, then the move rook c8 lands on the board, and there's some nasty threats wherever your queen goes. We'll put it, for example, on d5. You run into the move rook takes f8, and you can't capture back because it's simply mate in 1. So the pawn is defended quite actively with this move, rook to c1. We now have the move bishop d5 on the board, and the engines are giving the move rook to c8, and that is what Topalov did. Rook to c8 now, and he is just removing all the blockaders. Bishop takes is just going to be forced in this position, and he'll take this guy. 2 pawns up is Topalov. There's still some work to be done to get this A pawn further down the board, but I think, Yaz, as an old pawn grubber, you'd be smiling at exactly this kind of position as we see the queens are leaving the board. There's going to be some technical difficulties ahead for sure, but I think that A pawn is going to cost black a piece at some point, and not much left in the game.
And the other point being with the rook on A8, that bishop on F8 is a nasty pin. You always got to be cognizant of a knight e6 landing in the position. And I like, Veselin has been playing a very impressive, forceful game thus far. Let's see if he can keep up his very good play. I believe we just had bishop c4 as the last move, Jen. Am I right on that?
I think I did see that.
Yes.
Yes, I saw that on the camera.
After. So 2 nice options here look very compelling to me. A6 as well as knight c5 and I'm also even, no, knight e6 is too early, sorry. So A6, pushing a pawn, or knight c5. What about knight c5 here? I know I'm offering the f2 pawn as bait. I hope at least it's bait, but I'm trying to get a knight to the e6 square as well as to support my pawn running up the board.
Be careful though. Knight c5 runs into bishop d5, and suddenly suddenly nasty retreating.
All kinds of
attacking your knight.
Are hanging
show
out.
that line.
Yes, that's a lovely one. Knight c5. aiming for the e6 square is met by bishop d5 with 2 discovered attacks, one against the knight, one against the rook. Oops. So, pardon me, have to exercise a little careful.
It's odd, but it's not so easy for white to untangle. And the Indians are giving moves, let's see, after bishop to c4, the Indians are giving sort of quiet moves like h4, for example. Rook c3 is a move, rook c8 is a move. It's kind of an interesting position. It's as though the bishops are, particularly this bishop, is blockading in a weird way, and and the knights are not quite where they belong. You know, knights need stable squares, and we'd love to pick up this knight off of b3 and put it almost anywhere else. That's why you put it on c5.
Right.
You know, if you could just kind of get that long knight move and drop this sucker on e5, you'd be quite happy maybe.
Yeah.
But right here, just temporarily, these knights are stepping on each other. Knights are terrible defenders. I mean, just simply awful defenders, because they can't move and maintain the defense of the piece that they were just once defending. So once the knight moves, suddenly things become vulnerable. Like this knight can't move and keep control of this knight. That's why we saw this move get hit by this move. Tricky things are knights at handling them. They're such sensitive pieces that they are powerful, of course. The knight forks devastate not just beginners, but grandmasters as well. But they're so subtle and difficult to handle, and especially when they get tied up. Has Ding Liren found a way to tie down these knights and cause some problems? Find that hard to believe, but the Indian's not showing any easy progress for white in this position.
Wow. Again, perplexing. And let's just jump over to the game between Peter Svidler and Hikaru Nakamura, because that too was a perplexing game, and the players have basically followed our analysis. B5, B4 was essayed by Hikaru. E4, E5, everybody's dream, reinforcing a knight. Knights love it when they are defended. The more actively you can defend a knight, it seems to grow in stature and strength on the board. So E4, E5. Yes, exactly. Knight C6, getting off the back rank, aiming on a good day to maybe get to a better square than the B8 square. And, oops, sorry, I seem to be updated with the position. I thought more moves had been played, but
so
apparently
here's
not.
why, you know, it looks like it should be good, but it's annoying that, like, if I play a move like, the knight also attacks d4 and it defends b4, so if I try playing like a double attack move like queen a4, well, then my d4 pawn hangs. So, and then we've got a completely even pawn situation, and in fact we can't even take on b4 because there's a knight c2.
Exactly, but the natural move here, though, Jen, sorry to just jump in there with bishop c4. It's not like I'm necessarily threatening knight f7 or anything like that. I just want to, you know, wind up for the big punch of being able to play d4, d5 in the near future and breaking through.
Right.
Also, with my bishop on c4, I'm hoping that I'll be able to play queen d3 and maybe even a bishop takes e6. Kind of, well, it's not really a sacrifice, but just to break up the team and bring my pieces into play. Maurice, your thoughts on the king side, black's team?
I can go after like d4 with queen b6 at some point.
That is true.
And I also, you're going to have trouble getting in d5 with me being able to play knight e5 in a lot of those lines.
So if I go for it and I go d5, you mean you got knight e5, I'll take this guy, and you're going to take on c4, maybe. It's sharp.
Yeah, indeed. Maurice, your thoughts on this madness?
Very sharp and crazy, and I'm impressed by Nakamura finding this specific defense. It looked so unusual, bringing the knight back to b8, and it looks as though Peter made some kind of error, but it was not obvious. It looked like the right way to go. You walk down the line, and suddenly you look at it and you go, where's my advantage? I thought I was better. And he's just not better, just not at all. After queen to b6, it is white who's now concerned about this pawn, this bishop on g3. It didn't look so bad, but it's not doing anything. This bishop may be corralled, but it looks as though they're both not doing anything special. Meantime, just a knight and a queen doing something very specific. You know, you have the knight on d6. One of the things about having an advanced knight, the so-called Steinitz knight, is that it's nice when there are lots of stuff on the board. Lots of stuff. The more stuff, the merrier. You have a rook that's dominated. Maybe these pieces can't find any open files. But it's not the same knight, this one. Often a knight can go to a square and optically looks good, but it doesn't have any real punch. This knight is pressuring f7. That's pretty much all it's doing. And in the meantime, concretely, this knight may not be as good as this one because this one's so advanced, optically speaking, but it's concretely operating on this pawn and this pawn, as is this knight doing the same thing. Knights like to be very specific, and just because they look good optically doesn't mean that they're really good pieces. And right now, Black is creating a lot of counterplay against this D pawn, and the engines are giving triple zeros in this position, saying that this position is not a problem anymore for Black, and Peter's fiddler and his posture is showing it for sure, as Nakamura is pulling off his fiddler and strolling back and forth. Seems as though Black is completely out of the waters and in no trouble, Yaz. I know you're scratching your head, can't believe it, but sorry to say, it looks like it's true.
Wow. Okay, and we have a phone caller.
Welcome
Hello.
to the show.
Welcome to the show.
And no, the earth is not flat.
No, the earth is not.
Hi, my name is Chech. I'm calling from Brighton Beach. And first of all, I'd like to say rest in peace, Danny Kopech and Korchnoi. We took a big hit this year. And I'd like to thank the SLCC for the immense contribution you guys make to the sport of chess, what you do for kids in chess, Jen Shahade for women in chess. And I think if chess is ever elevated to the same level of spectacle commodity as it was in 1972, it will be in no small part to what you guys are doing right now. As far as my question goes, I'm volunteering to coach chess to kids who are incarcerated, and they have the time, enthusiasm, and love for chess as anybody, and they are willing to spend 8 hours a day studying. But they have no access to things like ChessBase and YouTube. So they can get books and, tactical puzzles, opening manuals. But can you recommend a sort of program of study, how much time they can spend on, let's say, opening books, tactical puzzles, just a good, solid program for an aspiring, master chess player with the time to spend 8 hours a day on chess?
Wow, great question. And kudos to you for doing that. I mean, that's such an important service that, this is about rehabilitation, as I think at all ages, but especially for our young people.
Right.
They don't want it to be punitive, but rather something that will help them grow. And what better than chess, right?
Yes.
Well, if I may interject, I've had the opportunity to work with young people on Rikers Island in New York City, also at the Red Hook Juvenile Detention Center in Brooklyn. And now we're about to start a program with the Police Athletic League and the DA's office of Brooklyn to do the same, to bring chess to an audience that absolutely always embraces it, always loves it. My recommendation to you is don't worry about the computer stuff. That's okay. It's not accessible right now, but those books will be great training for them. I would also say don't worry about openings. Just drop those. General opening books are fine. The principles of development, control in the center, and the like, just fine as well. I would do two things primarily. One, the great games of the past. I would indoctrinate them into the great history of this game, the great world champions and their classics. You can never go wrong studying the classics and learning all about the great players who have played this game from all over the world. Light a fire. For me, chess traveling was a big part of why I wanted to play chess. It gives you wanderlust thinking about all those great places in the world that these players are from. So I would say rigorous training on the classics of the game. And of course, tactics, and more tactics. There's so many great tactical books out there, whether it's 1001 by Reinfeld, or any books that you can get on solving chess tactics and puzzles. Those two alone will get you very, very far and get great grounding in the game. And at some point, you'll start building on things like end games and such, but that's already pretty good.
I love that advice, and I also think that, of course, playing each other. And as for openings, because he does ask master level. Obviously, once you get to the master level, you're learning a couple openings.
Yes, you have.
But when you don't have databases and you're just looking at opening books, it's a little scattered, I'd say. So my recommendation would be writing things down, old school.
Oh, always.
And that'll give you a sense if you have like a big hole, like if you have E4 and you suddenly have like a big notebook filled with that, or like 20 pages, and then you have D4 and suddenly it's skimpy, there's nothing there. Maybe you need to find some opponents who will try the queen pawn against you.
Right. When I was growing up, I was also very attracted to the game of Go. I thought Go was just a magnificent game, and I understand that there are shogi schools in Japan where they give you what are considered the 100 greatest Go games ever played. And in these schools, you are forced to memorize these 100 greatest games of Go. It's not so easy because Go has about 200 moves per game. So to memorize 100 of the best Go positions, Go games, and I always thought, how would that relate to chess? Should you be memorizing 100 games? And I remember Grandmaster from Israel, he tied with Garry Kasparov for the USSR Championship. He told me he had memorized 700 games of Bobby Fischer.
Wow, yeah.
So if you don't have a lot of materials, memorize some of the great games of chess.
I know Magnus has an infamous memory. I mean, not infamous, famous memory. He's supposed to be very good at memorizing the classics. So you can't go wrong if you go with Magnus.
Yes.
But we have insight from some of our players here at the Sinquefield Cup on what they do to prepare. So as we go to break, we're going to listen into that.
When it comes to preparing for a tournament like this, do you prepare specifically for every player, or is it just more of a general preparation?
I used to be a guy who would prepare just generally, but I think last 3-4 years I'm more preparing against the opponents. So the preparation starts when I find out who I'm playing and with which color.
You keep everything very general till the pairings are done, because 9 opponents, 2 colors, you have to cover broad categories. You want to have enough in your toolkit that you can then pick and choose very easily. So while you say broad work, it's not like you neglect the details.
I prepare more in general. I just want myself to feel comfortable here. And I did not prepare for the particular opponents.
I mean, a lot of it's just been general preparation, and I mean, there hasn't been a big stopover between Bilbao and the Sinquefield Cup. I mean, it's only been about a week and a half since that tournament ended, but still, I've been looking at a fair amount on what my various opponents are going to play, and I feel pretty good.
Just as always, I've been doing some chess. I've played a lot in the past few months, so I took a little bit of time to rest as well. I kept in touch with the game the last week as well. I've looked at a few things a little bit.
Well, I would have liked some more preparation for an event of this magnitude, but on the other hand, I always welcome chances to play against the world's best. I did get a bit of a warm-up playing against MVL. Didn't go according to plan, so to speak, but it did give me some much-needed practice.
You have to have your plan laid out ahead of time, especially since all the players are pretty versatile in the opening and can surprise you. There's a point to trying to prepare specific things against an opponent, but I'd say it's more useful to have your entire plan laid out.
Well, we have action everywhere at the 2016 Sinquefield Cup as we approach the second time control. And I don't know where you want to go first. Actually Nakamura's game against Spidler has just exploded. But we also have lots of tactics on tap in Fabiano's game against MVL.
Absolutely. We had 2 draws so far in the round 5. But the 3 remaining games, wow. We were just kind of blown back by the recent move of Hikaru Nakamura. Here are the standings after 2 draws.
But with lots of pending games. So Veselin
Exactly.
Topalov, if he wins this game and he is up material, he leapfrogs and leads the tournament going into the last day.
Precisely. And like you said, he's been nursing a 2-pawn advantage for quite some time.
And we'll look at that one later because first we should get to the ones that are really exploding. Why don't we start with Nakamura's game?
Okay, let's go there. I bring that up on our screen.
So we were talking about the strength of this knight in d6, but how there are some tactics in case of your idea of d5.
Exactly.
And after bishop c4, queen b6 was played.
And d5 as expected. And the move that I had just been looking at with Rex, actually, Rex had joined us, was knight on c6 takes e5, takes, and we get a position like this where the computer actually just said dead draw. But Hikaru said, I'm not satisfied with the draw. I want to play the move bishop takes e5. And the big difference now is that after you capture on e5, bishop takes e5, knight takes e5, the big difference is that this pawn on f2 is weak, so that after f7 takes e6, look at this. Suddenly there's queen f2 in the position, there's knight f3 in the position, and it's black who is getting the initiative. So after bishop takes e5, I'm looking at the position now with fresh eyes because I hadn't seen that explosive move bishop takes e5 coming. I was just like only looking at knight takes e5. And we have a move by Peter. Did you see it, Jen? I'm looking at
He
the...
took on e5 with the bishop.
He took on e5, yeah.
And knight c...
and now he took on e6. So
So
same thing.
he's getting the position, but how is he going to handle f7 takes e6 with these multiple threats to the f2 square as well as f3 square? I guess he's got to play bishop takes e6.
As he has,
And
and then I
now
guess he can
king
stick
into
something
the
on.
corner?
He could stick something on f5, right?
Okay,
I mean,
so first of all, king into the corner. Yeah,
By
now,
something, I mean the bishop.
Well, yes, that something better not be the knight because, oops, that hangs the bishop. That's not what we
You
intended.
knew what I meant.
Rook e3? No, you want bishop. Okay,
Yeah, bishop
that's
f5.
fine. So after bishop f5, I can't...
And we're completely even in material there. The dust has settled in that manner.
But
So I
after
don't
rook
have
d8?
knight. So I don't have knight c4 because you just have knight takes c4 and the rook is covered on d8.
Or just taking on d1.
That's true.
But
Sorry.
there is this one, bishop takes, rook takes, and I've got queen over into the corner. That's nasty, and I'm fine in this position. Okay, so... But
And bishop f5 has been played.
He did play indeed bishop
So let's
f5.
see other moves here besides rook d8.
Yeah, rook d8 didn't...
Because you could play queen a1 immediately also. No, then queen d6, right?
Right.
Well, then queen d6, bishop takes g6. That could be another way out of it.
Right. I'm just looking at b2 for a moment. What do you think? What do you make of that?
There's all
move?
sorts of interesting ways.
You
to
can't play
play.
bishop takes g6. That's just a no-no. You're allowing the black queen to crash into white's king's position. So b3? No, the knight on d6 isn't. It's just not
The
contributing.
engine's first move. B3.
Yep.
B3 solid.
b3 solid.
Black is out of the woods.
Yes.
Black has no danger. I'm so impressed by the way Nakamura handled his business this game. The way he defended what was clearly a worse position. Just amazing vision for the exchange sacrifices that were possible. And Peter's got to be scratching his head like,
where did the advantage go?
I had a good position. And what happened?
Queen d5. Okay. Posting up, so you want to hit the knight.
Yeah, because
Makes
I got
sense.
some pressure on f7 and
No,
g6.
Definitely makes sense. Hold on, let's give the position a look-see. Well, rook d8, knight f7. Well,
rook d8, I can take on e5, right? And then rook takes d6, rook e8 check. So.
Yeah, breaking through on g8. That's not a good idea.
That seems too good for me.
Yes, it does. Doesn't it? Do I really have to play b2? Okay, let me give that a shot.
This is tactical, to say the least.
Definitely.
So I'll try taking on e5 anyway.
Okay, having said
that
A,
was kind of my
you gotta
idea.
say B. Well, let me promote to a queen.
And then
before I press my clock, I'll put the queen on the board.
Oh God, so clever. Luckily, it's not a blitz game, so
right.
You'd be okay either way. And now I better take your queen and play king g.
Well, wait a minute.
Oh,
my turn. My turn.
Queen f2.
You bet.
Those darn in-between moves get you every time. Okay, so that was a little bad.
I guess
that b1 equals queen. I guess, can I play bishop b1? No, queen takes f2 again. Eventually, I will not miss that move.
It's worked 3 times. Fourth time's a charm.
God, that is hard.
That's frustrating.
B1 check threat. I guess I can move my king to G2.
No, that will lock into knight f4. Well,
yeah.
I mean, if nothing else, you could possibly just play, I don't know, rook f1, rook b1.
Yeah, rook b1, but it's like my idea of queen e5 was to try to threaten something.
Of course, you wanted to push away this powerful knight on e5 that's causing you all kinds of grief.
Well, what a great move, b3, stopping the idea of queen a1 and keeping the tactics at bay after queen d5.
Well, this is a key moment.
Really big. And key moments also abounding in Caruana MBL, and Maurice has got the scoop on that.
Yes, a very stunning development in that game because we thought we knew exactly what MVL was going to do, and then he did something just completely perplexing. In this position here, all the way back here, it's a very interesting moment. He could play the move G2 and keep the H file closed. That just seemed positionally logical without too deep a calculation. Just play G2. He goes down a pawn for sure, long term. But after king takes G2, queen H5, the file is closed. The bishop shows up on F4, and it's a different kind of position. Should be tenable. However, he did something different. He played queen H5 first. And after king to G2, suddenly he wasn't able to keep the file closed. It's about to open up by force. After G takes, rook takes, he was forced to play this move, bishop H4. And now bishop takes A7 check is a wake-up call. Suddenly, if you capture this bishop, then queen takes queen, king takes, and rook takes with check. And thanks for the extra pawn and the better position, as well as another rook is going to show up on the 7th rank. So after bishop A7 check, he had to play king to H8. And now bishop to E4, rook F4, king to H1. And after queen E5, now rook to G1. And white has the nice open files, all the pressure along this side of the board. Now black is still saying, I think I can establish a dark square blockade. So he has played the move G5 right now. But the engines are not buying it because black has to now answer a very serious move, C5. We talk about it all the time. When you have pressure on one side, you keep that pressure, you're going to have to break through on the other side. That's how you do it. You stretch the opponent's position. This move is a serious move, now creating a pass D pawn. His bishop is just ironclad rock in the middle of the board. And these rooks, now that this is the case and this bishop is buried on this square, these rooks are going to get a little bit more flexible. Of course, he has to watch out for his king, but so does black. The move takes, and maybe a trick with rook takes on E4 doesn't head anywhere because after queen takes E4 check, simply a rook move to G2. And there are some tricks, though. I experimented with this line, but it looks like after rook to D1, the king will be able to shift out of there. Now the engines are saying, not so fast, watch out. So this might be a line to look at, guys. Maybe this line is not so easy as all that in this position. The engine's not even giving my sacrifice. That's kind of weird. Well, maybe let's find out why I'm blundering with this idea, because I thought it would be simple enough after rook to G2. This is the move that the engine's like, and now if you try this check, now queen drops back to G1. Okay, that's the refutation to the idea, and black is in trouble. So this position certainly still sharp, certainly some interesting ideas. After that move, G5, but C5 looks like the one that's going to open up the game and create all the problems if Fabi plays it. I want to see how much time is left because this position is rich. And Fabiano Caruana, 9:48 left on the clock. to make another 9 moves. So he has to watch that. We remember he famously had only 1 second left against Peter's Fiddler when he made that time control. Probably better watch out. But I think he should be able to handle this without any worries. But he's starting to tick down quite a bit on the clock. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has double the time with 18 minutes on his clock.
Thank you, Maurice. The game that I thought was going to end in a victory for White was a game between Veselin Topalov and Ding Liren. The players have made the time control. This very nice move, breaking Black's play on the queen side, the rook on b4, the bishop on c4, rook c8, very good, king h7, getting out of the back rank pin. With this move, rook c3, it's really a nasty move because basically it's asking Black, where do you want to place your bishop? Okay, if you go back to d5, which looks perfectly reasonable, then after rook, again chasing the bishop, and if you try to again establish that same position, now I get to move my knight to c6, and after rook takes, I'm really doing fine at last. I'm ready to push my pawn all the way to a6, and thanks to my great knight on c6, ready to push it to a7 as well. So that is what Ding Liren is facing, and he knows that if he's going to be able to hold this game, he's got to figure out a way of utilizing the 2 bishops to create some kinds of fortress positions, and he's got to win this a5 pawn to save the game. I don't see how he's going to do it, and I think Veselin Topalov is still going to win this game. Maurice?
It's really paradoxical, though, because despite being up 2 pawns, this bishop on a6 is a fantastic blockader, and this bishop on f8 is so good in the defense from a distance. There's an interesting point that a lot of players who may have studied Nimzovich are not aware of. It's a point about blockading pieces. Which piece is best when blockading? And the knight is usually the traditional piece that you use to blockade. But the further, there's something about the geometry of the chessboard. One is the further down this pawn gets, any passed pawn gets, the more important and more critical it is that it's a bishop that you're using to blockade. Why is that? Because the bishop can not only blockade the pawn, but it can also control the board as well. Down the board, the bishop can go to a lot of squares, so it's a flexible piece. The further the pawn goes down, the knight, when it starts to blockade, it can't do anything. It's only a blockader, and that's it. So that's one of the things about the bishop. The other thing is bishops are such good defenders. They can move and continue to control the squares that they used to attack. So they're very flexible in defense. And even the bishop on f8, it looks like a bad piece sitting on the back row, and yet it's controlling so many squares in the position, and it's flexible. It could fly to a lot of squares as well. These bishops are actually proven to be quite annoying, while these knights still are tethered to each other and refuse to are finding it difficult to move. The engine is now giving this move rook to a4 and saying, you are stuck guarding you. This can't move. This piece now, this rook has shown up to try to help him, but now he can't move because of this pawn. And here's a problem. If you play a move, for example, like like knight to c6, getting this piece out of the way so this knight can move, suddenly here comes another move, rook to a3, and now this knight is pinned to this rook. This is getting annoying. It's like, how do you undo this problem for White? And the engines like White here, but at the same time, they're not finding any variations. I'm looking at all the lines that the engine's spitting out. There's no line that says, I do this, 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 and I begin to make progress. Every move just looks like time wasters. Moves like h4, moves like rook to g3, and at the end of the variation, still I don't see how to get this blockader out the way and untangle these pieces. It's a very strange position right now. One thing, though, that's not so strange and wonderful in the chess world just recently, I believe it was actually this morning, a good friend of mine, Vida Kovaruchko, who is married to Yuri Kovaruchko, they had a baby girl. She was a resident, a grandmaster in residence here at the chess club. Of course, Yuri is one of the top players in the Ukraine. He has been over 2,700. He's on the Olympic team. And Vida is a women's grandmaster herself. So a new chess player has been born to the world. That's a pretty good rating average to be born to. Probably end up being a basketball player, but still, congratulations to Vida and Yuri on having a baby girl.
Absolutely,
Beautiful.
congrats, and that gives me a chance to also go back to Alexandra Kosteniuk's interview earlier today, because the Grand Chess Tour tweeted her memorable comment that chess is a great game for girls. I think it gives even more benefits to girls than to boys, and that when she had a baby girl, she decided, wow, this is great. I can teach her chess, which is a wonderful thing to hear, because unfortunately from some old-fashioned families you still get that, oh, I'm going to teach the boy chess. So it's funny that Alexandra had the opposite instinct. Not that she wouldn't have teaching her boy chess also.
Because the little girl can play in girls' competitions as well as open competitions.
Exactly. It's a very pragmatic attitude, actually. And Ogunusku Babatunde
That's easy
tweeted
for me
in,
to say.
tweeted in, quite interesting, please do tell us how chess benefits girls more than boys. Well, I don't want to speak for Alexandra, but I will say, speaking for the girls that I work with, I think that chess is unusual compared to other sports in that you can, whether you think it's a sport or a mind sport, we don't have to quibble about semantics, but girls can compete on the same playing field as boys,
Equal footing, yes.
which is really good for their confidence. And second, as a huge pragmatist, I think that if you end up becoming really serious about chess, I believe that girls and women are just as smart or smarter than men. So they can reach, if they put the same time and effort, they can reach the same level, and then they're going to get more opportunities, invitations, etc.
How do you see Hu Yifan? Do you see her as a potential world champion, overall world champion?
Hu Yifan, I'd love it, and I think it really depends on the system, but I think it will be very tough. I'd like to have, let's just put it this way, I think she's got a chance, but I'd like to have more horses in the race to feel like we had a really good chance to have a even female challenger. We need more horses in the race, and hopefully that will come from future generations.
Fair enough.
Definitely harder at this point because fewer women enter the fray, but if more people had Alexandra Kosteniuk's attitude, then
you may have more horses in the race.
Exactly.
Okay, when we had left it, Maurice had mentioned that now was the moment to strike with the move c4, c5 in the game of Fabiano versus MVL. Interestingly, Fabiano said, let me take the queens off. Not a decision that you would expect of bishops of opposite color. He played the move queen c3. I thought c5 was begging to be played, actually. Queen takes c3, b takes c3, king g7, rook slid over to b1, and this was Fabi's point. Well, now with my rook nicely posted on the b file, what are you going to do about that? I suspect that what MVL's intentions are is to play for a dark squared blockade with a king f. Well, he did not. I beg your pardon. He played simply rook back to f7, keeping his pawn. I was about to say I thought he was going to somehow magically get his king on e5, his rook on c8, but he played rook f7, and this was for sure Fabi's idea, to play the move rook on h2 to b2. Still an extra pawn for white. You got to say you got to like his chances. What do you think here, Jen? This bishop makes a bad impression at the moment. Offside. Of course, if it gets to e5, black is going to be doing great. But if you can force your opponent to passively defend the pawn with rook b8, then king g2, and white's going to be doing great because c4, c5 is going to be huge when it lands on the board.
We also have ideas of rook b5, and you can't easily play b6 because of rook a5.
Anyway, yes.
So that's kind
of did MVL spoil his position with Maurice?
Well, queen c3 was, I think, a time pressure decision. And seeing how little time he had on his clock, now he's down to 3:24 and counting down. And you see there he's moving quickly, and he found the best move in the position. But I think he decided, you know what? Let's trade queens and avoid those complications. I want to make easy moves. He still has the two rooks, so opposite color, bishop position, at least you need majors on the board to prove anything, and he at least has the 2 rooks to work with, but not as much an advantage as he had before. But he did play this move, rook to b1, and yes, rook f7. The challenge with doubling rooks, unfortunately, is timing-wise. Rook to c8 shows up on the board, and he's hitting this pawn. He'll give you this one for the pawn on c4, and I don't think that's a trade you want to make, because suddenly this pawn on c3 comes under heavy pressure, and this position is actually starting to look just fine for black. The key move is what Fabi did in this position quite accurately. After rook to f7, he instantly played the move rook to b6, tying down black. This move, trying to make sure this pawn turns into a passed pawn. It's a different position now. The move rook to c8 allows rook takes on this square, and if you take on c4, now his rook turns into a rambunctious piece, and this pawn is about to rush forward, king f8, d6, and this is a different kind of advantage. The bishop is about to land on d5. He's looking at mate threats. Both his rooks are going to get very active. So, for example, rook here doesn't do anything. Let's just take a look at this variation. This rook check won't show anything because the king can go up the board, and white is starting to get in real control of this position. So this is quite strong right now. And so we go back again to the position that's on the board. He did play the move rook to b6, and Maxime has not moved as yet. So again, we're looking at this clock. We see Maxime has 10 extra minutes, and Fabi still has to make 5 moves. 5 moves in 3 minutes. That's not exactly where you want to be right about now. That's a lot of moves, but at least he played the first one accurately. But he, as we said, he's not managed his time really well. And I think, like I said, queen c3 is the kind of position you play because you want to get to an end game and get rid of queens and the complications. But he could find himself making some inaccuracy right now. And Yasser, you're pointing out the move rook to d8. Well, the engines say c5 is a move you still have to look at. c5 is quite dangerous in this position. Watch out for this position because his rook is planning to swing over to the g6 square and still get that setup with the d6. So the engines actually prefer rook a6 as the best defense against this move, rook to b6, trying to at least get that rook's pressure off of that third rank. Certainly a wild position, and Fabi's going to have to try to control it with only 3 minutes and 18 seconds left on his clock.
Thank you, Maurice. But rook a6 is not an easy move for grandmasters to play. You know, acquiescing to a doubled a pawns here. We can take this guy and take this and play c5 anyway, guaranteeing ourselves a really wonderful pass d pawn. Is this going to be enough to win the game? Maybe not, but probably rook a6, in fact, is the best move because the rook was just getting way too active on the g6 square in those variations that Maurice was pointing out. Let's take a switch and go over to the Peter Svidler game. When we left it last, hey, does this look familiar?
Yeah, we did look at this line.
I think we looked at this line all the way through. Indeed, Hikaru played b3, queen d5, b2, and we were looking at moves, I don't know, I think we were looking at rook f1, rook b1, and so forth. Rook takes e5 does not work because the pawn is actually just promoting. So rook b1, and we're up to date with the players. How do the chess engines assess this one? Maurice, it's still wild affair.
Triple zeros.
Triple zeros.
All lines. Triple zeros, in fact.
Really?
Yeah, all lines, and maybe even a bit better for black, in fact, in this position. Black has this passed b pawn. It seems completely isolated from the rest of black pieces, so it seems weird to be saying that it's that simple. But it looks as though black can start to think about forcing the game along. The top move, there's several moves. Queen c7 is one move. Queen b4 is another. And the engines are giving the move bishop takes g6, knight takes g6, queen to e6 as a move here, and then queen to d2, and some rambunctiousness happening on this side. Queen takes g6, and now queen takes f2 check, and nichia, as they say in Russian, perpetual check, and a draw. Crazy position, but it looks like neither side has any edge right now, and that one should be a draw. Now, guess what? You talked about the move rook a6 being found, hard for GMs to find. I guess when you're the #2 player in the world, you find moves like rook a6. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave did find this move. Rook to b2 played instantly, and you see that he is trying to play as fast as possible, is Fabiano Caruana. But his last couple of moves have given black a real chance, because now this move is possible. Rook to c7, and if you play rook takes d6, now rook takes c4, and the c3 pawn is dropping, and this bishop will be just in time when this move g4 happens to guard along this rank. Still a slight edge for white, but it looks as though he's had to make those quick moves as Fabi, and he might be slipping just a bit. That's a big time edge right there in this critical stage going to the time control. And Fabi's feeling the pressure, feeling the nervousness, and MVL trying to time it just right with good moves as Fabi's studying carefully. I want to make move 40. I want to make move 40. But the pressure is on. It was not really well handled by him. And the queen trade really didn't benefit him. He's still in time pressure.
True. Well, a big decision here actually for MVL, because there are different fortress type of positions he could try to aspire for. One is bishop g3, c5, and then you go rook g3, pardon me, bishop g3, c5, and then you go rook g6, check, so that at the end of the day in this story you have two pass pawns on d5 and f3. So that's one fortress that he may be studying. The other one mentioned by Maurice is, you just go rook c7 and you agree to the trade of this d6 pawn for the c, and I see a bishop move on the board. It looks like he did, well, he went
bishop
for bishop f2. Whoa.
I don't know where that one came from.
Where did that come from? I was looking at bishop g3 as well as rook c7, but bishop f2?
And, okay, bishop f2 is crazy. Also, you got to switch to that game between Peter Svidler and Nakamura, and the bishop takes g6 did happen, and we have the move queen to c1 check on the board. So another bit of excitement here, a queen sacrifice. The only move, of course, is king to g2 here, and then knight takes g6, threatening knight f4 check. They are currently on move 38. That one, though, not with any real time pressure, I don't think, for either side, but still, wild position. The engine's still going triple zeros in this position. The queen down on the c1 square, knight f4 check. Looks like black has some kind of attacking chances, but that's not going anywhere according to the engines. This one, bishop f2, allowing rook takes on d6, and then the super calm rook f6. Okay, I don't know how to play chess, clearly. Now this pawn looks free to run. I mean, it looks like he should be able to play rook to d7 check, but he's saying, let's go into an opposite colored bishop position. The more you look at it concretely, is this rook just trapped? That's the point. Very nice point. You can't save the rook. And that is the point. Once we get to a bishop opposite color position, even though he is down 2 pawns, he will not be losing the game. So amazing idea. And it is on the board now. Rook f6 played on the board. A hugely fascinating concept by MVL. And it looks as though he's going to get that position he wants. Look at the clock ticking furiously. Okay, he's just gained some time on the clock and made move 40. Has Fabiano Caruana, but confident MVL, having discovered how to trap this rook, force it off the board, go into an endgame. And it looks like he's going to draw this game quite comfortably. Beautiful save by MVL.
Indeed, very instructive.
Great concept. And it goes to show how bishops of opposite colors always has resources for the side who's material behind.
But let's move to Svidler Nakamura, because we're still not in time pressure. We're still not at time control yet, and that line did appear. And then we saw queen d4 check. So the question now, so basically, since we last looked, it went knight takes g6, and it looks like that game has been drawn. So I think after queen d4 check, the issue is that Peter doesn't see anything better than, neither side sees anything better than simply queen d5 check and perpetual check. But why? Check. Oh, so why not? So king h7, I guess. Just queen b7 check is also...
Right. You can't escape the check in a nasty way with king h8 because queen b2 lands with a check.
And yeah, and then you actually have to play a pawn,
pawn down.
Down endgame, which would be no fun for Nakamura.
So the players agreed to a draw by repetition. Again, just a great game. Just a well fought game. And kudos to Hikaru for going into a position which I optically looked really bad for him, that he had judged it to a T. It's really, really great. And yet another draw.
Well played.
A well-played draw. So that leaves us at the moment with 2 games on tap. The game that I thought was going to go for our win is between Veselin Topalov and Ding Liren. However, Maurice has been pointing out that the chess engines are saying not so fast. The 2 bishops are putting up some very, very stout defense, and these knights are not impressing on b3 and d4. So we see this move knight e6, bishop b4, and I think, are we up to date, Jen? I don't see, it's white's play now after this move bishop b4. So what can Veselin do to upset black's pieces?
Guys, we might be seeing 5 draws again.
Oh no.
Despite all that effort.
And that is because rook c6 doesn't work. Why? Bishop has to come back to b7. What do you think, Jen? What am I missing? Bishop can go to b5 too, but let's say bishop b7, yes?
Yeah, okay. Try bishop
Here.
b7.
I wanted to do something that was very clever. Now I forgot what it was.
You wanted to play rook b6, right?
I did want to play rook b6. I am assuming bishop a5 for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I can
And
always go
now-
after you go after the f2 pawn as well.
And now I wanted to go rook f8 and try to take advantage of some tricky business, but I don't think I have it. You just go rook e7, yeah?
This is really messy.
Yeah, well, somehow I thought with the king here, I'll show you what I really wanted to do, was do something like this, so that I've got this very unpleasant check on f8, forcing you into a discovered. I thought I saw some tactics like this. So all around, it's so hard to get a point against these guys. And let me just check in on the Fabiano game. They have reached that bishop ending. Fabi did play the move d6. But I'm assuming after bishop c5, we're going to see a quick draw handshake, d7, king, d7. And frankly, this is just a fortress position.
Yeah, there's
Nothing to be done.
there's no way for White to try anything here.
No.
Because
No.
anytime you go after our g5 pawn, we can adequately defend it with bishop e3.
Precisely.
And you can't attack b6 and g5 at the same time.
No, your king doesn't move that fast. Not at all. And we're getting set up in the studio for a game we just finished that kept us on our edge of the seat with 7-time Russian champion Peter Svitolin.
With Peter, after a tremendous battle, looked like a great position for him, but somehow Nakamura came up with fantastic defensive ideas. Peter, you must have felt like, I got him in the hand, I think I might squeeze him, and
Where exactly?
there it wasn't there.
Well, the thing is, I mean, the opening choice was mainly to get a position with a lot of pieces in play, which I think both of us were extremely happy about. We both like playable positions and, you know, not theory heavy. I think it suited both of us perfectly. But then, objectively, I don't think White should be doing quite well in this line. I think Black has to be very comfortable. But then Hikaru made a number of decisions which I couldn't understand, because I expected, frankly, that he will just give up this pawn on b5 in some kind of a fashion and just go for mate. And, you know, it sounds simplistic, but chess sometimes works like that, because my king side is weakened, and I expected him to go for that kind of a line of play. And instead he gave me all of these, opportunities on the queen side. And somewhere around when I played b5, I felt I must have a safe advantage. But in fact, after b5, c6, I'm not sure who's better. c6 is just an incredibly strong move. And then, frankly, I was lucky I got away with it, to be honest. In the end, I was the one looking for forced draws, because my position is objectively quite dangerous. His passed pawn doesn't look like much on b4. I mean, originally, once we get to this position, but my weakened king and the bishop on g3, which is not doing very much. I understand I'm going into detail, but
Oh, absolutely. We have the screen up here,
Yeah.
so not a problem.
A position like that. When I played b5, I got to this point in my head, and I thought I have a pair of bishops. I have two pawns in the center. E5 d5. If I actually manage to play e5 d5 and open up the center, I will probably give mate. And the pawn on b4 is very far, and black's pieces seem to be scattered all over the board, and this has to be brilliant for me. And then we got to this position, and I realized I am not better, and I probably should start thinking about finding a way to just make sure I don't run into serious trouble. And that was a huge turnaround, because I felt, for once I got a comfortable position with white. But I think what happened later is, at least it looked to me like it was reasonably logical, and it seems to be a force draw.
Now, there was one moment before this that may have been something. If we could go back, to a position when you could first play, when he played knight to d7. What did you have for knight takes, instead of knight b3 in this position? What did you have for knight takes
I suspect he
on
wanted
b5?
to go bishop a8 and just give this exchange. I have a feeling that was his idea. Bishop a8, a4, and just snap on b5, and bishop takes d4.
And take on d4.
Yeah. I was kind of wondering about that myself, because I played knight b3 very fast, and then I realized that knight takes b5 maybe deserved a more serious consideration. But I have a feeling that was what Hikaru was planning here, and that position, black should have tremendous compensation for the exchange. Although now that I think about it, after bishop a8, maybe a4 is not the only move. Maybe I could consider playing something quieter like queen e2. So I'm interested about. I'm interested in Hikaru's opinion on the subject, because he spent some time on knight e7. He obviously didn't blunder knight takes b5.
Right, and then queen e2, the pawn structure is pretty different.
At least the a pawn will not be doubled. So maybe this was interesting. I'm wondering what his plans were, because I made two moves in this game rather fast. One was knight b3 and one was before b5, and both were probably not forced. So. Sometimes, you take a lot of painstaking decisions, and those that you make with your hands, so to speak, come back to haunt you a little bit in the end.
Well, you played 3 games in a row and 3 draws. Kind of normal for you at this level. Feeling better?
Feeling a bit better. I mean, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but without the first 2 games, I would have felt even better, and winning a game at some point would be quite nice. But it's a very tough field, and I seem to have restored some sanity to the proceedings. So.
Yeah, and Fabiano's just drawn against MVL as well. We've got that story. So 4 more draws. What's happening? Is it just that hard for you players to beat each other?
Well, it's a very, very level field. And there's no real edge to speak of on paper, and the last 3 rounds seem to bear this out. But I'm sure there will be bloodshed in the future. And today was, you could maybe say that the previous 2 days were slightly damp squibs, but today there was plenty of excitement there. I think MVL's game was very, very interesting. My game featured, its share of adventure. So.
Well, we look forward to more adventures, and you go get your rest for the rest day, and we'll see you
baseball.
And hopefully get some bloodshed. You're interested in the baseball for later.
We're going to the game today.
We are going to the game, so we'll have fun at that too.
Thank you.
Enjoy the evening.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Peter, for joining us and sharing your ups and downs of today's volatile game. I was just, I share Peter's opinion that optically it looked great, but Hikaru had resources to match him throughout. It was a really good game. What Hikaru might say, pure chess.
Well,
and he's with us in studio, too.
Yeah, so we'll find out what he thinks indeed.
Yes, after tremendous defense by Hikaru Nakamura to keep that game in balance and even give himself some chances, he is now still at 50%. Hikaru, that was in a really amazing position. It looked like you were worse optically, but then you came up with a few ideas and ended up showing that you were okay at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a strange position. I mean, I guess the first thing was I thought this H3 G4 idea by Peter was, actually at the time I thought it was quite dubious. To me, somehow, I thought he should have played the way he did in the game, but maybe just go queen d3, bishop e3, knight e2, knight b3 like this. And I thought he should be a little bit better, but somehow I just couldn't find the right idea. Like, after this whole line, move what? Or, that's not my game. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, like right here, instead of bishop a6, I mean, this is the critical moment of the game. I used a lot of time because I really didn't want to play bishop a6.
Well, let's back up just one move.
Sure.
What is your point after knight takes b5? What was your intention?
There are a few moves here. I mean, first of all, there's bishop c6. And I guess white has to go like knight a7, bishop a8, and or bishop b7, sorry. Bishop b7 I think is stronger. Is bishop b7 or bishop... No, sorry, bishop a8. What am I thinking? Just bishop a8.
And, of course, he has to play, it looks like the pawn on...
No, the pawn's hanging. I mean, he has to play, I think, knight c4, maybe? Is that the only move? But, I mean, even here, like, knight c4, if I play, like, knight f4, for example, I think there's a... I mean, I don't think this is clear at all. Takes. Yeah, but now I'm going to have some queen f6 tricks, maybe? Or not? Yeah, not really. No, there's e5 here, sorry. Yeah, somehow I thought I had enough compensation here. I mean, there's also bishop a6 as well, I think. Yeah, bishop a6 also is quite interesting. Like knight a7, I thought rook b6 was one try. And like queen a8. Takes queen a7. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why black should be worse here.
Queen a4, just to continue the line. Because
it keeps going, queen a4. Okay. Rook d8.
And I guess a trade on...
I mean, I don't know, like bishop f1 or something here, maybe.
Bishop f1 makes sense,
yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's all very tricky. But I mean, even here, maybe just c5, for example. It's all very double-edged and messy, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, this is where I lost thread. Okay, I mean, obviously I had a chance to take a brief look, and I mean, after looking with the computer, certainly what the computer said was much better. I mean, the problem is, yeah. So after knight b3, right? Go ahead. I mean, I thought I kept trying to make knight f4 work for like 20 minutes, and it somehow it doesn't. Like knight f4, takes queen d2, queen g5, and like knight e2 e5. And now I think just rook, rook bc1 was the problem. Winning the pawn on... basically the problem is here I have to somehow defend the pawn. Like, if I put a rook on c8, then I walk into knight a5, bishop a8, d5. And, I mean, I know it's a King's Indian, but bishop a8, d5, h5, f3, I mean, somehow I think it's too little. I mean, f3. I just suspect white can double, and I'm just much too slow on the king side, I think.
Bishop doesn't look that appetizing.
Yeah, so that's why I used like 20 minutes trying to make knight f4 work, and then I saw this bishop a6 as a backup. But I mean, the move the computer gives, I mean, because I looked briefly, is so much more obvious now that I think about it. We should just play knight b6 here. I mean, it's if I hadn't gotten stuck on this knight f4 idea, I think I probably would have found this idea. Knight b5, queen d7, knight c3, f5, and I mean, it's just everything's flowing. I mean, I don't know, maybe white's still better, but. It's just extremely logical, but I kept trying to make knight f4 work, and then, I mean, you can't think forever, and so I saw bishop a6, and I saw it wasn't losing on the spot, so I just played it instinctively. And after that, I don't know if I was ever really that much worse, but...
It's quite a rich position. This idea with knight b8 and c6 was really fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very tricky position, because basically everything depends on the structure. Like, if I go e5 and he goes d5, I think white's probably just winning long term. So like I always have to do something besides e5, and so if I can't play e5, then I have to try c5 or d5, and d5 of course is never happening. So basically I'm trying to make some c5 work. But yeah, so knight b8, bishop f1 or takes. I mean, I think I was always maybe just slightly worse. I don't think I was much worse.
Were you going to sacrifice an exchange at this point?
After what?
I think it was after knight c4.
No, knight c4, rook b5 is the game.
And bishop d6 right here. No, not takes.
Wait, bishop d6 right here? Right, so here I go rook takes b1 and bishop takes d4, of course. Right. Yeah, exactly. Takes and bishop d4. This was exactly what I was going to do.
Okay.
And like bishop f8, and I have to be careful. I think if I go queen f8, queen b7 is quite strong, I think. Yeah, so I go king f8, and I mean, I just saw him getting c5, knight d7, and I mean, I can't be worse. I mean, actually, maybe I'm just better here, in fact.
Right.
but anyway, yeah. So and then like later, I mean, it was strange because I think we both missed some things here, but we both were okay with what we missed tactically because like, okay, so Queen B6, yeah, and I mean, I thought Rook E4 was a better try, but I mean, I had a feeling Peter was going to blunder, or not blunder, but miss this Bishop takes E5. So
did he miss it? Did he say?
Yeah, he did say he missed it. I mean, and during the game, I had a feeling, you know, Peter is actually, I mean, perhaps one of his weaknesses is that more so than a lot of other players, he tends to calculate very long forcing lines, and when you do that, if you make a mistake, you just lose the game. I mean, kind of like what happened in his game against Topolov. I mean, he was trying to calculate some line, and then he just missed a very obvious move. And so, yeah, so I think Peter missed Bishop E5, but then later, I mean, then I missed something, but he didn't play it. So like in the game after, yeah, so like here he went Bishop F5, only move, B3. Yeah, and I would have played B3 instantly, but I didn't play it because I saw B3, and after like 30 seconds, I saw this move Knight C4 here. Knight C4, Rook E6, Queen D8, and Queen takes B3. And I mean, when all is said and done, I think Knight G5 is a draw. But I mean, it was very scary looking, and so I used like. I think I had like 15 minutes. I used like 10 minutes on this move, and then suddenly Peter just blitzes out Queen D5. I mean, and if I had known that, I would have gone B3 right away and saved some time. But
no, you can't do that though.
But yeah, no, but yeah, I just blitzed Queen D5. It was like, I mean, why did I just think for 10 minutes on Knight C4? But yeah, and then okay, so B2, right? And of course, Knight C4, which is Peter, I think was his original idea, just loses to Queen B4 instead of Rook B1. Knight C4, Queen B4, and just. The point is, I mean, Peter mentioned this, Rook takes E5, just loses to Queen. I mean, he originally thought this was a draw. We spoke briefly after the game, and B1 takes, and I originally thought King G2.
Yeah, there we go.
What happened when you do the Sinquefield?
Too many variations.
Yeah, so anyway, though, this just one's takes, King G2, and there's Knight H4, and checkmate's coming. I don't have to take the rook, but so then Peter just played. What did he do? He did Rook B1, right? And it's just a draw. Actually, there is one other line that I do want to point out just quickly, though, which is instead of B3, if you go back. Also, because originally I thought instead of B3, Rook D8 was just drawing easily, because Rook D8, for example, like Queen A1. Rook takes D6, Bishop takes G6, and now there's Rook F6, and there's just going to be a perpetual with Queen F2, Queen F3, and so like, but much to my horror, as I realized during the game, instead of Bishop takes G6, there's Rook takes E5 here. Rook takes E5. I mean, I don't know, maybe. No, Rook D1 doesn't work. So Knight E5, Queen E5, Rook F6, Queen E7, King G8, Bishop H7, King H8, Bishop C2, and White's winning. Or wait, sorry, no, am I blind? Is it a draw?
F2.
Oh, maybe I'm blind.
I'm
blind. Okay, so this actually does draw. Yikes. Yeah. Okay, Bishop F5 draws, of course, but okay. All right. Yeah.
There's those long variations.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, one of those. But yeah, anyway, though, I mean, it was an interesting game. I thought we both had some chances.
It's a tepid word for what this game was. Incredibly rich.
Yeah.
One of those games Kasparov would annotate, and you'd see pages and pages of analysis.
Well, in the old days, back before computers could just with one line just tell us we're all idiots. Now it would be one line. In the past, you're right, though, it would have been, there would be pages of analysis.
Tremendous fight. Thank you very much for spending a lot of time with us, showing all those nuances that you saw. And it's time for the rest day. Are you going to go watch some baseball?
Not really. I used to be a huge baseball fan growing up, but I don't know, baseball's too slow for me. I mean, somehow,
chess isn't, but baseball is.
Well, I guess in a way they're kind of similar, I have to say. I mean, like in baseball, for example, I remember reading, I think there was a Wall Street Journal article, and it was something like a game on average goes somewhere around like 2.5 to 3 hours, and there really are only 20 minutes of action.
In chess, I think it's kind of similar, not completely, but in that, like in chess, the first 2.5 hours, usually not a lot happens. There's some moves, then like somewhere around the 3-hour mark to 4-hour mark, there's a lot of drama. So they're kind of similar, but just for me, I prefer sports that are a bit faster, with more action.
Which ones?
Primarily I would say hockey, but also I'm a big fan of American football and, of course, American basketball.
Good sports.
Yeah.
Well,
The
enjoy
best.
the evening and get your rest day, and we expect to see more fighting chess from you on Thursday.
All right. Thanks, Maurice.
Hold on, I can't let you go, Hikaru. Quickly, obviously, your favorite American football team, like myself, is Dallas Cowboys. Correct?
What? The Dallas Cowboys. Wow, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. No, I think Yasser's making the joke that, at least lately I've been more of a Seahawks fan, so I think that's the joke in there. Because Yasser certainly, or as far as I know, does not root for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yasser does root for the Dallas Cowboys.
Wait, what?
Are
you out of your mind?
His team, come on, dude.
Oh, what? Where did that come from?
Totally random. How are you a Seahawks fan?
I spent a fair amount of time in 2008 and 2009 out in the Pacific Northwest, and I went to a couple of games. I think there's a photo somewhere. Maybe it's not public. Maybe it's just on my Facebook. But I went to a game, and I did the whole face paint thing. For the game. So
the Seahawks.
Yeah. The blue, the green, the green, and the white. I did the whole 9 yards. So yeah.
Weren't you part of the Seattle U.S. Chess League team for a season?
Yeah. In 2009, I was. Yeah.
I can't say I hate on the Seahawks. That's a solid team, but the Cowboys.
No, come on. The Cowboys were great in the 90s, I'll say that. But, how can anyone root for the Cowboys with Jerry Jones? He's ruined everything. They would have won more Super Bowls if Jimmy Johnson had just been allowed to run the show.
Right on. Yes, I will agree with that.
Good analysis. You see the chess players following our sports, the diehard fans, indeed. Well, thank you, Hikaru.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you, indeed.
Now, that was a nice variation that Nakamura was showing us with, even though it didn't work, with the whole bishop c2.
Yes.
I guess the idea there is that we're
You're threatening checkmate,
and if you go to g8, we have bishop b3 now. And if you play, so that was a cute pattern, even if it didn't work.
Because of f2 is
very instructive. And while we're setting Fabi up for his interview, Pranav Kurmar Surba, or actually Federer fan 21, asks, what's your favorite book to read that would be recommended for someone around 1550?
My favorite book? Well, my favorite book of all times is Tall's 1960
for
match.
1550, though.
And that's when I read it.
Oh,
yeah, I read it early, I read it later, and I read it later and later. I read it like 4 or 5 times, and I enjoyed it at each level of chess that I was at. And, of course, Bobby Fischer's My 60 Memo. Those 2 books just stand out.
Regardless of the level.
Exactly.
Right. Well, we've got Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, our U.S. champion. He's with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, Fabiano Caruana, terrific fight today, an attempt. Looked like you had chances, may have really had some real chances, but time pressure seemed to undo you as you made some quick decisions and didn't quite get the most out of that position.
Yeah, I think I was probably winning. I don't know, a few moves at the start of his were pretty inaccurate. I thought castling wasn't accurate. He could have played knight d7 first. His whole idea is to trade the dark square bishops. And after I get my knight on c3 and queen on d2, it becomes difficult for him to achieve that. And I was very surprised when he played bishop h4 and f4. It's very positionally risky, but there was it had some point. It was very difficult to find a way to consolidate for me. And I think king f1 and rook e1 were strong moves, taking on c5 and knight e4, and we got this position.
Wasn't it surprising that he didn't play g2 check? Wasn't that position pretty solid for him?
That was a surprise, although I thought I was much better after g2. King g2, queen h5, and rook hg1. And then I'll play king h1 and double on the g file and try to play c5 at some moment.
Well, if he gets in b6 and a bishop on e5, is that good?
Yeah, he'll play b6. I'll play rook g2, I guess. Maybe rook g4. Oh yeah, let's say rook g4. Bishop e5, rook g1. I'm not winning, and objectively he should probably hold it, but I would say that white is better. I don't know. I thought I was significantly better, but probably isn't. Maybe he can play rook f4 to trade a pair of rooks. It might not be more than a slight edge.
So, but when he gave you this open file, that looked monstrous.
I was surprised because it could also lose on the spot. But, yeah, here I think bishop e4 is correct. I didn't see anything better. Rook f4, king h1 looks normal. And here I think rook g1 is probably not the best move. I could play c5 immediately. And this is my main idea. I just didn't know the right moment when to play it. Taking is forced, otherwise I'll play c6. Queen c5. And he's not in time to play g5. No, here rook h4. If g5, I think queen b6 probably starts some sort of attack. Well, I mean, queen h6, queen b7, something wins. And otherwise he doesn't have an easy move.
Wow, that looks tremendous.
Yeah, he can't play rook f8 because... Actually, he could play rook f8. Oh, no, he can't because queen f8 and rook h4.
Let's show that line, c5.
I don't even know if he wants to play rook f8, but he can't in any case because of queen f8. Rook h4 and bishop h7 winning the queen.
Great queen sacrificial line here. Rook takes, king moves, and then bishop h7 check, and that's all she wrote.
So after queen c5, I think objectively he's losing because king g8 I'll probably play maybe queen c4 with the idea of d6.
Wait, king g8 now?
Oh, no, sorry,
King
king
G8
g8 bishop h7, yeah. So he doesn't, I don't know, maybe rook e8 is a move. No easy solution for him here.
What's your next move after rook e8?
He still doesn't have a threat, so I can think about something like queen d6 with the idea of queen g6.
Actually, is the a5 pawn hanging in this position or not?
I mean, I might take it, but I don't see any reason to. If I can attack with queen g6 and...
That looks...
but in any case, yeah, he has a very bad position.
When you're trading queens, you also had the opportunity to play c5 in that position. Why did you do it? Why did you avoid it right here?
Yeah, my first intention was to play c5, and then I was worried about dc5, queen c5, rook e4.
That's funny. The engine doesn't give this move at all, and it was my first instinct to show in commentary.
Because I have two moves here. I think rook hg2 is the correct one. Because if I play rook gg2, then I can't move my rooks. No, here queen g1. That he doesn't want to do. Oh, maybe he does actually. But in any case, I can't move my rook. So I was going to play rook. I was thinking about rook hg2 after taking on e4. And I saw bishop g3 here, and I got concerned.
Yeah, the engine saw this as a very strong move, changing the evaluation in to equal. Yeah,
c5 is not
a good line.
Okay.
Well, the line was rook g2. The other line, rook gg2, is the main line, giving an advantage to you. But
and my main issue with this is that I can't move my rooks. It could even be risky if I mean, but in time trouble it could easily go wrong for me.
Right.
I can't move anything. Maybe rook h3 and something next.
But queen c2 maybe to try to get to turn this
well,
around.
Then queen d5 will. I saw something like rook e8 here, and I just got worried. But I guess rook.
Strange position.
Probably rook h3 is the move here. To avoid d6, queen b1, queen g1, rook e1. I don't know. Rook g1, rook queen e4. Oh, now, yeah, maybe I can go back. I don't know. I would. It's hard to do this in time trouble. And I
wait. Whose move is it here?
Queen e4. Black's move. Queen e4, rook hg2, I guess. And maybe it's good for white.
Yeah. And now you just said the key words.
Queen g5, queen h7 is mate. That's not good.
You just said the key words, though, were it's hard to do this in time trouble. And we've seen you get into a little bit of time pressure, even with a better position. Is that just costing you a little bit here? Because you're making quick decisions, and then instead of being able to really study it carefully, or something not flowing about your game just yet.
Well, yeah, I could take less time at the start, and I might not have a better position.
Yeah, but then you're running into this where you're getting to the end game.
The moves I made which led to this position, like king f1 and rook e1, and seeing this bishop takes e5 and knight e4 and bishop d3 were all very difficult decisions. it was a complicated game, and yeah, I mean, maybe I could have moved faster and found these moves, but it's not like I was wasting time over trivial decisions.
Absolutely. So you get a rest now and a rest day. What are you going to be doing?
I don't know.
With your day off?
I haven't thought about it yet. The games, although I made 5 draws, have been pretty tiring, so I'll try to get some rest in.
We'll let you do so. Fabiano Caruana, 5 draws. Let's see if he can string together one of those streaks that he did to win the second Sinquefield Cup. We're definitely rooting for him to start playing more enterprising chess.
Thank you, Maurice. And I was just going to say, Doc, oh my goodness.
Wow, there
Not
it is.
the Dallas Cowboys, Seahawks. Oh my goodness. That's a heck of a costume. I was going to say, as a chess legend from the Northwest, Dr. Elad Mashkasi would say, same move faster is better.
Yeah, but I feel what Fabi's saying is kind of dissimilar to the situation where he actually got down to 1 second on the clock.
Right.
Did you feel like today wasn't enterprising, though? I thought it was a really interesting game.
I did. Really, those whole English attack pawn structures are fascinating, and I thought both players showed the tactics and strategies very, very well, kind of a model game. And in particular, this move, Bishop F2, really stood out. When you needed a great defensive resource, Maxime found it.
And that's why Fabi's tired. He's had a lot of games like this.
Wow.
It all hangs in the balance.
Absolutely.
And Maxime, and how much hours of sleep do you need just to get over the heart palpitations of getting down to 1 second?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so brutal. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's set up with Maurice.
Well, they keep bringing out the big guns to try to shoot down his Sicilian, and he keeps finding a way to save it time and time again. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with us. That one was close. It looked like you could have gotten in trouble in this particular position today. How did you feel when you were playing the game?
Yeah, I was definitely in trouble at some point, but before that I thought the game was very interesting, very, could just go either way. It definitely didn't go my way at some point, and still I'm happy somehow to have found the resources to hold, but I probably misplayed it somewhere in the middle game.
Surprising when you allowed him to open the H file. You decided that you didn't want to play G2 in that position. Instead, you went a pawn down with the file open. Why did you make that decision?
Yeah, I didn't like the position after G2 because I thought he would be in time to get ideas with Rook G1, King H1, Rook G4, Queen F2, Rook H4. And I somehow didn't like these positions, but it was clearly better than what I did. And I mean, from what I remember, I just was too focused on him playing Queen E4 after Bishop takes H7 and just forgot he can just bring the bishop back.
Oh, okay. That seemed like the logical thing to do. The game was certainly rich in content after that. Were you surprised when he traded queens and didn't play for the C5 idea?
I considered this option because it looks extremely dangerous for me, and I'm very lucky that I have this shot at the end of the line with Bishop F2, because before that C5 is not completely decisive. And yeah, it felt logical because somehow, I mean, after I got Queen E5 and G5, I assumed I at least have some shot at counterplay. I mean, probably should play C5 then, but it also looks a bit double-edged.
So you've gotten 5 rounds in, draws, and 1 loss. What are your feelings now with the rest day coming?
Otherwise, they will be very important. I have to admit that I didn't yet overcome the jet lag, and I mean, I'm going to sleep at 10 p.m., which is, for my standards, is awful. So
almost irresponsible not going to bed at what, 2 a.m.?
Exactly. I mean, no, the problem is I get up at 2 a.m. and then I have to focus to get back to sleep, and that's not so easy. So hopefully, I mean, I'll be able to sleep a bit later tonight because of this baseball game we're going to.
We're going to keep you out. You can't get to sleep at 10 when you're sitting in the baseball stadium. It could happen, but we'll kick you.
Yeah.
All right, well, looking forward to seeing you later, and enjoy the game.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Maxime. Thank you, Maurice. So, one game remaining, and it was the one game I thought that Topalov, I predicted that Topalov would be the winner.
Right, the one decisive game that you thought we might have this round turns out to be the last game standing.
And Ding has defended extraordinarily well to this moment, and he does have the opportunity right now to finally, at last, capture this A5 pawn.
It looks like he's done that, yes.
Yes, bishop takes
this
A5.
means that White has an extra pawn, but 2 bishops versus 2 knights, all the pawns on the same side of the board. Definitely going to be a tough nut for Veselin to crack.
Precisely.
Now, you were answering that question about the books for players rated around 1,500.
Yes.
I love Silman's book for that rating level. I think
The How to
they're
Reassess
entertaining.
Your Chess?
Yeah, and it's also easy to read while you're, on the train or something. You don't have to be like there with pieces.
Right.
But yeah, I couldn't tell actually which Silman book. Do you think How You Reassess Your Chess? Or
Amateur's
do
Mind.
you like that
yeah,
one better?
yeah.
Which of them do you like the best? And there's also one like Encyclopedia of Chess Ideas.
Yeah, I like, first of all, let me say that Jeremy is one of my favorite authors, chess author. I just find him hilarious. I love his breezy style. And I think he really involves the reader into what he's trying to say. So I really like his books very much. But The Amateur's Mind and How to Reassess Your Chess, I think, are his best works.
They're favorites, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like them because I think they're well suited to the adult amateur.
Yeah.
You know?
His autobiography, his biography, pardon me, of Pal Benko, I thought was really extraordinary as well. I had no idea that Pal Benko had such a rich and varied life. Wow. Extraordinary stories of the great Grandmaster Pal Benko.
And so many problems. I mean, that book was co-written by Benko and Silman, correct?
Definitely, yes.
Yeah, but absolutely brilliant. Very heavy, though, so you don't want to travel with that one.
No. That one you sit at home
to,
and just enjoy.
And you're going to want to keep it at home because those problems are really a treasure trove indeed. But
one of the things we absolutely have to do, I mean, it's really necessary, is to invite Pal Benko to the club, put him a DVD, and just let him free flow with his studies and his problems. It's an extraordinary experience. It really is amazing, the mind of Pal Benko and how he makes these studies work. And I remember him setting up one particular game where he said, okay, where are you going to checkmate black? And I said, H8. He said, very, very close. It was the A1 corner. And it was a 4 sequence of like 24 moves to get the checkmate on A1. Just marvelous. He's a treasure for America.
oh yeah, last year Sinquefield Cup, he actually made some problems in honor of the Sinquefield Cup and Rex Sinquefield's birthday, which usually occurs around the same time as this tournament. This year it's a little earlier because we had to change the dates for the Baku Olympiad.
Right.
But that was actually published on the uschess.org, and if you want to Google it, it's a Benko happy birthday to Sinquefield, and you can see how he just comes up with these great problem ideas.
Yes.
And maybe I'll tweet the link as well.
Very good. All right, so we have one game remaining. We'll take a short break, I think, and then we'll come back as we'll focus in on can Veselin, with his 2 knights versus 2 bishops, pawns all on one side of the board, convert his now only slight material advantage of 1 pawn.
Yeah, you think he's gonna do it? Yay or nay?
Yay.
All right, I'll go with nay then. We'll be right back to find out the answer.
Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, St. Louis' status as the chess capital of the nation is on full display. With a welcoming environment and scholastic outreach program that works with over 100 schools, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
There's a weekend vacation, a one-tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides, upside-down concretes, twisty-turny rides, houses full of magic, some with butterflies, gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton.
Be surprised. Be intrigued. Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
Hello and welcome back to the 2016 Sinquefield Cup. One game remains before the rest day, and that is Veselin Topalov trying to figure out a way to bring that extra pawn home to victory. And as the rest of the comrades here go off to a baseball game, of course Veselin looking to hit a home run here against Ding Liren, but I don't know. I know you're in the Yay camp, so you think it's like, it sounds like you think it's close to 50-50 win draw.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Well, 50-50 may even be strong. Maybe it's even closer to 30-50.
30-50?
30% chances of winning for Veselin. It's been quite a round. Again, we're seeing really excellent defense by these top players. Nobody's running away with the field at all. And in fact, during our break, we're talking about the sparsity of wins. And I thought you had a very good explanation, Jennifer, for that. Go ahead and share that with the viewers.
Oh, well, the combination of a tough field with no weak spots and a long time control.
By weak spots, you mean a player who's lower ranked.
Yeah, of course they could be strong in relative terms, like, for instance, Fressinet,
yes.
Who played in the Paris leg. But
exactly.
In the context of the tournament, they're not as strong as the rest of the players.
Right.
So I think that that combined with a very luxurious time control. Remember, it's more luxurious than usual.
Right.
The regular classical time control is actually about, average of 5 hours. This one is 6 hours.
Easily longer.
So basically, what it changes is the end game.
Mm-hmm.
It makes the end game play more accurate and easier to mount very accurate defense in the end game. And I do think that carries over to other parts of the game, that the players are just a bit more relaxed in general, even in the first time control, knowing that they're going to get that entire hour bonus.
Along with a 30-second increment for each move made. And Maurice, you were saying, you miss a top dog like Magnus, and suddenly in a very even field, you're going to get a lot of even results. Share your thoughts there.
Yes, of course. You want imbalance. You want imbalance in chess. You want imbalance in competition. Yes, it's nice to have players who can defeat each other, but the problem is that additional results in chess, that draw, and we're seeing it here. I mean, so far, 20 draws out of 24 games. That's an amazing percentage. And this one, to me, looking like a draw as well. So 21 out of 25 games. It's hard to do commentary on stuff like that. I mean, the games are actually very exciting, but you do want results. After all, you want decisive results. So the purists might say, this is good. They're playing better chess. But let's hold on a second. It's not necessarily true that they're playing perfect chess either. They're also missing quite a few chances. So there's some places we can point to and say, this should have been a win, this should have been a win, this should have been a win. They're just not knocking out the players that they're supposed to, winning the games that they're supposed to. As yet, the defense has certainly been staunch enough to stop any kind of decisive result, but also not great play. Veselin himself should have won a game against Fabiano Caruana. He's already missed a win in this competition. He himself should have lost against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave if he had found, that is, the Frenchman had found the move D5 instead of making the automatic rook C2. There's certainly a lot of missed chances that have transpired here. So, I don't know. I have to say, I'm always going to vote for Rapid and Blitz. That is always going to be exciting. There's always going to be winning opportunities and losing opportunities and blunders and mistakes, drama up, drama down, twists and turns. I know classical chess is something that we don't want to see die, but in the modern age, I think it can't compare to Blitz and Rapid. Certainly when it's going good, it's amazing. Something like what Fabiano did, for example, in his win here at the Sinquefield Cup. And also, often when Magnus is involved, the pressure's on the players to win against other players as well, since he's trying to win every single game. But guaranteed excitement, we know, guaranteed excitement is certainly Blitz and Rapid.
That's right.
Well, one of the things I think we've been spoiled by is when you look at the previous editions of the Sinquefield Cup, is the extraordinary number, actually, of decisive games. And it's almost like we're mathematically overdue for a Sinquefield Cup where they're not as featured. Again, when you think about the Sinquefield Cup, for me, the streak was just amazing. I mean, I was just like waking up every day thinking I had gone into an alternative universe as Fabi reeled off 7 in a row. And it seemed to me like he was prepared to win the 8th game as well. So for sure, we've been spoiled in previous Sinquefield Cup editions. And, you know, just the great play and preparation. Just look at the preparation of the players today. What Wesley So did against Fishy was just mind-boggling achievement, drawing so easily with this 2-pawn sacrifice and making it look like no big deal to have the black pieces. Kudos to the players, but we're missing the chicken in the chicken salad. We need results.
Yes, and it's true what you just said, and a very important point. You see some brilliant ideas. You really see some great chess like you saw there. Just a brilliant idea, a brilliant save by MVL today with that rook trap causing Fabiano to not be able to win, although Fabi had good winning chances, very good winning chances today as well. But you do see some brilliant chess. Nakamura's defense today, I mean, that game was tremendously exciting, full of content, and no rapid game could have possibly compared to something like that, or very few rapid games can compare the heroic defense and estimation by Nakamura. So it's not that classical chess doesn't produce amazing games. Of course, it has done so all throughout history. Just sometimes, and actually a little bit too often in my opinion, you do get a lot of draws happening in tournaments and the majority of games drawn by these fantastic players. These guys are kings of chess. So we got to handicap them a little bit. A little rapid, for sure, would produce interesting, scintillating games and blitz as well, as we saw Wesley So do against Gary Kasparov.
Well, yeah, when you think about Paris and Leuven, I remember coming into the studios each and every day, and there was a profusion of blunders, but there were some really, really brilliant games keeping us on our edge of our seat.
I loved it, although, it was really lovely. I mean, some of those games, like On game.
Right, too many rapid games. I think 5 rapid games in a single day. I would love to have seen an extra day of 3-3-3 in the rapids. So you had 9 rapid games going 5-4. And those were hard on the players and ourselves.
Yeah, it is really exhausting to play that many rapid games, but in general, that was super entertaining. Now, we are getting some tweets to our hashtags.
Sure.
Sinquefield Cup.
And we invite your questions, your calls as well.
Absolutely.
Please.
Your calls and your tweets. Now is a perfect time to make sure that you get it answered. I just wanted to point out that Grand Chess Tour Twitter feed, which is being womaned by Tatev Abrahamian.
Woman.
Tornet.
Nice.
Yes. Girl power, indeed. You got to check out her interview with Eric Hansen. That was another one for the books. But Pranav, Federer fan 21 rather, had asked about favorite books, and you told the Tal book and My 16 Memorable Games. I mentioned Silman's books. I really like Tatev's suggestions as well, or Grand Chess Tour suggestions. Chess Endings, Essential Knowledge by Averbach. That's a great suggestion for a 1500 because it really distills what you kind of need to know at that level. Later on, you can get into the Silman Endgame book and Dvoretsky's Endgame Manual, but that's a great place to start so that you don't get overwhelmed. And her second suggestion, I think, is a bit advanced for a 1500, but I also really love it. Forcing Chess Moves. That's a really good book that published by New in Chess. The author's name is escaping me, but it does a fantastic job.
I think it's Hurton, James Hurton.
Does a really good job of kind of training you to look for forcing moves and shows calculate. Like all the kind of human pitfalls, because that sounds so easy.
Right.
Of course, look for forcing moves.
Yeah.
But what kind of stops you from sometimes looking, like when Maurice often mentions a capture. What's the thing that you always mention? The square. That isn't.
Well, when you capture, especially the trade of bishop versus knight.
No, that's a positional thing. It's a tactic that he's always saying people miss a lot.
Retrograde analysis. What squares are you giving up by moving forward?
Yeah, I think that is often, and he kind of goes through all those like things that humans don't have that computer eyes do see. And we have a question. So I love Tatev's suggestions there, and I totally echo them. We have a caller. Please let us know where you're calling from and what you want to know.
Hello, my name is Orrin Paley. I'm calling from Los Angeles, California. I just want to say, first of all, I'm a big fan of the show. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Our pleasure.
So my question is about a series of test games played on the ICC between apparently Bobby Fischer and Nigel Short. And in this series, Bobby Fischer plays really, really peculiar openings involving things like F6 and D6, and then moving his king to F7, and then around the board back to C7. I just want to know, first of all, if you guys think that was actually Bobby Fischer playing, and do you think we can ever see some of those kind of openings in maybe some blitzer rapid play?
All right. Well, thank you to the caller. First of all, it was a myth. Bobby did not play against Nigel Short. It was just an imposter.
Oh, do you know who the imposter was?
I believe it was a person from the Philippines who was using a chess engine.
Oh, no.
So he was handicapping himself by playing F6, King F7, G6, King G7, and then turning on his chess engine.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. But, okay, I mean, and then on the ICC, whenever there was a new guy who was playing really, really strong, it's like Bobby Fischer. But Bobby made it very clear in after '92 in the rematch with Boris Spassky that he wasn't interested in what he called classical chess, and he was only interested in Fischer random chess and didn't play either online or in public classical chess.
Well, that clears
Sorry,
that up.
sorry, but there it is. Nigel fell for it too. It was a great hoax.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem these days with chess engines. I mean, if somebody cheats in a really obvious way, they're going to get caught quickly, but it might take them longer to get caught if they do it in a kind of a mixed fashion like you described. So I'm going to stop talking about that because I don't want to give anyone any ideas. But I also want to give a big shout out to Rajabov because he said that he is loving the show and that we are great commentators.
Well,
and it's
thank
so much
you.
fun to watch us. So that's obviously a great compliment coming from Rajabov.
Absolutely. Timur Rajabov, one of the great chess grandmasters in the world, has been in the top 10. Slipped a little bit. Great representative for Azerbaijan. We'll be visiting you, Timur, in Baku. Looking forward to enjoying some Azerbaijani dishes. So we're putting the onus on you to take care of the U.S. Men's and women's Olympic teams. Invite us to your favorite restaurant. We'll be sure to join.
So thank you for tuning in. Obviously, the chess lines that you see are probably just out of this world, but even really strong players, just like the entertainment that this show produces, the interviews and the color that you get behind the scenes. So it's always great to hear that a top player really enjoys that.
Yeah, well, for me, when I was a kid, and there weren't GMs around, I mean, what we have with the online internet commentary, I just enjoy it. And even when I'm at home and not doing any commentary, and there's a top event, like a Bilbao, for example, going on, I'll love to turn and watch Gusti or listen to anybody. Their views are very, very interesting.
And I think Gusti is doing German commentary actually for this event. So
is it?
Yeah,
very good.
So there's 4 languages that are covering this event. So
Gustafsson, for those of you who don't know, is what
Gustafsson
you guys.
Jan Gustafsson.
Jan
Yeah.
Gustafsson. I love the way we give nicknames to these players.
Gusti? Yeah.
We
Well,
say
how can
Gusti,
you
and of
not?
course everybody in the audience knows who we're talking about.
Good
It's Gusti.
point.
It's not like you, Yaz. They say Yaz, and
That's it.
The whole world knows who they're talking about.
Well, it's nice to have a name like Yasser. I mean, it's not like there's a lot of Yassers out there in the world of chess, right?
Yeah, great name.
There you go.
Yasser, you can do all sorts of things with it. And we got a question, kind of a question from Nick 3L, who says, is everyone a frenemy in chess? Are there real friendships in chess? Or is it all like half friendship, half I want to defeat you, or I want you to fail? Is it business or is it true friendship? I would say it's both. I mean, how many real friends do you have? If you can have 2 or 3 friends from the chess world that are real good friends, that are going to be there with you even if you don't play chess 1 or 2 years,
Right.
or if like, you know, that I think that's a gift right there. And then if you have like another eight like casual friends who might be more like frenemies,
Mhm.
or also just like kind of like coworkers,
Yeah.
if you will.
Oh, I've got so many wonderful stories. Nice question. Frenemies. I
Frenemy.
like that. Wonderful story. Miguel Quinteros, top grandmaster from Argentina, closest friend, Sergio Rubinetti. And the two grew up together, played chess, played poker together. They're like the closest and closest of friends. So Miguel's in a hotel room, and he gets a knock on the door. It's his dear friend, Jorge Rubinetti, and in an hour's time, he's about to play the great Bobby Fischer. And Jorge says to Miguel, Miguel, you have to prepare me. I play Bobby in an hour. What should I do? And what does best friends say to best friends in such circumstances? Miguel said, please, Sergio, let me explain. Let me take you to lunch, and after the game, you can show me how you lost. There is absolutely nothing I can do in the next hour that will save you. And there you have it. Frenemies, helping one another. I just think it's so lovely. We have a caller.
And a move.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. My name is Jimmy. I'm calling from upstate New York.
Hello, Jim.
And I have a question about ChessBase.
ChessBase.
ChessBase is advertised as something that all grandmasters, from the world champion down to the amateur player, they all use it. And I have an outdated version of ChessBase. I bought it really, really long ago, and I was very little. I had little idea how to use it, and I've just been using it recently. And is it worth upgrading to maybe ChessBase 13 or maybe ChessBase 14, which
Wow.
might come out later this year, I think? How do you grandmasters use ChessBase?
Well, indeed. Thank you for the question. I would say that most grandmasters, the vast majority of which use ChessBase. There are other database programs, but certainly it is the most popular. It's the standard, if you will. And for me, it was a real evolution or even a revolution in my chess to have all of these databases and to see very, very quickly what was the popular moves. I think everybody has their own ideas of how they want to use their databases. In my particular case, I just love it for playing over the games of the top grandmasters. If I just wanted to see the last 100 games, for example, of Magnus Carlsen, spend an afternoon with Magnus and going through his games, it's just a fantastic tool.
Yeah, ChessBase is a great tool. I remember when I first got it, it was like I gained 100 rating points instantly because it was just like this, it sped everything up.
Right, it accelerates
before,
your learning. Yeah.
I really, I wanted to go back actually to Nakamura's statements that were very controversial and I would say almost contrarian.
Which one?
The ones where he was kind of like dissing like the classic players a little
Yes.
bit, saying that they wouldn't even be grandmasters
Right.
before Capablanca. See, I actually kind of enjoy that he said that because I think what he said, he's coming at from it from a different perspective, and it's nice like not to have everybody agree with each other in chess.
Of course.
And the perspective I think is not just that he thinks the absolute strength of those players is weaker, but he also thinks that like Capablanca really ushered in the idea of a professional chess player. So not only he's not necessarily saying people have bigger brains or higher IQs or are more intelligent. But that not only do they have stronger tools, but they also actually spend more time on chess.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I'm
That
not
they
to
were
put words.
more professional.
Yeah, so not to put words in his mouth, but suppose players today who are at the top are spending, every day, 8 hours a day studying chess, whereas like the greats of the past also had another job.
Mm-hmm.
So why, from his point of view, why should we be putting them all in the same category?
Right. And of course I have the contrarian point
Yeah.
of view, right? Where you have somebody, for example, like an Emmanuel Lasker, Emmanuel Lasker, if you look at his games, we talk about this a lot on our shows. We just want to play chess. We just want to play chess. We just want a position where, we get out of the event and we get out of the opening without nothing major having gone untoward, and we get a position that we can play. Excuse me, but that's what those guys did. They didn't have all of this theory. They were creating theory. And guys like Emmanuel Lasker were just fantastic fighters at the chessboard. And if you look at some of their games where you're not looking at from the opening point of view, but just looking at their middle game play and their tactical awareness, excuse me, yeah, they were grandmasters.
Yeah, I think Nakamura. It's fun when he says something contrary, and
he's very good at putting jerking people and getting them annoyed, which I think is great. I like the Muhammad Ali, bragging rights. You just got to perform when you say, I'm going to beat this guy. And it is very, very good.
And he's not like that on every topic anymore.
No.
He really picks his battles. So I think for some reason that's one he actually feels kind of strongly about. And I guess I can kind of understand where he's coming from in that way. And we are going to be keeping a close eye on this game. Another shout out to Made in China, who said that he's replacing a bad habit with a hardcore chess boot camp for a year. I absolutely love that. I don't know what the habit is, whether it's smoking or whatever it is. But replacing smoking with 1 minute chess is definitely something that I think is worth trying. I've never been like a serious smoker, but I've talked to somebody who said that they actually did that and it helped them. So, with
Very good.
No, that wasn't directed at you. Yeah, sorry.
No. It is very good.
With that, we'll take a quick break. Hello, and we are back at the 2016 Sinquefield Cup with one remaining game where Veselin Topalov is pressing against Ding Liren. And how do you rate Veselin's chances now?
Well, let's take a look, Jennifer. I think progress has been made as we join the two loneliest men in the playing hall. Last game on tap. The last few moves, we've seen the bishop dropping back to g6, rook c8, attempting to double rooks on the d file to blow black's king out of its nice cozy cave here on h7, and rook d8 has just been played, and
checkmate, and the game's over.
Yay!
Oh, well, I don't think Ding Liren's fans would be so happy about that.
Exactly, and just looking at what looks like to be a very salient variation, in case of bishop d3 check, king is checked, rook comes up with a check against the king. Ding has to retreat with his king. I don't want to look too closely about bringing the king up. I think that's far too risky. And now we have this move, knight e6. So if we see, just for argument's sake, since knight d8 check is on tap, if we see a very natural looking line that would continue with rook check, king up, and again, a very natural looking line, black quickly falls into a nice trap in this position. The trap is that we play knight d8 check, king to e7, only move, and we get to play rook on rook to g6, not only defending the pawn on g2, but actually picking up this pawn on g7, winning the game on the spot.
Whoa.
So with natural moves, black is lost. So somewhere between the current position and the one we just showed, black has to make a number of improvements.
So if we had tried to attack g2 again in that situation, what would have happened?
We get to this position, and I went check and knight e6. Yep. So attacking g2 again, you
So
mean,
we started with check. We started with check on b1, and then you played bishop f1.
And I went check.
Knight d8 check and king e7, rook g6. So suppose we play rook b2 here.
Right.
Then you're just playing rook g7,
and what
king f6.
I get to do is double my rooks and defend my pawn on g2.
And now suppose I play rook d2, you just move your knight away, huh?
Yes. Yes.
And that's the end of that.
That's the end of that. So if a win is going to occur, it's going to occur within the next half dozen moves, which is good news. So let's just see, once again, from the start, we are at this position. I'm looking at bishop d3, check, check, and maybe here I'm doing something wrong for black.
Instead of just the direct rook b1 check,
right.
Yeah, I agree.
What could I do that's better?
Well, knight d8 is a threat, but I guess we could play rook. What else? What else is a threat? Can we just play rook b2 immediately? Or could we play
check first, right?
Or check first and then rook b2 instead of bishop f1?
That makes much more sense. Very, very sensible. But now you've left your king all alone. In just a second, here.
Because now the
I'm
g6
feeling
square.
very, very happy about things. Just a second.
So the difference here is that knight d8 and rook g6, bishop takes g6.
Correct.
So
I don't have rook g6. That's clear. Okay, but I do have this nice little move, knight f4, attacking the bishop. If the bishop were to go down, I think I can do something similar as before, where I get to munch this pawn.
So can we just ignore the threat?
All right.
Since we have rook g2, if you take on d3 and perhaps play after knight f4, that is.
Okay.
After knight f4, what happens if we play g5?
Sorry, I've got the wrong position.
Yeah.
You're up to here.
So so rook b2 here.
Okay,
rook
very good.
1 to b2, and then after knight f4, g5.
All right, let's see.
I think you might be just mating me, though.
Yeah, that might be the problem.
I
think I may just be
looking.
mating you.
So
no, can I just do things with check? I'm sorry, Jen. I
Yeah,
just do
exactly.
things with check. And when your king comes here, I force you into a square where I get to capture this bishop with check.
undesirable.
Yes, to say the least.
And that's,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not even sure rook takes G2 does the job, because in the end, the king can run to F1 and you're protecting the F2 square of the knight.
Right.
So there's probably like multiple answers there.
Right. So, what does it mean? Does it mean that...
It means we need to look harder.
Exactly. Let's see what we've got. Okay, so let me just refresh my board just to make sure that we're up to date with the current position. Bishop d3 has been played, it appears. So we're expecting rook check, king g6.
And do we have that on the board? It looks like Veselin has just made a move. And so I'm sure we'll see a very quick response if he played rook h8 check.
Oh no, I
What?
think we see knight e6 instead of rook h8 check.
Uh-huh.
That's very curious why he didn't
Yes.
start with rook h8
We do
check.
see knight e6 indeed. And you know,
Well, there is a difference. The difference, of course, is that now our threat is to play knight f4 with a double attack. We're threatening mate on h8 at once, as well as hitting the bishop on d3. So maybe knight e6 is a refinement
Right, so if
over
we-
the direct method.
so if we play bishop f5 check, check.
Bishop f5. Okay.
And then if rook h8 check again, king g6.
Yes.
Forced.
Box. Yes.
So now what's the situation? What's
Uh,
shaking? Because before you were checking me on c6, and now your
Absolutely.
knight's in the way.
Absolutely, that's an annoying. I don't see the coordination here as being an improvement
Obviously,
over what
if
I
we
had
trade
before.
the bishop for the knight, then it's going to be
A big happiness for you, for black to get into forward
right.
ending.
I mean, normally in an endgame, the bishop is superior to the knight, but there's a principle like all principles is not always true. That when there's pawns on only one side of the board, that the knight is just as strong, if not sometimes stronger than the bishop.
I'm just wondering if maybe I can reroute my knight to a different square, try to get a different kind of harmony in the position. Sorry, just let me point out
back.
I'm trying to point out what I think would be a good idea for white, which is in this position. Remember, I had a knight on e6. I'm putting it on the e5 square.
King g5?
Yeah, king
Go
g5 is
into
probably
the belly
better.
of the beast.
Yeah, probably better than what I'm showing, which is that I wanted to force the king away from the defense of the g7 pawn so that I can play rook g8. So is knight e6 a better choice than the more obvious rook h8? I doubt it.
They're both tries, and that's basically what Veselin's doing now. He's trying, and we know the best player in the world is at this is Magnus Carlsen, but
The grind.
He's rubbed off on his closest competitors, and they all try to play more like him.
Well, let's see. What did you try last time? I was looking at knight f8 check, I believe.
Right, and
Okay.
then
King g8 box, knight check.
and then we were trying king f7, and then
Well, we tried king h7, which was wrong. So how about this line? Yes? Something of this nature?
sure.
But in this case, you'll have king e6 in answer to rook g8.
Right,
Which is
that-
very annoying indeed.
Saves me by the nick of my teeth.
Yes. Okay. So I've got to do something clever against the move bishop f5. Looking for a clever suggestion. How about knight f4? Oh, sorry. I'm blundering my rook on c8. I wanted to...
You don't want to lose.
No.
Although that's
I
probably
was ready to draw, but okay, that's not what I wanted to
not
do.
the way that white wants to draw. We do have some tweets coming in. The Mathodon writes in that just because a chess game ends in a draw by no means implies it was dull or boring. Good stuff today.
True that.
I would agree with that, but I also think that there's certainly a correlation. When you have a lot of decisive games between players of such high caliber, it usually means it's more interesting, but it doesn't always mean that. So, point well taken, but I still have to go with the statistics and say that that's why people don't like draws, not because of the exceptions, but because when there's tons and tons of them,
Right.
it often means that at least some of them were juiceless.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, without content. For me, I think still one of my career great games was against Garry Kasparov in Skellefteå, Sweden, where we played just an incredible draw that, we spent the better part of 2 or 3 days, Gary and I did, analyzing the game. Just an extraordinary game, but it was a draw, yeah. Ooh, we have a different move. Bishop F1. Whoa. That is a very different move than what I was expecting.
So Bishop F1, what's the idea here? To take on G2, but that leaves... now
I can understand that after knight F4, Ding has a very interesting trick, which is to sacrifice the bishop on G2 and then pin the knight to the king and get a draw in this fashion. Ooh.
Super idea, but what about other ideas instead of knight F4?
Right.
What about just knight F8 check? Does that lead to anything?
Yes, I can reposition my knight before, but let's just go ahead and see what the direct stuff yields.
Yeah, sure.
Check and check.
And then knight F4 with check, so you have no time for your little bishop G2 businesses.
Right.
And if you move your king to tickle the knight,
let's say here.
Yeah, I mean, if F5, we always have rook F8 check, kicking you out and protecting the knight simultaneously. So this one does seem to make more sense. This is getting.
I'm trying to see if I can't set up a mating net.
Like something with G3 and H4.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to draw Black's king towards White's king with the move Rook C5, check, and King H2.
Yeah, wouldn't that be cool though? G3 and H4 is mating.
Oh yeah, that's a nice pattern.
That
Maurice,
is not something normal.
does this move Bishop F1? I didn't consider it.
And rightly so, because it's not a good move, and it could land him in hot water, this move, Bishop to F1. The Indians wanted to play Bishop F5 and stay close. But the move Bishop to F1, the Indians are going gaga and saying, no way, this is not a good idea. You can play this idea, as you said, and after the move King to G5, now just guard, and suddenly White has everything under control. The king has been exposed. The threat of G3 and H4 is in the position. And also just Rook C1 chasing this piece out of here and then resetting for the attack. So a very problematic position right now for Black. Let's say, for example, you played a move like Rook to B1, for example. Then suddenly you just run into mate in 7. Rook C5 check, king over to H4. And now this move, King to H2, involving the king in the mating scheme. Suddenly, Rook H5 is a mating idea. And if you play this move, G5, which looks like maybe you could get out of things, well, sorry, Rook to F6. And suddenly, there is huge danger around that king. It looks as though Ding Liren has cracked with this move, Bishop to F1. It is a serious error on his part. And Topalov looks like if he just finds the right moves now, let's start with this setup and this formation, even if the king were to run to the other side of the board, he is still in some trouble because he's flushed out into the middle, and suddenly the pieces are attacking him, and mightily so. Suddenly, this position is very nice for White. He's got combined threats. Unfortunately for Ding, he seems like he just couldn't stay patient enough, and that's what Topalov was waiting for. But now it's up to Topalov to find these moves. You can see he's studying the position quite carefully to see whether or not he can exploit this chance. Rook H8 and Knight F4 check. Very, very strong for White.
I think it's an automatic that he does it. Obviously, when he doubled on the 8th rank, his entire idea was to flush out Black's king, and he's got the perfect opportunity to do that. And should he win this game, dare I say it, we have a tournament leader.
That's right. You could say it, because that will be the situation. Veselin will be leading the event if he wins this game, and he'll have a rest day. It'll be a perfect timing for the rest day because obviously he has had a kind of dramatic road. With having a losing position at some point against Maxime Bashir, the Grav, and having a winning position against Fabi. So it's been really topsy-turvy for Veselin Topalov, which is typical.
Well, he's bringing the energy, and he's been pushing around his opponents. We have a three-way tie for first at this moment with this result pending. And as you see, if Veselin is victorious, he will have 3.5 points.
That's right. He'll leapfrog right over Lavon, Wesley, and Vichy. So this would be a
big
very
result.
This would be huge and very deserved, I might say as well, because Veselin has been taking the most risks in this tournament. For better or worse, in the case of his game against Fabi, he almost lost. I mean, he almost won, but in the case of Maxime, he almost lost.
Exactly.
But he's taking them on in those super sharp lines. Against Maxime, it was a mainline Sicilian, and that's going to happen when you take more risks.
And you saw against Fabiana Caruana, he, as black, he outplayed Fabi very nicely in a Rui Lopez. And then against Nakamura, sacrificing his queen for rook and bishop and an attack. He is the player who's bringing dynamic, bold ideas to each of his games, and today a kind of a technical display. So he's doing it in all kinds of ways.
So this is a funny photo here by Sam Thompson, who is at the chess club, and he's tweeting. He's a photographer. He tweets that while Veselin and Ding battle it out over the board, their managers are peacefully analyzing side by side.
Oh, that's sweet. Yeah.
That is quite a funny corollary, isn't it? The chess parents or the chess managers, peacefully doing that. And of course, Silvio Daniela is also quite a strong player. I'm not sure about. I think
international master.
I think Ding Loren has a strong manager player.
Yeah, I don't know his
title. But I don't know his title. But yeah,
yes.
I'm pretty sure they're both very strong players.
Do you have a good story of a frenemy? Like a rival, like for example, you were rivals, of course, with Anna and Irina and all of the rest.
Yes.
And yet, did you guys like party together?
Oh yeah, we had like a lot of good times. And then I remember one time against Irina Crush in this World Junior Championship where it was such a long tournament that I was half a point behind, so I couldn't win the medal. But I ended up playing the tournament leader in the last round, who was
so you could help Irina.
Exactly. And we were staying in the same room, and I got a knock on. They asked me if maybe I would play a peaceful game. And
a draw offer, you mean?
Yeah, a very early draw offer.
Okay.
Irina wasn't there at the time, but I mean, obviously, I said no. So even though, of course, I wanted to finish higher than her, I mean, there was no way I was going to distort the competition, especially in this case. And I did end up winning the game. So there ended up becoming a big tie for first.
And Irina was very happy.
Oh, yeah, because I think she won as well. Yeah, so she ended up tying for first. She didn't get the gold medal, though.
Oh.
But,
Rats.
But that's like a friendship story. I'm trying to think of like the other side, like the enemy side.
Right.
God.
We'll let you have that one. How about you, Maurice? Good frenemy stories of rivals that you had, and like Jen?
Well, the only person that comes to mind is one of my dearest friends in the world, Josh Waitskin. He and I used to study together all the time. We'd play blitz against each other, some legendary blitz battles as we trained together. I was great friends with the family. He knew my family as well. And we often had to play, and we both were the same level of player, so we were trying to get our Grandmaster titles, and both of us, and we would play in the same tournaments. We'd end up playing a lot of tournaments in Bermuda. We would play events in New York. And at first, because we were such good friends, we would draw just automatically. Like, this is the day. It's like, no, let's not fight each other because we're going to make each other upset. And at one point, his dad, Fred Waitskin, came over to me as we see a move get played there. It seems like he did not play rook h8 check, by the way. He played knight to f8, which is not the #1 move.
Whoa.
Knight f8 allowing king back to g7. Bit of a surprise on the board right now. But just to finish the story, Fred Waitskin came over to us and said, you guys are not going to be invited to tournaments anymore if you keep drawing each other. People are going to start talking badly about the two of you drawing all the time. And from that point, we started playing each other all the time. We agreed, we said, listen, let's not our friendship get in the way, we'll just play chess. And after that, we still drew a lot of games, but I got the measure of him in the 2 wins that were the 2 decisive games I ended up winning. And each time I won, I felt terrible. It's like, that was not a good win. Because you're beating your friend, you know? It's like, you're happy, but your friend is upset about what happened. So that was always difficult to do, is to play against such a dear friend. In the meantime, this one is interesting because check did happen, and king here now, knight back, a different position entirely. And now, amazingly, the engines are giving triple zeros. Triple zeros after the move king to f7. A bit of a surprise, because now this knight f4, knight's under attack. The knight f4 move that was supposed to work now runs into this check suddenly. And knight takes, a check. We've seen this line before. And now rook here, and it's a draw. So it looks like Veselin has blown it. Let's see if he has another choice. After this move, king to f7, there could be a knight h8 check, looks completely ridiculous. A knight e5 check. And now the engines are giving black the advantage with a g2 pawn. It looks as though Veselin has actually blown this position, and instead of the win that he could have been nursing, a gigantic advantage that he would have had if he had played rook h8 and the knight back to f4 with check, he's created a setup that does not work well for him. And all Ding Liren has to do now is find king f7, and he will coast home to a draw.
This is coming close to the theater of the absurd, because after the move bishop f1, the winning move begins with 2 checks, which is the easiest thing in chess to find. Checking moves, rook h8, and what on earth was there to analyze? There was nothing to see. Knight just comes back with check, and we just saw that after king g5, rook hf8, setting up for rook c5, amongst many other mating ideas, including g3 and h4. It was just over.
It was very much close to over. And the worst part is, I will point out, the worst part is this setup that he's created.
Yes.
After king to h7, it's also pretty much equal. He's put a forcing setup where Ding Liren doesn't actually have a bad move. Knight back to g6. If you play king to h7, it's still pretty much the same thing. You can't do anything to get out of the situation. What does white do here? Wow. Knight f4 still runs into bishop takes g2 check. And
oh my gosh,
you're back in business. It doesn't change.
The tempo.
You lost the tempo for absolutely no reason.
Oh,
and
geez.
Now it's a draw no matter what he does. It's a forced draw, basically, no matter what he does.
Oh
Only
goodness.
white can cause trouble, and Ding cannot make a mistake. It's not even a question mark. He might be sitting here thinking for a while, but it's not even a question. He actually cannot make an error, and he's going to basically, Veselin has forced a draw on himself.
Oh my goodness. That is terrible.
Yeah, that is sad. I mean, I wonder if he just, the bishop g2 idea escaped him?
But I'm perplexed. I have no
that would make
explanation.
sense.
Because, again, after bishop f1, rook h8. Okay.
And Ding has played king h7. He didn't see king f7, which was even more forcing, but it doesn't matter because this move, knight f8 is the only move, and the rest of nothing matters here. He could play knight e5 and give away the g-pawn with check because he's threatening mate in 1 with knight e5, but it doesn't work. The king, there's just threats to the king. I'll show it on the board here. The move after knight excuse me, let me jump down to knight g6, king h7. And knight e5 is possible here, threatening a very simple mate in 1. And after bishop takes g2 check, he could try a move like king to g1, but he's going to get flushed out, check, king up. And now he just has to be a little bit careful here not to take on f3, which looks like the obvious move. The king goes up, and now the pieces are active. Let's try to run up the board. You might try this move, except suddenly you run into this check, and now this knight is on take. You have to be very careful about where to go because the rooks are mean, man. They're coming fast. This check, and then the other rook shows up with check. If you block on the square, suddenly that check shows up, and it's like it's over. The pieces just suddenly came alive. So be careful not to lose the game, which means after this move, king h2, Bishop again, F1 check, king up the board, and rook to G2 check. He has to play king to H4 instead, allowing this check. And now he can't go up to H5 because of mate in 1. So he actually has to, on rook B4 check, block with the knight. And now he has no mate. His king is stuck. There's no idea. It's just a draw. No more chances for white. So Vasilian did not find the right sequence. At the critical moment, he had a very clear rook H8, knight F4 check. Surprising, but sometimes when the clock is ticking, you've been playing a long game. 5 hours into the game, well, is it more than 5 hours into the game now? And he just missed this great chance to take the lead. And he's going to kick himself yet again because he had so many chances this tournament to be maybe even the dominant leader in this tournament.
Right.
And now, again, he's spoiled a chance, and he only has a draw.
That's right. And meanwhile, we see Ding Liren just shooting a little look at Vasilian. He knows he's got the save.
Yeah.
And that's what it's been. It's been a tournament of kind of amazing saves and, really
missed chances, though.
Missed chances, it's true. And in one case, it was a huge save. It was a 1-point save where Anna and
MVL
managed to win that game against MVL.
What a swing that game was, yes. But this is really egregious. And I can just say, look, I understand tiredness, trust me. But the situation after this move, Bishop F1, that was presented, oh, sorry, we'll go back here. This was a losing blunder. Bishop F1 would have lost the game if Vasilian had found the sequence beginning with a check, which is usually the easiest sequences in the world to find, a second check, which has this very nice added bonus of defending the pawn on G2, and after king G5, just supporting the knight, and with the black king flushed out and towards white's kingside, the king was going to come to H2. Mating nets are being created, and Ding would have lost the game. What happened instead was very strange, very perplexing. Knight F8, and now the problem that maybe Vasilian is beginning to realize that if his intended knight F4 is running into bishop G2, knight G2, check, and as Maurice has pointed out already, there's no problem. Black is ready to recapture the knight and a draw.
I'm looking at this position wondering how did he miss this, and I can see why he missed it, because remember we talk about knights being poor defenders. That knight on F4 does not look secure. And if you go back to this position, bishop F1, rook H8 check, king G6, knight F4 check, king G5, right at this moment you have to stop and defend your knight, right? So now the knight is defended, but wait a second. What if you attack this knight? You challenge the knight and say, here, your knight's under attack. What are you going to do about it? Clearly, if the knight moves, the attack breaks through. White, however, has this move, rook check, and the king goes up, and now king up to H4. And white is threatening a rook H5 mate, which is stoppable and a threat on the knight as well with this move, G5, threatening rook takes knight. Right here, you have to realize your knight's under attack. And by the way, it's mate in 1 if your knight moves. Well, you do have a check on G6, and then after king H5, you can go back and save the game because of this pin along this line. But if you don't have that move, the question is, what do you do right now? So you have to calculate the line to get to this point, and then you have to realize, hold on, so what I don't have that move? I have 2 moves, one leading to mate in 5. This one is a bone cruncher, and the game is over. A move like H5 doesn't help now because knight G6 is actually mate in 1, and otherwise it's just busted. There's nothing to do. So the tail, the scorpion's tail at the end was your knight seems like maybe he can disturb that knight as a defender on the G2 point, but at the end you have tactics that win the game. And maybe that's what he overlooked, because positionally it looks great. You play rook H8 and knight F4. If you could secure this position after rook HF8, if you could secure it and say, now my knight is solid, it's like a knight's defending a pawn, now the rook is defending the knight, but what if the knight gets kicked? maybe he just thought in general terms and didn't see the entire sequence. That's my explanation anyway as to why he would miss this beautiful positional setup, because it has to be justified by tactical means. And late in the game, you go for the easy stuff when you're getting tired. It must have been what happened to Vasilin here, and unfortunately, he has thrown away the win.
Thank you, Maurice. It's reaching into the minds of the players at these late hours is tough, but that pattern, it's such a familiar one where you're flushing out the enemy king, drawing him into your own zone, and setting up these mating nets. It seems second nature to me, especially former world champion Veselin Topalov.
And certainly for him as well, Yaz, as
yeah,
you know, he's such a great attacking player. It has to be fatigue and the long hours of play that caught him here, because that's not something Veselin would not see.
Of course.
For sure. I mean, it's very difficult to play and to keep your nerves and concentration for a 6-hour game.
Exactly.
No, and remember that some of these guys prepare before the game as well. I mean, some try to do that before the tournament, but realistically, usually they do something the day of or the night before as well.
Right.
So that's a lot of mental work.
Yeah, sometimes I feel that a lot of the top grandmasters today over-prepare themselves, and I've heard a lot of stories of grandmasters literally, going out the door and just checking a file. And I think that's way too much. I mean,
I totally agree.
I mean, 2 hours, I would say 2 hours before the game, you should be just taking a walk and freeing your mind. If you haven't prepared yourself well enough already, then you've done something wrong. But at the tournament itself, I've heard a lot of players preparing 3 and 5 hours for a game that lasts 4 and 5 hours.
And that's
too much.
This is going on 6 hours now. Remember, we've had about 4. I mean, we've been working for a while as well, but we've had 4 breaks so far. You get a chance to go get a little snack, maybe eat a little lunch, drink a little bit, go out in the fresh air, relax, chat with whoever you want to, make jokes, make fun of Eric Hansen.
That's fun.
We get to do all the stuff that keeps us nice and relaxed around here. These guys have been at this for almost 6 concentrated hours, and that is simply not easy. The toll it takes, remember, they've already played for 4 straight days, and they're the only ones left, and Ding Liren is defending as much as he can, but he slipped, by the way, in the defense as well to play Bishop F1, and then the favor returned by Veselin Topalov. So we see these may be 27-90 players, but they're human too, and they get tired when the games are going all this time, and they can feel it, and the tension as well. They know how important it is. Ding doesn't want to lose right now before the rest of the day. It's going to hurt, but Veselin with a great chance, and he has also made a mistake, and he's going to kick himself walking out of here, and he's looking at the board now, and he sees it. There's no doubt in his mind. He sees all the variations. It's going to be clearer and clearer that he has no mechanism for anything, and it looks like he's gone back to F8 with check, and there's nothing there. There's simply nothing there. It's going to be nothing but a draw, as they have now made move 60 and in need of a new score sheet. It seems Knight G6 is just going to be a repetition of moves.
That's right. So a very resourceful defense there by Ding Liren.
I don't think resourceful is the right word. Sorry, Jen.
Lucky escape.
Sorry, Jen. He had his head was in the guillotine, waiting for it to fall, and his opponent let him off easy.
I guess because it was a mistake. Bishop F1 actually blew the game, but still the whole idea of Bishop G2 and Rook B1 and Rook B2 is a cool idea.
I love the way you just forgive them. Cool ideas. He made a nice idea. It was a horrible idea, actually.
No, it was a good idea.
It was a horrible idea.
It was a bad execution.
Turns out it sucked.
Good idea.
And he should have been made it on a platter.
Didn't work, but that doesn't mean it's not a good idea.
We don't need those in chess, actually. Your idea is good, student, but it doesn't work.
Kind of like Nakamura's idea earlier. It was a good idea, but it didn't work with Bishop C2. That was really pretty.
Do you know how many of those exist?
Against
The Bishop C2, where he thought he might be winning in a line against Peter,
Right.
with Bishop C2,
Right.
threatening mate, and if you go to King G8, he has Bishop B3.
Right.
Really nice.
Really nice.
Except
Small detail.
Except there was F2 hanging.
F2 is hanging.
He's like, darn it! At least I have to repeat moves with Bishop F5.
That's one of the things that I was thinking about this recently about winning. Why do we treasure winning? Because it's so easy to lose, and the options of losing. There's so many ways. Virtually 98% of the things that you do are terrible, and it's just those 2% that actually win the game. So we like when you can consistently fall within that 2% window. I mean, even success in life is like that. To be successful, there's so many ways to be lazy and to be a failure. Just sit at home and watch TV all day. But to be successful, it's a very straight path, very strong. You got to work hard, be determined, study, all those good things. And that's why we treasure people who are successful. At least we admire them who are successful and are winners. And yeah, you can even lose with good ideas. How many good ideas have made people bankrupt over the years?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what
good ideas don't mean anything. You got to get it done, and that's what this is all about.
Absolutely. That's why they say ideas grow on trees, and it's all about execution. That's like the entrepreneur's motto, that a good idea is nothing.
Interesting. Just because of good ideas, it recalls a memory. I loved the Herald Tribune. I used to read it when I was in Europe. This is before the computer age, so you wouldn't know about this. But the International Herald Tribune was my favorite newspaper, and I read an obituary about the man who invented Scrabble.
Oh,
it was really a fantastic, fantastic story. So first of all, he invented Scrabble, and his wife beat him like a drum. Just destroyed him in Scrabble every time. She was just...
That's hilarious.
Secondly, he went bankrupt for 30 years as he tried to market and promote his game. It was a complete and utter disaster. Then I think it was Milton Bradley who bought the rights from him and instantly turned it into a smash hit.
And I think there was a similar story with Monopoly, where the Monopoly, where the person who invented it was also didn't make any money, or maybe it was Life. That game, Life.
I remember Life as well. I love that game. Yeah.
There's a lot of such stories where the person who actually made the game that caught on sold it for pennies to the dollar.
Yes.
Yeah, but
And Maurice.
And may I point out that now we might have one of those life situations where Vasilian has now played the move knight to e6, check, and it's now on Ding Liren. The threat is in the position. He must find King F7 now. There's no more of that monkeying around where you have two moves. He will lose if he plays this move, because guess who shows up to the party? This variation, check, and suddenly we have it back on the board. So Ding has to now find King F7, and guess what? Vasilian is walking a little bit of a tightrope. Well, that's putting too much of a menace to this position, but after King F7, he now has to start thinking about this threat, and if he plays knight F4, we get back to this line. But let's look at this line a little bit deeper. In this position, it's not so easy for white to just get away with everything. He played King H7. He has allowed the position on the board.
Oh, no.
He missed King F7. And he is now in trouble. Vasilian now has the position back, and it is white who is suddenly winning again. Amazing. Ding Liren missed the fact that he needed to play King F7, and now Vasilian is in the driver's seat with a winning position.
Wow.
Right. Transposing into the line that he should have gotten to in the first place.
Beautifully executed, Maurice, right?
Unbelievable.
Oh, no.
Unbelievable that he was not aware of this.
Come on, guys. This is, fatigue.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Wow. Disastrous, because obviously Vasilian could have played this the first time. Now he has found the position back, and the thing is that King F7 was just a draw.
Yes.
It was just a draw. That was it.
What do we have here?
Anything, it was his chances.
We don't have Rook F8 by...
Well, no,
check is still on the board.
Check's still on the board, okay.
So King has to step somewhere.
I thought I saw King G5 in a move by Vasilian, but maybe not. I need to...
No, King G5, Rook H, F8 is what we're expecting. We're down to 5 minutes.
6 minutes,
I beg
a
your
little
pardon.
over 6 for
Versus
Veselin,
17,
and with
and
that
the 30-second bonus.
Yeah, plus a
Everything
30-second
is
bonus.
Okay.
Well, the thing is, he can't play King G5, even if it's his best move.
No.
Like, he can't play it because he's going to get strung out on that square.
Right.
So he has to play. Oh,
He
sorry.
played King
My bad.
G5.
He played King G5. Okay.
Right, walking right down the primrose path to
death.
To death.
Yeah, now-
Rook H8, F8 is the clincher.
And here, I don't think Veselin can make a mistake in which rook to use.
Is that so?
Because his rook on H8 is such a bad piece right now that you wouldn't play the other rook,
Oh,
right?
sorry, I know what you mean. Yes.
So he can't. He will use the H rook to defend his knight as opposed to using the other rook. There you go. He has to play that rook, and he has done so. And what is Ding Liren missing that he allowed this variation? Because now he's just in deep trouble. Deep trouble. He is, according to the injuries, he's already down 2 points, which is big, and he can challenge. His best chance is to try to challenge this knight somehow, but it's just not going to work. That King H2 move, Rook C5 check is mating threat on the board.
Right.
We have a mating idea that has been generated by this move.
He probably missed that. He probably thought he could still play the Bishop G2 thing.
Well, not now.
So how come the position is only +2, Maurice? What is the best line of defense for Ding? Because I see this position as +7. Why is it only +2?
Well, the key move right now in defense is king to H4.
Okay.
And maybe this is what he saw, that his king can scamper up the board and play this move, king to H4. And here, incredibly, the lines are very specific, and he has to find the moves, does Topalov. So I think this is what's going to happen, king H4, because in this position, this knight is about to be undermined, and the king is marching into the position. King H2 doesn't work because of this move, rook to B2 suddenly, and you don't have anything. The threats start to mount here, and it's black that's equalizing quickly. So after king H4, check out the only move Topalov must find. This is the only move. Rook back to C1 is the only way to play right now. Attack this piece first. Get it out of here. And this is winning because if you try this check, for example, and the king coming in, the move rook G1 is dominating. And white is winning, apparently. Looking good a piece up and will consolidate. So after rook to C1, I can argue with your other moves, Yaz, in a second if you come up with some ideas. But after rook to C1, the move G5, and there goes that undermining move for the knight. And after rook takes, now pawn takes, now rook takes, and now we have the position where the engineer is saying he's up 2 pawns and winning the game. And we'll say, okay, it will take some time, especially after rook to G4, and certainly white is for choice here. But this is the reason why the engineer is saying this is the best way to play, king H4, and then this idea of rook back to C1. Ding is still sitting on the position.
I think he missed Bishop G2. I mean, I think it's I know it's super grandmaster, but 5 hours into play, is it that easy to see king H2? I mean, you're walking into a discovery. Earlier in the variation, is it really that easy to see? We talk about, again, that's something that Maurice has brought up in the past, that walking into a discovery is a move that's sometimes a blind spot. And
Which
now,
discovery, though? What are you saying?
I'm saying the whole idea that after Bishop G2, instead of playing Knight G2, allowing Rook B1 check and Rook B2, you play King H2 and walk your king up to G3. I'm saying that's hard. I'm saying that's hard to find.
I don't think that's
probably
I don't think that's a line. I don't think King H2 is ever a line.
variation.
No, if you play Bishop G2, we're taking this piece. I don't think there's a line that has that variation.
Oh, so after Bishop G2, Knight G2, if I play Rook B1 check and Rook B2,
Then you just made it after rook C5 jam.
yeah, I just made it anyway.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, sorry. What am I saying? This is the line you're talking about. Yes.
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 So you say there's a mate here?
No, I don't. Sorry. I missed something.
Wait, in this position.
So I think the thing is.
So
yeah.
bishop takes.
So bishop takes
instead
G2.
of king G5, we're looking at
so
bishop
G2,
G2.
you have to play king H2, right? And then I thought that you guys were talking about that, and then bishop F3, king G3 with a threaded like H4 mate. I mean, I think that's hard to see.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, this is a tremendous line, and it's mating, and this is probably what he missed as well. I think you're absolutely right there.
And that's probably what he's starting to see now, if he hasn't played Bishop G2 yet.
Right, he probably thought it was
feeling.
a saving line, and then he realized just this fact. This is absolutely critical and a beautiful variation walking into the discovery. Yes, they're the types of moves, we always talk about the types of moves that world-class players miss. And I did a DVD, actually did a couple of DVDs for ChessBase on this topic. There's a book as well called Invisible Moves or Invisible Chess Moves that also goes over this theme. And the idea, one of the key moves, of course, there are retreating moves. There's one moves that are on squares that are protected by pawns. Very difficult to see. Sometimes, like a move in this position, for example, if white played rook f6, those are moves you never look at. Just like, what are you talking about? That can't be legal. Moves like that. And one of the big ones are discovered checks. You don't walk into discovered checks because every single tactical book you study, discovered checks are just brutalizing you. And it's a theme that we learn. So it's almost like you need a book called Harmless Discovered Checks to show you, like, no. A lot of times the discovered checks just don't work. They don't do anything.
That is a good chapter, and I think this would be a beautiful example. It almost looks like a little bit of a study.
Yeah, a number of that's a great point. If you do a tactic book, then you should include the walking into discovered checks as a theme. And I actually, again, my DVD has a lot of examples on this as well, but it's one of the things that strong players miss, and that is one of them. This check, he might have just simply said Bishop G2 check, take back, and now he's looking and going, what if he doesn't take? And realizing it in this moment. And maybe that's what Vasilin thought as well when he walked into this position. He thought that maybe this check won the game. Maybe that's what the two players overlooked as we're trying to figure out what they did overlook.
You mean drew the
during
game.
the game. Yeah, maybe they overlooked it, and now Vasilin realizes, oh, wait a minute, I can play like this.
Or he could just yeah, exactly. He could walk into it as well. Like once the position, it's one of those things, it's one way of getting lucky in chess. Like suppose he didn't really see it, but then when bishop takes G2 comes on the board, that's the moment he would see it, you know?
Eureka, I'm just trying to think about it myself. It hasn't often happened for sure in my career that I've purposefully walked into a discover check with the confident knowledge that it was a harmless one. It's, you do block this idea of allowing your king to be discover checked. I can't recall offhand easily from my own career where I've allowed this.
It's a serious block.
Yeah.
It's a serious block. If you watch the strong players, because a lot of people say blind spot, and I study this idea of the mistakes that strong players make, and you'll find that it won't be like a fork, forks and pins. Those are simply not blunders good players will make. And what move did he play?
I saw it was a long move.
Whoa, that move looks like it should lose immediately. Rook to B2, Rook BB2 looks...
Wait, that doesn't allow Rook C5 check?
Paradoxical. This position just got...
At least we're getting a reward for our work.
Amazing. This move, it's so easy. The path that Ding Liren has been walking, the moves that you have to miss and the moves you have to find to win. Remember we just said he had to find Rook C1 against King H4?
Right.
Now he has to find only move to win the game clean is the move he just found. Wow. Rook C7. Only move, and he found it.
Because now you can't play Bishop G2.
Because now he has backdoored you, and the game is over. That is a killer blow. Suddenly, G7's under attack, and the mate is coming, and he just had to find this move. As soon as the rook left the rank, here came the white rook to that rank. Beautiful idea, showing the Aikido principle at work, if you will, that when your opponent moves off a square, you find the squares that he left behind, and incredibly, Rook C7 attacking the pawn, and it's over.
What happens if G6? How do we finish the game?
Well, that same principle is at work, right, Jen? Rook C6.
Oh, yeah. Except now after Bishop G2...
No, actually, no. Rook C6 doesn't work.
Because after Bishop G2, you don't have Rook takes G6.
Oh,
Yeah.
Absolutely. This is.
I apologize.
I'm sorry, guys. I mean, I'm so impressed by this ending now. It's just amazing.
Yeah, I know. At least we got something.
So
we got our
we got
money's
some
worth for
juice.
sticking around.
So G6.
Those of you who are watching, you got your money's worth for
So
sticking
G6,
around.
yes, I'm going to leave it up to you. Now the position has gone hypercritical. What move do you play?
So
and it's just sweet.
If rook c5, check king h4, knight g6, king g3, I don't see a finale
Okay,
there.
he already spoiled it because
he played spoiler
Topalov is
alert.
a genius, and he played the
Spoiler
move
alert.
G3, opening up the entire second rank to black's rooks, but it won't matter.
Threatening
that knight on
H4
f4
mate?
is gorgeous. Look at this
H4
finish.
mate. Oh my god.
And so we have been treated at least to this finish after those mistakes, mutual mistakes, but now it's over.
Yeah.
Yo, that's a good move.
Unfortunately, we had seen this pattern earlier, Maurice, so we had showed G3.
Yeah, but with the rooks doubled like that, just waiting, I don't think we saw it in just this
Not
specific.
in that particular.
Right, we see the
but
pattern,
we saw G3.
but it's just so nice. Look at how the rooks are in the bishop. Both rooks and the bishop are just like ready to pounce.
Right.
And
There
because
it
of the
is.
geometrics, sorry,
all dressed up.
you got
ready to go.
nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, White's king is just naked,
Right.
completely.
He
But
has to resign. This is just this is just such a great move.
It's
and
a
such a
pretty
great
pattern,
finale. It's
right?
just so beautiful.
It's a pretty checkmate at the end here too, with all the pawns covering
Very nice.
the fourth rank and the two rooks.
And Topalov with a new posture. That's called I got you.
And we're going to have a new leader of the Sinquefield Cup for the first time. We haven't had a sole leader all tournament. This will be the first time of the tournament that we have a sole leader going into the rest day.
We asked at the start of the show who would step forward, carry the torch, and we have an answer: Vessel and Topalov.
So fatigue affects everybody equally. You know, a lot of times we talk about Anand and Veselin, oh, they're older, so they're going to get more fatigued. But, I mean, you see here that
The
it
younger
can cause errors from
Dinglerin,
all the players.
Yeah, the
Fabi
younger
sometimes, Naka. I mean, it's not just the veterans that suffer from it.
There is Ding Liren showing now that he knows the facts that he's going to lose. And by the way, it's nice to be tired when you're up a pawn. At least you're the one who's up. And if a mistake happens, you usually draw. But in the case of Ding Liren down the pawn, a mistake happens, you go down.
Phenomenal work there by Veselin.
Yeah. Dare I say about predictions? I'm kind of doing pretty good today, right? I said there would be one win, and I kind of.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, at that point, he was already up a pawn or
I
two.
think it was actually two.
Ding Liren is just devastated, and he's going to be very. Look at that. He's just
heavy
sighed, seeing the loss now. He fought so valiantly this game, 2 pawns down, came back to produce an equal position, and he is taking this hard now, shaking his head, realizing that the game is over. He's going to lose. He has to accept that fact. Just a tough situation for him when he was so close. It was right there. The draw was in his hand, and he made the casual repetition. He saw some tricks, but unfortunately, all the tactics were not in his favor. And in this precise position, he can resign with a good conscience.
Yeah, true that. And again, to play all the way to the very, very, very end at the time control and get a big fat 0, it's very unfair. I mean, it's been a great game, actually.
It was such a titanic struggle. We thought he would just die a long time ago.
Right.
I mean, when he went 2 pawns down, it just looked academic. No
and
problem.
We saw that position after e5, e6, opening up his king.
Oh, yeah. He looked like sardines getting cooked.
Yeah.
Just phenomenal. I mean, I'm going to be showing this position to students. This is going to make it into magazines. It's wonderful because it's an example of a chess position, the sequence that led up to this and the finale that can really be understood by players of all levels. Like, you can really get somebody who's just starting to understand checkmate, because there's not that many pieces on the board, so it's more about the tactics and the pattern. It's not about like understanding a whole bunch of different attacking ideas.
Right.
So I think this is a type of pattern that makes people fall in love with chess.
Right. It's actually quite charming, indeed. Just driving the king up the board And as Maurice was saying, if you just freeze this moment and say, okay, white's winning, but go ahead and find the winning move. It's not intuitive, rook c7, but you appreciate the idea behind rook c7, which is to skewer the king and rook after a double capture on g2 is made. So after g6, you say, okay, you did really good finding the win in that case, but now find the win once more. And this move, g2, g3, again has its charms as you start to realize,
the ultimate quiet move.
Yeah, I exposed my own king, but look what I've just set up. I've set up two checkmating threats, rook c5 as well as h4.
And play rook h2 here, check, just to show the one last chance, and just king g1, and suddenly, what is our bishop doing there? Too bad it's not a knight or something else.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the problem. We're running h4 and rook c5, so it's not one or the other. Because really g3 is just cutting off the h4 square. It's not just to play h4 made.
Right. And the big point, just to go one step back, you have to find rook c7 if he played the move rook to b2. But if you go back one move, and instead he had played, instead of this move, he played king h4, you have to, literally have to find the move rook to c1.
Right.
I mean, this is razor fine edges you have to play here to find this sequence. And
very nice.
And it's just beautiful. It just shows the economy of chess, how wonderful it can be, this game. But
how cruel it can be.
How cruel the moment for Ding Liren as he looks at this position and taking it hard now. I think it's time for him to get the poison out of his system.
Right.
Well,
I'm losing. It's done. I'm going to play 4 more games. A lot of room to go. A lot of play to go on still, and just accept it and take it forward. But I think he just thought he was so close, and now
he was.
And now he's not.
I'm looking at Ding's expression. I'm forcibly reminded of ABC's Wild World of Sports, where they had that teaser intro, the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. This is really the agony of defeat as he realizes all of his hard work at saving the game has been spoiled by this one very beautiful little pawn push, g2, g3.
And he's getting down. I mean, it looks like he's almost just gonna run out of time soon. So he's either gonna resign or make a move any second now. And Veselin obviously feeling great. I mean, as he should. He's going to be the sole winner of the Sinquefield Cup. Everybody else has gone, and there it is, the handshake. Veselin Topalov, he is leading the Sinquefield Cup. Everybody else is at the baseball game.
Yes.
And here he is doing work.
Right. So our first win in 3 rounds has produced our first tournament leader, Veselin Topalov. Don't forget that last year, the year Levon Aronian won, Veselin had started out extremely strongly, +2, having played the highest rated players in the field, and finished, I believe, with +1 or 50%. I'm not sure, but certainly behind Levon. Wow, dejected Ding Liren leaving an empty tournament hall.
And he has at least a day to rest. I mean, that'll be... Sometimes you want to play again the next day because you feel like you want to get the taste out of your mouth, but it's actually better to have the day off.
Yeah,
really
I think so too. I do. Even though it preys on your mind for the next 24 hours.
You might not want to have a day off. It's always so fun to have a day off when you're winning.
Right.
But to let it sink in but it's the way to go. So hopefully Ding Liren will compose himself and feel a lot better in 2 days. And here's how we stand. Veselin Topalov is leading the Sinquefield Cup. He's got 3.5 points. And meanwhile, Levon Aronian, Wesley So, and Vishy Anand are right behind with 3 points. The 2 American stars, besides So, Nakamura and Caruana, are still standing on 2.5 out of 5. All 5 draws by Fabiano. Nakamura a little bit more dramatic. And let's see who he plays when he comes back. Well, he plays one of the leaders. He's going to be black against Wesley So that will be a huge matchup after the rest day. So you're going to want to be sure to tune in for that. That's going to be on Thursday. Don't forget, tomorrow is a rest day for the players, and it's also a rest day for our viewers. But here's the man of the hour, the man at the 7th hour. Veselin Topalov. He's with Maurice Ashley about this marathon and a gorgeous finale.
Well, the leader of the tournament is here, Veselin Topalov, after 66 moves, finally sealing the deal. First of all, congratulations, Veselin, on this victory. When you won 2 pawns early in the game, could you have imagined that it would take so long to finally win?
No, actually, no. Somehow, I believe it was really a very bad game. I mean, in a theoretical position, I think my opponent just gave a pawn for free. And then I think I was pressing a lot. At some point, it looked like completely winning, and by many, many ways. And I missed many, many moves, obviously. And then finally, it was, I believe it was a draw at some point when he could 3 against 2. I believe it was closer to a draw, but somehow he let me, put all my pieces and attack his king, in an ending, So
right, of all things.
It was, but again, I'm not so happy.
There were some mistakes made at the moment when you could have gotten the setup with the knight on f4 earlier, but instead you went for the knight f8 check idea, and he could have drawn if he hadn't played king h7. King f7 is actually just a straightforward draw.
Oh, yeah? No, the thing is that I didn't see the idea that after knight f4, if he takes on g2, then I play king h2. It took me a lot of time to find the idea.
And that was a moment we mentioned as well. It's hard to find these discover check ideas.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, you're sitting atop the tournament now by yourself. How does that feel?
Well, it was somehow... it would be nice if my play was also good, but the story that I'm making many mistakes ever since the first game, I think, which was a decent game, and then all the other games not good, so not really so impressed by my play.
You're still in first, though.
Well, imagine, yeah, it is true. But of course, I missed yesterday against Fabiano's, and so, and even today I missed. So many times.
Well, I know you're quite critical of your play. That's why you became world champion and why you stay at the top of chess. Nevertheless, congratulations on taking the lead. And get your rest. You get a rest day tomorrow.
I need it.
Veselin Topalov atop the tournament, leading the whole crew right now. He is the man that they're now chasing.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Veselin, for a tough, long ending, but you showed it as some real beauty at the end. So that was a reward for our long day at the office.
A reward for us and for those of you who stuck with us. I mean, you got a reward too to see that in real time. Of course, it's going to make it into the magazines and the articles, but there's something a little different about seeing a study-like finish in a real game, in real time.
Right.
And so we are glad you stuck with us, and we've got a final thought from Maurice as we head to the rest day.
All I can say is I'm glad somebody won a game. We had so many games that transpired, too many draws. We really won 15 draws in 3 rounds. Veselin finally getting a win. I think this is fantastic for the tournament because you always want imbalance. And with a clear leader now, the players on 3 are thinking, okay, I've got to work. The players on 2.5 are now realizing they're not within that easy arm's reach anymore where anything can happen. So I think this shakes up the tournament. We get a nice rest day for them to all think about it. And then we're back in business for round 6. It's going to be an exciting tournament from now on because finally we have a leader. So I'm looking forward to that. And I'm also looking forward to the rest day.
Indeed, me too. I'm going to be going. I know you guys are going to the baseball game. There's an event at the Hall of Fame tomorrow
I'm
that I'm going to be going to.
Watch the Simul, Alexandria Simul, actually.
So there's always fun stuff going on here at the St. Louis Chess Club. If you have time, come on down for the second half. I think Veselin's game today, the players are going to have to start doing follow the leader or they're going to be left behind.
Exactly.
So this is going to heat up. Join us again on Thursday, same time, same place, 1:50 over in the East Coast, and that's 12:50 here in St. Louis. We'll see you then.
Good night, everyone.